world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Lin Ming returns. Lin Ming's guess was right. With our Angdahua's death and our Angboyan's arrival, Qianxue city was in turmoil. However, people had already preconceived that our Angdahua died at the hands of an innate master, and Lin Ming's suspicion was directly ruled out. Even Beluo, who knew that Lin Ming and our Angdahua had a grudge, did not suspect Lin Ming. Beluo asked himself that, even if he took action and used all kinds of illusions, it would be impossible to kill our Angdahua silently under such circumstances. Therefore, our Angdahua's death became a mystery, and our Angboyan could not find any clues, no matter how he investigated. Time passed to 10 days later, and the general sect assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansion had begun. Qianxue city had been snowing intermittently for more than 10 days, and large flakes of snow were like torn cotton wool, falling down one after another. The whole city was shrouded in a vast expanse of white. Every morning, the government servants would go out to sweep the snow, but if they just swept it today, it would be piled up again tomorrow. No matter how hard they tried, they could never sweep it all. In the Qianxue mansion, Sun Liang, the deacon of the registry, was reading a biographical novel. Although it was freezing cold outside, there was a copper basin of charcoal burning in the house. The door was hung with a cotton curtain, and the windows were covered with thick window paper. The whole house was warm. Looking at the icy and snowy outside in the warm house was a special feeling. This atmosphere was the best for reading. At this moment, the door was pushed open and a cold wind blew in. Sun Liang was startled and raised his head with some displeasure. When he saw it, he was stunned. The person who came was Lin Ming. "Junior brother Lin, you're back." Sun Liang quickly put down the novel and greeted him with a smile. In the Qianxue mansion, Sun Liang knew who he didn't need to care about and who he should flatter. "Well, my training is over. It's been almost 2 months. I came to the registration office to cancel my training record." "Junior brother Lin, you are too polite. Why do you have to come all the way here? You can just ask someone to pass the message. You are really punctual." "Junior brother Lin, you may not know that the general sect assessment of Qianxue Valley has begun. These days, the master of Qin Mansion has begun to select people." Sun Liang said a series of words quickly, while welcoming Lin Ming enthusiastically and pouring a bowl of hot tea. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. As a quasi-core disciple of Qianxue Mansion, he naturally knew about the general sect assessment. Qianxue Valley set up Qianxue Mansion in various countries. One is to better control each country, and the other is to train masters and strengthen the strength of Qianxue Valley. Every 3 years, the general sect will send people to inspect the martial arts disciples of several nearby countries and hold a martial arts competition. The main assessment objects of the martial arts competition are the core disciples of each martial arts palace. If non-core disciples are very outstanding, they can also participate. On the day of the martial arts competition, core disciples of martial arts academies from various countries gathered, including the 7 Mysterious Valley sect and martial arts families who would send talented disciples to compete. If you can achieve good results, not only will the core disciples who have achieved results be rewarded, but the masters of martial arts academies will also be rewarded. The most precious reward is the heaven entering pill, which is needed by the peak masters of the acquired realm to break through the innate realm. The materials for the heaven entering pill are hard to find. The 7 Mysterious Valley refines 1 furnace every 3 years, and the finished product is only 20 to 30 pills. Even Qianxue, who has amazing talent, has only been allocated 1 heaven entering pill after joining the 7 Mysterious Martial Mansion for so long. Moreover, after taking this heaven entering pill, he failed to break through the innate realm because his Qin heart was not perfect. In recent years, Qianxue has entered the deep mountains and valleys to practice hard for several years. His Qin heart has been perfected, and he urgently needs a heaven entering pill to break through the innate bottleneck. However, the heaven entering pill is only awarded to the first place in the martial arts competition. It is not easy to get the first place. The Seven Mysterious Valley has 36 countries under its jurisdiction. In addition to the 36 countries, there are also disciples of the ancient martial arts families in the sect. However, even if they could not get the first place, getting a good result would be a great honor, and it would also be recorded in the Book of Merit. So the masters of the martial arts palaces of various countries attached great importance to this martial arts competition. I didn't expect the general sect assessment to start so soon. Lin Ming was thinking in his heart when Sun Liang suddenly exclaimed, "Junior brother Lin, you have reached the peak of bone forging?" Sun Liang only then noticed Lin Ming's cultivation, and his hand trembled, and the teacup almost fell to the ground. He remembered that Lin Ming was still at the Yijin stage before he left, and in the blink of an eye he was at the peak of bone forging. This cultivation speed was too fast. Originally, Sun Liang was not optimistic about Lin Ming's training outside. In his opinion, how could training outside be comparable to the resources provided by the 7 Xuanwu palaces? But he never expected that Lin Ming would come back after a round and improve 1.5 realms. "Well, I broke through by luck." Lin Ming was unwilling to say more on this issue. In front of Qin Ziya, his cultivation could not be concealed. It would be better not to expose his ability to return to nature and hide his cultivation, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Lucky? Why don't I have this kind of luck? Sun Liang felt like he was going to die when he heard Lin Ming's casual tone. From Yijin stage to Jianggu stage, he had soared a level and a half in 2 months by luck. It was really annoying to compare people. By the way, when the 7 mysterious order was passed down, it said that junior brother Lin could become a core disciple as long as he reached the peak of Yijin at the age of 16, right? Isn't junior brother Lin already a core disciple now? Sun Liang suddenly thought of the 7 mysterious order that was widely circulated a few days ago, and his eyes lit up immediately. Well, it should be. Sun Liang was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Although he had known that it was only a matter of time for Lin Ming to become a core disciple, when the day came that Lin Ming really became a core disciple, Sun Liang still felt a little dreamy. It was incredible for such a young age to have such an achievement. It sounded exaggerated to say that Lin Ming would become a 7 mysterious envoy in the future. Now it seems that it might be more than that. If he breaks through the Xianshan and becomes an elder of the 7 mysterious valley. Sun Liang took a deep breath and dared not think about it anymore. He became more respectful to Lin Ming. He handed the teacup to Lin Ming with both hands and complimented him. Junior brother Lin's cultivation has made great progress. Maybe he can enter the top 50 in the main sect martial arts competition this time. Sun Liang said the top 50 ranking not to underestimate Lin Ming. The main reason is that many of the disciples participating in the main sect martial arts competition are 19 or 20 years old, and their cultivation is above the condensation vein stage. Lin Ming's age of 15 is too disadvantageous. Moreover, there are too many people participating in the main sect martial arts competition. The 7 Mysterious Valley has 36 countries under its jurisdiction, more than a dozen ancient martial arts families, plus the new disciples of the main sect. There are as many as 500 or 600 people. It is not easy to stand out among so many people. Lin Ming smiled and didn't deny anything. He took a sip of hot tea and said, "You just said that Mansion Master Qin has started selecting people. Who did he choose?" Sun Liang said, 2 days ago, Mansion Master Qin and Mansion Master Sun have already summoned a group of core disciples for a competition. Now the competition is more than halfway through, and 3 people have been confirmed to participate in the assessment. The remaining 2 candidates will depend on the results of subsequent competitions. Oh, who are they? The 3 people who have been confirmed are Qin Xingsun, Zhao Yu, and Liang Long. The other 2 people who have not been determined will be selected from Ling Sen, Tuoku, Zhao Jifeng, and Jiangbin. Ling Sen was not selected in the first batch. Lin Ming was a little surprised. Although Ling Sen was not a core disciple, his strength had surpassed that of a warrior in the condensation vein stage. Even Qin Xingsun might not be Ling Sen's opponent. How come he hasn't been decided yet? Sun Liang said, Master Qin first selected from the 5 core disciples, and then Ling Sen and Tuoku were included. So that's how it is. Lin Ming knew clearly that the 7 Profound Valleys main sect assessment was mainly for core disciples, and non-core disciples were generally not allowed to participate. It was probably because these 5 core disciples could not satisfy Qinziya, so Ling Sen and Tuoku were brought in. Sun Liang said again, since junior brother Lin is back, go see Master Qin immediately. He is in the Zuanwu Hall of the Wu Mansion. I see. Lin Ming nodded, and then he went out and strode towards the Zuanwu Hall. Naturally, he didn't want to miss the 7 Profound Valleys main sect assessment this time, and he was also very tempted by the many rewards of the assessment. The triennial martial arts competition is a big deal for the 7 Zuanwu palaces of each country. Qinziya certainly takes it very seriously. He promoted Lin Ming with the intention of helping Lin Ming achieve outstanding results in the martial arts competition. Of course, he didn't have much hope for this competition. Lin Ming was too young and his cultivation was only at the Yijin stage. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be a match for those geniuses at the Ningmei stage. The upper age limit for warriors participating in the martial arts competition was 22 years old, which meant that Lin Ming could still participate in 2 more competitions. Qinziya believed that with Lin Ming's talent, when he was 22 years old, he would definitely shine in the martial arts competition. But before Qinziya's plan could be implemented, Lin Ming disappeared. Qinziya suspected Yang, but he had no evidence. However, he never expected that Yang would die only half a month after he came back, and his death was very strange. He died at the headquarters of the United Chamber of Commerce. The few personal guards around him didn't find anything unusual. As soon as Yang died, Yang Boyan rushed to Xianan City. Now the whole Xianan City was in chaos, and Qinziya was miserable. At this critical moment, the general sect assessment was about to begin. As a second-level country, Xianan country could send 5 contestants. There were exactly 5 core disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansions. However, Qinziya was not satisfied with the strength of these 5 people. The only one who could show off was Qin Xingxuan, but Qin Xingxuan was too young and was afraid that he would not be able to enter the top 200. So he could only let Ling Sen and Tuoku participate. In fact, Qinziya didn't want to do this unless he had to, because other countries would laugh at him for having no one in the 7 Zuanwu mansions of Xianan country and actually asking outer disciples to participate in the general sect martial arts meeting to fill the appearance. Although Qinziya was indifferent by nature, it didn't mean that he didn't care about anything. Since he became the master of a mansion, he had to take on the responsibility of the mansion master. He didn't want to see his martial arts mansion being ridiculed. Chapter 227 Preliminary Round begins. Sighing, Qinziya said, we are really in a period of transition this time. Mu Qianxue, who ranked in the top 100 last time, is already 22 years old and has been recruited into the main sect. Qin Xingxuan is still young and will not achieve very good results. We can only rely on Ling Sen to hold the fort. Well, it's a pity. If Lin Ming was here, it would be much better. His current strength must have surpassed Tuoku. The old man who answered Qinziya was wearing a green shirt and had white hair tied into a bun. He looked like a Taoist priest. He was Sun Yaodao, one of the 2 deputy masters of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Sun Yaodao entered the postnatal realm at the age of 45. Now he has been stuck in the postnatal realm for 70 years. Although his cultivation has reached the peak of the postnatal realm, Sun Yaodao knows that with his talent, the main sect will never give him a heaven-entering pill. In fact, even if it is really given, it will be a waste. One heaven-entering pill is not enough for him to step into the innate realm. Because he knew that this was how his life would be, Sun Yaodao had a good mentality and was a stable deputy palace master. He never fought and maintained a good relationship with Qinziya. Qinziya nodded and said, it can only be like this. It's a pity that Lin Ming is missing at this time. If he really went out to gain experience, it would be fine. I'm afraid. Sun Yaodao didn't continue talking here. It didn't make sense for Lin Ming to go out to gain experience at this time. Not to mention that he had made many enemies. Even if he didn't have enemies, the effect of going out to gain experience might not be as fast as using the 7 major training killing formations in the 7 Zuanwu palace. Qinziya remained silent. Sun Yaodao sighed and continued, Lin Ming is indeed a good seedling. If he is allowed to grow, he may not achieve very good results in this general martial arts competition, but the next time, he may not be able to break into the top 10 and even have the hope of winning the championship. As soon as Sun Yaodao finished speaking, a ball of flames of the sound transmission talisman burned in the room. Qin Ziya heard the information in the sound transmission talisman and stood up suddenly. What's wrong? Sun Yaodao rarely saw Qin Ziya lose his composure like this. The news from the Wufu registration offices that Lin Ming is back. Huh. Sun Yaodao was stunned. This kid, he didn't really go out to train, did he? Just as Sun Yaodao finished speaking, Lin Ming's voice rang out outside the Zuanwu Hall. Disciple Lin Ming, I want to see the Kung Fu master. Come in. The hall door was pushed open, and Lin Ming stepped forward and bowed. Kung Fu master, Sun Fu master. Lin Ming also knew this old man in green clothes. A few months ago, it was he who gave him the heavy profound soft silver spear. Qin Ziya looked Lin Ming up and down, his face changed several times. Even though Qin Ziya was always calm, he was shocked this time, and lost his normal state. Lin Ming, have you reached the peak of bone forging? Yes, I encountered an opportunity a few days ago, and broke through by chance. Lin Ming said it lightly, but Qin Ziya's heart was in turmoil. The opportunity of a warrior is often accompanied by danger. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. What has Lin Ming experienced outside in the past 2 months? Every warrior has his own secrets, and Qin Ziya did not ask any more questions. The old man in green was also shocked. Lin Ming was able to defeat Aoyang, who was in the bone forging stage, when he was in the muscle changing stage. Now he is at the peak of bone forging stage. How could this be possible? He might have to enter the top 50 in this Zhangzhang competition, or even the top 30. Qin Ziya asked, Lin Ming, have you really been out training for the past 2 months? Lin Ming nodded. He naturally did not mention anything about Aoyang. Qin Ziya pondered for a while, and did not ask any more questions. He always felt that something was wrong. Lin Ming suddenly went out to train, and Aoyang died. If it were not for Lin Ming's cultivation, it would be impossible for him to kill Aoyang under such circumstances. Qin Ziya would definitely suspect that there was some connection between the two. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Since Lin Ming answered like this, Qin Ziya did not continue to ask. What he wanted to know most now was Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming, according to the assessment content stipulated in the 7 Profound Order, you have become the core disciple of my 7 Profound Martial House. Do you know about the general martial arts competition this time? Lin Ming nodded and said, Disciple knows. Okay, there are still 2 places missing for the general martial arts competition. It was originally scheduled to be selected from Ling Sen, Tuoku, Zhao Jifeng, and Jiangbin. Now you are included, and it is 2 out of 5. You can rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, the preliminary competition will start. It happens that you have a duel with Ling Sen and Tuoku, so just compete together. If you win, you will also be given the green spirit pill and clean body spirit liquid that were promised at that time. By the way, Ling Sen also broke through the bone tempering stage half a month ago, so you should be mentally prepared. Although it was determined that Lin Ming would definitely take a place, Qin Ziya still wanted him to participate in the competition. First, to convince the crowd, and second, he wanted to know how strong Lin Ming was. Oh, I see. Lin Ming was not surprised. Ling Sen had stayed at the peak of Yijin for a long time, and it was time for him to break through. Lin Ming had been looking forward to the fight with Ling Sen for a long time. Ling Sen had always been the target that Lin Ming had been striving to catch up with. Unexpectedly, he had surpassed him all of a sudden. The news of Lin Ming's return spread quickly throughout Xianan City like wings. However, most people did not think it was a surprise. They just thought that Lin Ming had really gone out to gain experience. Only a few people felt that this matter was unusual. Of course, the most shocked person was Beluo. Lin Ming actually came back alive. This little beast is really lucky. Beluo's face was as gloomy as water. Because he had a preconceived notion that Aoyang died at the hands of an innate master, he did not doubt Lin Ming. Will he know that the person who harmed him was not only Aoyang but also me? Beluo was uneasy. Lin Ming's growth rate was too fast, enough to threaten him in a few years. Below also thought about telling Ouyang Boyan that Ouyang Dehe had joined forces with her to harm Lin Ming, but she was afraid that Ouyang Boyan, who was furious, would vent his anger on her. So now Below was in a dilemma and felt like sitting on pins and needles. The preliminary round of the Zhongzhang Washu contest is a grand event held once every 3 years by the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. The preliminary round is open to the public. Anyone with noble status or a disciple of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion can enter and watch. In the previous first round of the core disciple preliminary round, due to the bad weather, the audience was still a little less than in previous years, but this time it was different. The entire stadium was full. 9 out of 10 of them heard that Lin Ming had returned and came to watch the final battle between Lin Ming and Ling Senator. In Qianxue country, the most famous young masters are Ling Sen and Lin Ming. As for Zhao Yu, Liang Long and other core disciples of the Wu Mansion, not many people know them. These people are from the 4 major martial arts families on the border of Qianxue country, not Qianxue people, and their strength is none of their business. There was still snow in the sky, but it was much smaller. The snow in the entire 7 Zuanwu Mansion martial arts field was swept clean, and a snow shelter was built around it. Warriors with a certain level of cultivation were not afraid of the cold wind at all, and as for the weak nobles, they wore warm mink brocade clothes, with hot tea and charcoal fires on the side, and they did not feel the cold at all. Liang Long and Zhao Yu, who had passed the preliminaries early, also sat in the audience, waiting for the start of this game. Do you think Ling Sen will win, or Lin Ming will win? Liang Long asked casually, while eating pine nuts. In his opinion, the highlight of this preliminaries is the duel between Ling Sen and Lin Ming. As for Zhao Jifeng, Jiang Bin, Tuoku and others, they are still a little worse. Zhao Yu smiled and said, it's hard to say. Ling Sen can be compared to a warrior in the condensation vein stage at the peak of Yijin, and Lin Ming can be compared to Zhang Guanyu at the initial stage of Yijin. Now their strength has improved. It's a fight between dragons and tigers. The news that Lin Ming reached the bone tempering stage had not spread yet, but Zhao Yu had known in advance that Lin Ming had officially become a member of the core disciples. Jiang Bin and Zhao Jifeng are indeed a little weaker. I would like to go on stage and try Lin Ming's ability. Liang Long smiled confidently. He did not think that his strength was worse than Ling Sen and Lin Ming. The palace master and the others are here. Liang Long put down the pine nuts. At the entrance of the martial arts arena, a row of people filed out. The person walking in front in white was Qinziya. Snowflakes fell and flew away naturally when they approached his body. Not a single snowflake fell on him. Behind Qinziya, followed Palace Master Sun and the elders of the martial arts palace. At the end were Lin Ming, Ling Sen and the other 5 contestants. Seeing Lin Ming appear, the atmosphere of the entire arena suddenly became high. In the past few months, Lin Ming has created miracles several times, and his accumulated popularity has even surpassed Qinziya. Especially for civilian martial artists and female fans, Lin Ming is an absolute idol. Many noble girls waved their silks in front of Lin Ming without restraint. This time, Lin Ming reappeared after 2 months of silence, which aroused infinite expectations from fans. As the competition time approached, more and more characters appeared. Even Beijing Guyan, who had been staying at home recently, came. This caused Mirengzi to be surprised. Sister Jingayan, you finally came out. If you stay in the house for a few more days, you will get moldy. Beijing Guyan smiled and said nothing. She casually glanced at the whole audience. Her eyes stayed on Lin Ming for a short time, and then moved away. Beijing Guyan naturally knew the feud between Lin Ming and Ouyang Dehe, but reason told her that Ouyang Dehe's death was caused by an innate master, and had nothing to do with Lin Ming. But for some reason, she always unconsciously linked the two together. Sister Jingayan, who are you looking for? Mirengzi asked with a smile. Just a casual look, nothing. Beijing Guyan shook her head and smiled indifferently, but her mood was not calm. There was only a quarter of an hour left before the start of the preliminaries, and at this time, the Crown Prince Yanglin also arrived. Today, Yanglin wore a tiger skin unicorn robe, snow boots, and rode a snow dragon horse, which was full of vigor and vitality. The crown prince's arrival was not announced because there were too many important people present today, including important people from major families, princes and nobles, marquesses, and earls, and even 2 of the 10 generals. In such a scene, it was not easy for him, a prince, to be high profile. Chapter 228 Lin Ming vs Jiang Bin. After Yang Lin arrived, he smiled at Lin Ming from a distance, and then went straight to his seat and sat down. Since Yang Dahua's death, the prince's status has risen, and all parties have become more polite to Yang Lin. Following the prince was the state marshal Qin Zhao. With Qin Zhao's arrival, all the people in the military system stood up, and the 2 generals rushed over to greet him. In recent years, Qin Zhao has had unparalleled prestige in the army. Many people in Xianan Kingdom do not know the name of the monarch, but there is no one who does not know Qin Zhao's name. Behind Qin Zhao, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianxue followed on the left and right respectively. Qin Xingxuan's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many nobles present. Although they knew that they could not reach Qin Xingxuan, it was inevitable to take a few glances. Lin Ming smiled from a distance, which was considered a greeting. Half a year ago, Qin Zhao was still an unattainable figure for Lin Ming. It was the carriage of the marshal's mansion. He felt awe just by looking at him from a distance. But now, after meeting Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming suddenly became indifferent when he met Qin Zhao again. Qin Zhao was a god in the eyes of the people in Xianan country, but outside Xianan country, he was just an ordinary warrior in the postnatal period. In the eyes of a figure like Mu Qianxue, he was even more insignificant. At this time, the elder who was in charge of presiding over this preliminary competition saw that the time had come, stood up and said, "Let's start drawing lots now." This preliminary competition adopts the elimination method. In the first game, one of the 5 people will have a bye, and the other 2 groups will face off. The loser will enter the loser group, and the winner will continue to play. The loser group will still play the elimination game. If they lose again, they will lose the qualification. In the end, the winner of each of the winner group and the loser group will decide the first place, which will be the candidate to participate in the general martial arts competition. Lin Ming took out a jade card from the lottery box. It said the first match. He gave it to the steward, who was in charge of registering the matches. The steward wrote the match list on the bulletin board. First round, Lin Ming vs. Jiang Bin. Second round, Ling Sen vs. Zhao Jifeng. Tuoku had a bye. After the bulletin board was hung up, the audience's enthusiasm was obviously high. Lin Ming was on the field in the first round. They had been looking forward to it for a long time. In a corner of the martial arts arena, Jiang Bin looked at the enthusiastic audience from a distance and laughed coldly. Zhao Jifeng saw Jiang Bin's expression and smiled. "Are you very unconvinced? Don't you look at these audiences? Which one of them is optimistic about me? I guess they don't even know my name." Jiang Bin said with a sneer. He has a 5th grade martial arts talent. Now he is 18 years old, and his cultivation has reached the peak of bone forging. He is expected to break through the condensed vein stage before the age of 20. Although he believes that his cultivation speed is not as fast as Lin Ming, if he compares the combat effectiveness of the same level, he does not believe that he is much worse than Lin Ming. Everyone is a genius. Lin Ming was just a genius who defeated Zhang Guanyu, who was in the early stage of bone forging, at the Yijin stage. How powerful could Zhang Guanyu be as a non-core disciple? What was so great about defeating him? As for the so-called miracle, created by Lin Ming before, it was a joke in Jiang Bin's eyes. Defeating Zhu Yan, Zhang Kang and other insignificant minions was considered a miracle, but it was too cheap. Zhao Jifeng sneered twice and echoed, "It's normal that these people haven't heard of us. After all, we are not from Xianan country. How can the court promote us? These fools are waiting to see Lin Ming step on you. You should give them a good slap in the face later. I can't say for sure whether I will lose. We are all at the peak of bone forging, and our combat effectiveness is stronger than that of warriors of the same level. Why do you think I will lose? It's a joke." Jiang Bin comes from the Jiang family of martial arts, one of the 4 major martial arts families around Xianan country. People who come out of the 4 major families have an innate sense of superiority and arrogance. Moreover, Jiang Bin was the most outstanding young disciple of the Jiang family. He was full of vigor and vitality. How could he be willing to be inferior to others? The game has begun. It's your turn to play. You will kill Lin Ming, and I will kill Tuoku. Let's see what the expressions of these fools are like. Lin Ming had already been on the field. He was holding the heavy and soft silver spear, waiting for his opponent. Jiang Bin walked up to the stage with great dignity, looked at Lin Ming, and sneered. Lin Ming, right? I have heard a lot about you. In the 7 Zuanwu mansions, you are indeed a genius that only appears once in 100 years. However, the so-called 7 Zuanwu mansions here only refer to non-core disciples. The 4 major martial arts families around our Xianan kingdom are not included. Our 4 major martial arts families have a 1,000-year history, and the foundation is beyond your imagination. The 4 major martial arts families each occupy a sacred mountain on the border of Xianan kingdom, and they have indeed been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, the dynasties of Xianan kingdom have changed 6 times, but these 4 major martial arts families have always existed. No dynasty would touch them. If the 4 families unite, they will be a force that cannot be underestimated. Oh. The 4 major families have been passed down for 1,000 years. Lin Ming was slightly stunned, and then shook his head. It took 1,000 years to develop into a first-class family. This is also called a profound foundation. It's really a waste of this 1,000-year history. Jiang Bin saw that there was a bit of disapproval in Lin Ming's smile, and he was immediately furious. Lin Ming, it seems that you look down on my 4 major martial arts families. Well, I will let you see the ancestral swordsmanship of my Jiang family. Jiang Bin was not sure who was stronger than Lin Ming, but when he saw that Lin Ming had the intention of underestimating his opponent, his confidence in winning suddenly increased a little. Wait, kid, I will make you pay for your arrogance. I will finish you off within 20 moves. I want to see what the expressions of those who support you are. Jiang Bin thought so, and the true energy condensed and the long sword in his hand became more concentrated. This is a human level middle grade treasure sword, and it is the top treasure of the same level. At this time, the referee elder announced the rules of the game loudly. You can choose your own treasure, regardless of the grade. You will lose if you voluntarily admit defeat, or fall to the ground due to injury. You cannot kill the opponent, and you cannot intentionally injure others. The competition begins now. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Bin, who had already accumulated enough strength, took a step forward and used his body skills to rush towards Lin Ming. This was the unique Jiangshu Wuhan body skills of the Jiang family. Jiang Bin's body dragged a series of shadows in the rapid movement, and his movements were like flowing clouds and water, and they were natural. Slowly, there were more and more shadows, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real Jiang Bin. The people in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this scene. They didn't know Jiang Bin at all. They only knew that he was a core disciple of the Wufu, but they didn't know what his strength was. However, because of their blind worship of Lin Ming, Jiang Bin was directly treated as a passerby, and he should be waiting to be stepped on by Lin Ming. But now it seems that Jiang Bin is not an ordinary person. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. There are many warriors present, and several generals have reached the middle and late stages of condensed veins. They were all extremely surprised when they saw Jiang Bin's body skills. Even if they didn't calm down, they couldn't see where Jiang Bin's true body was. Jiang Bin deliberately showed off. In terms of the body skills of the 4 major families, Jiangshu Wuhan of the Jiang family is the most gorgeous. Ordinary warriors have no way to deal with this body skill. Liang Long, who was sitting in the audience, said while eating pine nuts, Lin Ming is not an ordinary warrior. If Jiang Bin can practice his steps to the point where he can move forward and backward like water and be round and flawless, he can beat Lin Ming. But now he has only practiced this move to 50%, so it's hard to say whether he will win or lose, but it is certain that he will cause some trouble to Lin Ming. Zhao Yu knew Jiangshu Wuhan of the Jiang family very well and saw the realm of Jiang Bin's body skills at a glance. Just when many viewers were worried about Lin Ming, Jiang Bin drew his sword. To be more precise, more than a dozen Jiang Bin drew their swords together. More than a dozen sharp swords were raised high at the same time, emitting cold light. The thick true essence condensed on the sword tip, forming a physical sword light visible to the naked eye. Well, The true essence takes shape. At this point, many viewers exclaimed. The true essence takes shape can usually only be performed by warriors in the condensation vein stage, and Jiangbin is only at the peak of the bone forging stage. Moon crossing the river. Jiangbin shouted loudly, and the sound came from all directions. More than a dozen sharp swords pierced Lin Ming's face together. This move was full of momentum, and the true essence surged like a surging river. Such a dense rain of swords made many viewers feel anxious. How could they avoid it? Moon crossing the river is one of the top 3 killer moves in the Jiang family swordsmanship. Although Jiangbin belittled Lin Ming with words, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy when he really started fighting. What a good swordsmanship. The sword is like the river water, penetrating every hole. The combination of Jiang families Yudu Hengjiang and Jiangshu Wuhan is almost impossible to avoid. It depends on how Lin Ming. Liang Long was only halfway through his words when he fell silent. He watched Lin Ming not even use the chunks and soft silver spear, but just stepped forward and punched out. Body shattering punch. Bang. The floor tiles under Lin Ming's feet were directly shaken and exploded, and 5,000 vibrating true essences burst out, rushing towards Jiangbin like a ferocious dragon. If Jiangbin's sword is a surging river water, then Lin Ming's vibrating true essence is the fierce dragon crossing the river. Puff. More than a dozen phantoms of Jiangbin were directly shattered, and Jiangbin's main body was hit by Lin Ming's punch. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Even the sword in his hand was knocked away. A warrior can be seriously injured, but he cannot abandon his sword. However, Jiangbin could not hold it anymore. The violent vibration from the hilt cracked his knuckles. The whole audience was shocked when they saw Jiangbin fall off the martial arts field. Although they thought Lin Ming should win, they did not expect him to win so thoroughly. Moreover, the guy named Jiangbin did not look like a straw bag, but he was thrown out by Lin Ming like a straw bag, and he could not even use the heavy and mysterious soft silver gun. Mirengzi was stunned. She murmured to herself, "It's only been 2 months. Your sister, how can this animal improve so much? Do you want to let people live?" One very important thing is that, if users of the primary VIP subscribe to Mu Qianxue, they can get a free evaluation ticket. You can only vote for this book. Don't waste it. Please vote by the way. Thank you. Please make sure to check whether it is free when voting. If it is not free, you will be prompted to consume Kidian coins. Don't vote. Please note that it is a primary VIP, not a high V. This rating, well, of course 10 points is better, because 10 points is 2 heat indexes. Shameless smile. Chapter 229 Ling Xian's powerful strength. Liang Long shut up now, and Song Zia couldn't talk anymore. Thinking of what he said just now, he felt his face burning. He also said that he wanted to go on stage to test Lin Ming's ability. Now it seems that he will end up similar to Jiangbin after he really goes on stage. Liang Long is indeed stronger than Jiangbin, but not much stronger. Is this really a peak bone forging warrior? At least he has the strength of a mid-stage condensed meridian warrior. Liang Long swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but glance at Zhao Yu next to him, but saw that Zhao Yu's face was as dark as water. His eyes were gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Qin Zia nodded slightly on the main seat, unable to hide the smile on his face. This time when Lin Ming went out for training, his strength improved too much. If it was 2 months ago, when Lin Ming was only in the Yijin stage, he would never be Jiangbin's opponent. This kid might have a trump card. I'm really looking forward to it. Sun Yaodao stroked his beard and smiled. At his age and cultivation level, he had no hope of breaking through. So being able to train outstanding students was Sun Yaodao's greatest comfort. Lin Ming wins. The referee elder was also stunned for a while before announcing the result. As an elder of the inner court of the 7 Zuanwu Palace, he knew Jiangbin's strength very well. Although his cultivation level was at the peak of bone forging, he could definitely fight against the weakest warrior in the condensing vein stage without losing. But now he was defeated by Lin Ming in one move. Doesn't this mean that Lin Ming can at least kill the weakest warrior in the condensing vein stage in seconds? A warrior at the peak of bone forging can kill a warrior in the condensing vein stage in seconds. What does this mean? Then when he reaches the condensing vein stage, can he kill himself in seconds? After taking a deep look at Lin Ming, the referee announced the second match, Ling Sen vs. Zhao Jifeng. The second match was about to begin. Jiangban had been sent to the loser group, but judging from his situation, it was useless to be in the loser group. He could not possibly enter the top 2. "It's your turn." Tuoku sighed and patted Ling Sen on the shoulder. "It seems that I have no hope of going to the general martial arts competition this time. I definitely cannot beat you. Now look at Lin Ming, I'm still far behind. Hey, I will join the army after graduation." Although Tuoku shook his head and sighed, he still had a smile on his face. He was not particularly depressed. In fact, as early as when Lin Ming returned, and Tuoku knew that Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of bone forging, he had a premonition that he would not be Lin Ming's opponent, but he did not expect the gap to be so big. "Well, I will also join the army after graduation. It's still suitable for me." Ling Sen silently drew out his heavy sword. He did not have the Sumaru ring, so the heavy sword was always on his back. He used this method to constantly hone his compatibility with the sword and finally reached the realm of unity between man and sword. "Old Ling, you are the only one left to deal with Lin Ming. I think you still have a chance." Tuoku glanced at Lin Ming from a distance and said to Ling Senator. Ling Sen remained silent. If Lin Ming's true strength was used just now, he could indeed fight him and even win, but would this be Lin Ming's true strength? I'm afraid he still has many unknown cards that he hasn't used. Unfathomable. This is how Ling Sen felt about Lin Ming at this moment. After Ling Sen came on the stage, he immediately attracted the attention of all the audience present. This is the eldest brother of the Qianxue mansion of the 7 Zuanwu mansions. For several years, he has been sitting firmly in this position. Whether it is Zhang Guanai or Tuoku, they are far from his opponents. However, people don't know how strong Ling Sen is. It is just rumored that he can beat the weakest warrior in the condensation vein stage with the strength of the peak of Yijin. Now that Ling Sen has broken through the bone forging stage, what height will his strength reach? People are full of expectations, including Lin Ming, who is also paying special attention. Although Ling Sen's cultivation progresses slowly, he is making steady progress step by step and accumulating strength for a breakthrough. Ling Sen's sure martial intentions didn't contribute much to cultivation, but they could play an extremely effective role in training a warrior's combat power. This was something that the void martial intentions could never achieve. Ling Senator. In the martial arts arena, Ling Sen silently looked at his opponent and called out his name. There was a cold murderous aura in his voice, which was cultivated from countless killings and sure martial intentions. "Zhao family, Zhao Jifeng." Zhao Jifeng's voice was a little low when he introduced himself. After his companions were completely beaten, Zhao Jifeng also lost his confidence just now. He was completely unsure of facing Ling Senator. Damn it, that Lin Ming is a pervert. I'm definitely not his opponent. I can't lose this match against Ling Sen again. If I lose, there will be no chance for the general martial arts competition. Zhao Jifeng muttered to himself and held the thick back knife in his hand a little tighter. Although he did not expect to achieve any results in the Zhangzhang martial arts competition, Zhao Yu of the Zhao family and Liang Long of the Liang family both participated in the competition. If he was eliminated, it would be a shame for the family. He would not be able to raise his head in the family in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Jifeng gritted his teeth and fought. The referee walked onto the stage and announced loudly, "I will not repeat the rules. The competition begins now." As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Jifeng rushed out in one step. The thick back knife in his hand flashed a dark black light. The blade dragged, and the light was dragged to more than 10 feet long. The blade light was in an arc shape. From a distance, it looked like a huge black moon suddenly descended on the earth. "Falling moon slash." Zhao Jifeng shouted, holding the thick back knife tightly with both hands, and slashed it fiercely at Ling Sen. This knife blocked the sunlight, as if the night fell. Ling Sen's eyes were fixed, and he swung the heavy sword in his hand. His sword was swung very slowly, and it was still behind. It seemed that he could not catch up with Zhao Jifeng's falling moon slash. But at the moment, when the swords intersected, a puzzling scene happened. Zhao Jifeng's body suddenly paused, and Ling Sen's sword swung in front of Zhao Jifeng. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and Zhao Jifeng's half-moon slash was like a huge piece of glass hit by an awl, shattering into countless small black fragments. Zhao Jifeng's body shook, and he fell from the air like a sack, and fell heavily to the ground. He was not hit by Ling Xian's sword energy, nor did he suffer any flesh injuries, let alone vomiting blood, but he seemed unable to get up after falling to the ground. Ling Xian put the heavy sword back on his back, turned around and left, without even looking at Zhao Jifeng. The audience was a little dumbfounded. Ling Xian's sword light clearly did not fall on Zhao Jifeng, so how could he knock him to the ground? Liang Long, Zhao Yu and others did not understand. Lin Ming frowned slightly. He had a strong soul power and a keen sense of perception that was far better than that of ordinary people. Just now, he vaguely felt that Ling Xian seemed to have released a materialized murderous aura that broke into Zhao Jifeng's body and injured him internally. In the second match, Ling Xian wins. The referee used his senses to check Zhao Jifeng's condition and found that he was fine, so he found a few people to carry Zhao Jifeng away. As the referee announced, the whole audience was in an uproar. This is victory? He defeated Zhao Jifeng with one move, and he didn't even touch him. What happened? Listening to the excited discussions of the audience around them, Liang Long and Zhao Yu were a little embarrassed. They were now glad that few people knew them, and naturally didn't know their identities as core disciples of the martial arts family, otherwise they would really have to find a crack in the ground to hide. In 2 consecutive matches, the children of 2 of the 4 major families were all eliminated, and they were defeated in one move. Lin Ming is powerful, but why is Ling Xian so abnormal? Question mark? Liang Long and Zhao Yu's strength is not necessarily much stronger than Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin, which means that, no matter Lin Ming or Ling Xian, they can deal with them in an instant. This Ling Xian really gave me a surprise. Qin Zia looked at Ling Xian's back and was secretly shocked. He originally thought that Ling Xian would not be Lin Ming's opponent, but now it seems that the two have a fight. It should be the killing spirit. Ling Xian is ruthless and has no desires. There is only killing in his heart. This is the inner demon of his martial arts heart, but it is also the best weapon. The killing spirit condenses into substance so that it can attack directly. The reason why Zhao Jifeng paused before was that he was forced by Ling Xian's killing spirit and couldn't exert his strength. Sun Yao Dao has lived for more than 100 years. Although his own strength is not top-notch, he is very experienced and can see Ling Xian's attack method at a glance. Qin Zia said, not only that, Ling Xian condensed the murderous aura around him, forming a murderous aura protection similar to a field. If you are not strong enough, you can't even break his murderous aura protection. Ling Xian has a great understanding to be able to create this kind of moves by himself. No wonder his strength has grown so fast. I haven't paid attention to Ling Xian in the past few years, but I didn't expect that his strength has grown to this level. This is something to watch. I thought that the battle between Lin Ming and Ling Xian would be a one-sided battle, but this time it is suspenseful. Who do you think will win? Qin Zia shook her head. I don't know. In the previous battle, Ling Xian and Lin Ming didn't try their best. It depends on who has more hidden strength and who has a more powerful trump card. This time when I go to the main sect, I plan to make an exception and apply to the main sect to let Ling Xian become a core disciple. Alas, it's a pity falling senator. Everything is good, but his martial arts talent is average, and his cultivation progress is too slow. Ling Xian is now 21 years old. He is only in the bone tempering stage. He will be at least 24 or 25 years old to reach the vein condensation stage. He will be in his 30s when he reaches the peak of the acquired stage. He will probably be in his 40s or 50s when he reaches the innate stage. It is too late to break through the best time. With the end of Ling Xian's battle, the preliminaries entered the second round. Lin Ming is about to clash with Ling Xian and Tuoku. The audience recalled Ling Xian's overwhelming victory just now, and were all very excited. Xian'an country has added another top master, and the most exciting thing is that the next will be a duel between Ling Xian and Lin Ming. This is a fight between dragons and tigers. Just thinking about it makes people's blood boil. Even the 2 generals present were very excited. At their position, they have experienced countless life and death battles and ups and downs. There are few things that can arouse their excitement. But at this moment, they found the passion they had when they were young. Who will win the clash of two top geniuses? The more the National Defense Marshal Qianxue looked at Lin Ming, the more he liked him. If his granddaughter had not said before that she would never consider marriage before she got married, he would have thought about whether he could recruit Lin Ming to be his granddaughter's son-in-law. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Battle of Tuoku. The second round will start soon. Do you two need a rest? The referee asked Lin Ming and Ling Sen symbolically. In fact, in his opinion, the two did not exert much effort at all, so they probably did not need to rest. Sure enough, Ling Sen and Lin Ming shook their heads together. Well, let's start the second round. The referee took the lottery box. There were actually only 2 lots in the lottery box, one for fighting, and one for buys. Tuoku had already had a buy, so it was assumed that he would fight. Ling Sen and Lin Ming would draw the lots. At this time, Tuoku said, no need to draw. There are only 3 people left. I can't beat anyone. But I still want to fight with Lin Ming. This is a duel that has been scheduled before. Tuoku looked at Lin Ming and said, how about it, junior brother Lin? Let's go on stage. How about you? You can only get your billing pill after defeating me. Lin Ming laughed and said, why not? It's fun. Then come on. Tuoku said, and jumped onto the martial arts field. At the same time, he drew out his 8-foot stick. The stick made of purple crow bullet iron is as thick as an egg, and there are golden hoops on both sides. The golden hoops can prevent the enemy's weapons from slipping in and hurting fingers. Lin Ming took a look, pondered for a while, and drew out the Guanhang spear in the Zumi ring. Since he got the Qianxue soft silver spear, he has not used the Guanhang spear for a long time. This time he drew it out because he didn't want to take advantage of Tuoku in weapons. The treasure of the stick and spear is too difficult to find, especially when it has to ensure elasticity. Tuoku has been using the purple crow bullet iron stick for so many years. Tuoku saw Lin Ming change his gun and laughed. Junior brother Lin, you don't have to give in to me in terms of weapons. To be honest, I didn't come on stage today to compete with you. Lin Ming was stunned. If not a martial arts competition, what should we compete in? Tuoku chuckled and said, compare strength. His voice was loud and clear, and the whole audience could hear it clearly. Mirengzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If they didn't compete in martial arts, but competed in strength, wouldn't it be obvious that Lin Ming would suffer a loss? Tuoku was born with supernatural power, and he practiced a strength-based technique to temper the body. He has always been the most powerful disciple of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Although Lin Ming was quite strong, how could he be compared to Tuoku? She couldn't help but say to Beijing Guyan, Tuoku, this gorilla usually looks quite honest, but I didn't expect him to be so treacherous. Although Lin Ming is an animal cannot compete with a gorilla in strength. Beijing Guyan rolled his eyes at Mirengzi and said with a smile, since Tuoku said that, he must have given up the competition and just wanted to compete with Lin Ming in physical strength. As Beijing Guyan said, Tuoku said, junior brother Lin, in terms of strength, I'm far inferior to you, so I admit defeat in this competition in advance. My speed is not good, my attack power is not good, and my cultivation is not good, but my physical strength is the best thing. I know that you, junior brother Lin, are also good at this. When you first entered the 7 Profound Martial Palace, you were considered to be born with supernatural powers. Later, your fighting style was mostly head-on. I was thinking at the time, when you have reached the same level of cultivation as me, we will have a serious contest of physical strength to see who is the strongest in the 7 Profound Martial Palace. How about it? Tuoku said, casually bending the 8-foot stick in his hand a few times. The purple crow elastic iron stick as thick as an egg was actually like a vine in his hand, deforming at will. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming laughed and said, okay, then let's compete in strength. But I won't take advantage of you. This competition will see who has the greatest strength, and whoever wins will be the winner. Tuoku was stunned, and then said, "That's not necessary. I'm still looking forward to your final battle with Ling Senator. If I fight with him, it will be boring. I don't know how many times I have been abused by him. I don't want to be abused by him again in public." Tuoku laughed, and Lin Ming also laughed, and said, "You say that, do you think I will definitely lose to you in a strength competition? I didn't say you will lose, but..." Tuoku smiled slyly, revealing a row of neat white teeth, "But I'm more likely to win. Haha, there's no point in saying more, then let's compete," Lin Ming said, shaking the Guanhang spear in his hand. The 8-foot Guanhang spear trembled violently like a spring. "Good," Taku shouted loudly, and with the sound of tearing silk, his clothes were directly shattered into pieces and flew out, revealing a body of muscles as solid as granite. Taku was nearly 9 feet tall, and he could block the sunlight when he stood in front of people, like an iron tower. Generally, men in Cheyenne country could call themselves 7-foot tall men, which was considered a good height, but such people standing in front of Taku could only barely reach his shoulders. As Taku exerted force, his muscles made a popping sound. His chest was as thick as a water tank, his thighs were as thick as buckets, and the blue veins on his skin were twisted and twisted like earthworms. Such an exaggerated body shape made the audience exclaim, "This is simply a bear. Come." Taku stepped sideways and took a horse stance. With a loud bang, he stepped on the floor tiles and shattered them. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The floor tiles of the martial arts arena were specially processed and extremely hard, but Tuoku stepped on them casually and crushed them with just his physical strength. He was truly born with supernatural powers. He also took off his shirt, revealing a well-proportioned and solid body of muscles. Compared to Tuoku's rough and solid skin like granite, Lin Ming's body seemed a little delicate. After 4 years of martial arts training, exposed to the wind, sun, and rain, and countless pile driving and bone dissection, Lin Ming's body and hands also had a lot of rough skin left. However, after absorbing a lot of blood and qi, and after several times of washing the tendons and marrow, these rough skins slowly peeled off. Now Lin Ming looked like a rich young master who had not worked much. Lin Ming was about to turn 16 years old. He had grown taller, and the childishness on his face was gradually disappearing. Coupled with this well-proportioned body of muscles, it was easy for people to ignore his age. Moreover, although Lin Ming's appearance was not as handsome as Jade, he was also outstanding. Seeing this, some girls present couldn't help but scream. A bunch of crazy fans. Mirengzi curled her lips in disdain. In her opinion, being a fan of Lin Ming was simply a losing business because he couldn't possibly marry these girls present. Knowing that they had no hope of becoming his concubines, he still threw himself at them. What else could he be but a crazy fan? Beijing Gan smiled but said nothing, but she also agreed with Mirengzi's point of view. It was impossible for Cheyenne country to keep Lin Ming. He would leave here eventually. The figures of Lin Ming and Tuoku on the field were completely disproportionate, which made many people present worry. Could Lin Ming beat the big bear in front of him in terms of strength? Lin Ming held the gun in his right hand, his forearm resting on the gun shaft, his elbow pressing on the gun tail, and the rainbow spear stretched out horizontally, posing the starting posture of the iron bridge blocking the river. "Be careful." Tuoku stomped his feet on the ground, and the rocks he stepped on exploded directly, and his body rushed up like a chariot. He clenched the purple crowbullet iron rod with both hands and smashed it at Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a horse stance, held the rainbow spear horizontally, and met Tuoku's smash without any fancy moves. Boom. The huge impact force made Lin Ming's feet crush the ground directly and sink into the floor tiles. Neither of them used any martial arts skills, and fought completely with physical strength. Squeaky squeaky, the iron rod and the rainbow spear made a sound of metal squeezing and deforming. The spear and the rod had bent like a bow, as if they could not bear the weight, and were about to be broken. The powerful collision caused spider web-like cracks on the ground under the feet of the two people. The audience and the audience seats were all terrified. Is this still human strength? Lin Ming felt the situation of the rainbow spear in his hand, but he couldn't bear to use force. He knew that, if he burst out with all his strength, it would inevitably cause permanent damage to the rainbow spear. This gun has been with him for so long, and he really couldn't bear to break it like this. Change the way. This is too much for our weapons. In such a fierce competition, Lin Ming was still able to speak calmly, and it was obvious that he was holding back. That's exactly what I want. How do you think we should compete? No weapons, just wrestle. Tuoku thought for a moment and said in a muffled voice, I'm bigger than you. If we wrestle directly, you won't have the advantage. Why don't we use a force measuring stone tablet? It's the most direct way. Force measuring stone tablet? Sure. When Tuoku mentioned the force measuring stone tablet, Lin Ming also wanted to know the limit of his physical strength. He didn't know how long it had been since he had used a force measuring stone tablet. A martial arts competition strangely turned into a competition using force measuring stone tablets. The audience present were all looking forward to it. They were also curious about the limit of the strength of these two people. Elder referee, can you prepare a force measuring stone tablet for us? Lin Ming asked. Of course. The force measuring room of the 7 Zuanwu mansion was not far away. The elder referee gave an order and the two warriors ran over to move it. Force measuring stone tablet. I remember that Tuoku was able to hit 8,000 jin a year ago. At that time, he had just entered the bone forging stage. His cultivation was unstable, and his true essence bone forging had just begun. Now he is in the middle stage of bone forging, and his true essence bone forging has reached perfection. This time, I'm afraid he will hit 9,000 jin or more. 9,000 jin. Tut tut. Even a warrior at the peak of the condensed veins stage, his physical strength is only 8,000 jin. This time, Lin Ming fell into the pit that Tuoku had dug. Sun Yao Dao smiled and stroked his beard. It is not easy to improve physical strength. From the beginning of the bone forging stage to the middle stage of bone forging, the true essence force will increase several times, but the increase in physical strength will be much less. Therefore, the advantage of natural divine power will become less and less obvious as time goes by. Kinzia also smiled without saying anything. For Tuoku, winning or losing in strength is no longer important. All he wants is the title of the first in physical strength in the 7 Zuanwu palaces. He wants to fight for his reputation. Lin Ming is quite strong. I'm looking forward to how much he can do. The force measuring stone tablet was quickly moved to the arena and fixed to the arena with a binding formation. The black force measuring stone tablet stood quietly in the center of the arena. The crystal pillar in the tablet was 12 feet high, and 1 foot represented 1,000 kilograms. Tuo walked onto the stage with a wry smile. Junior brother Lin, I'll go first. Okay, you go first. Chapter 231, 10,000 Jin Strength. With the appearance of Tuoku, the originally noisy martial arts arena suddenly became quiet. Tuoku walked to the force measuring stone tablet, holding the purple crowbullet iron rod in his right hand and suddenly pressed it down. With a bang, the iron rod broke through the floor tiles and stuck into the ground. Tuoku clenched his fists, and his joints made crackling sounds like small thunder. With his right leg lying horizontally, he slowly took a horse stance. Tuoku took a few deep breaths to make his breath reach a completely stable state. At this moment, he was like a lion that was gathering strength and preparing for his fatal blow. All the audience, including several generals, Liang Long, Zhao Yu and others, held their breath and waited for Tuoku to make a move. Crack. With the sound of the joints popping again, Tuoku clenched his right fist, raised it to the same level as the fist target, and then slowly pulled it back. Ha! Tuoku suddenly shouted, using his legs to support his waist to support his back, and his right fist to smash out like a meteorite. With a loud bang, the entire force measuring stone tablet was shaken, as if it was about to explode. The light of the crystal pillar rushed up like a fountain, and rushed to a position higher than Tuoku's height. 9 feet and 5 inches, 9,500 pounds. The whole audience was in an uproar. This result has exceeded the limit of a warrior in the physical training stage. Even a warrior at the peak of the condensed meridians can only hit a result of 8,000 pounds. Even the acquired warriors can hardly exceed 9,000 pounds, because the later the warrior is, the more he relies on his true essence, and there is a limit to the growth of physical strength. After approaching this limit, it is difficult to increase it. Even Kinzia's strength may not be stronger than Tuoku. People can't help but look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was indeed once known for his strong strength, but 9,500 pounds is like a mountain. It is too difficult to surpass it. Junior brother Lin, it's your turn. Tuoku rubbed his fists. He was very satisfied with the result. When he tested it himself before, the best result was only 9,500 kilograms. Lin Ming walked onto the stage, holding the stone tablet with one hand and shaking it, testing the strength of the binding array. It felt okay, and should be able to withstand his strength. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Ming's attack, to see how much he could achieve. Lin Ming relaxed his mind and his body relaxed like a bow. The Chaos Gang Dao Sutra was originally a physical training method. Practicing it would condense the true essence and make the power strong. For the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, there is no limit to the human body. After condensing the meridians, it is the tempering of the marrow. After the tempering of the marrow, the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace are opened. At that time, the human body will correspond to the heaven and earth. With the physical strength alone, it can split the mountains and crack the earth, break the sky, and pick the stars. Of course, Lin Ming was still far from this realm, but he had absorbed a lot of blood and ki in the past few months, and coupled with the body training and the life and death trial, the blood and ki in his body were like billowing wolf smoke, curling endlessly, and there was explosive power in his body at any time. If he didn't vent it, he would not feel happy. Taking a deep breath, his center of gravity pressed on his legs. His spine bent, like a bow full of power, and with a roar, Lin Ming suddenly leaped forward. His body rushed forward like a lion fighting a rabbit, and his fist was like a dragon going out to sea, with an unstoppable momentum, violently hitting the fist target. Bang! The huge force of 10,000 pounds burst out, and the fist target cracked under the huge impact force. The black stone tablet shook violently, and the crystal column instantly rushed to 12 feet, but this was the limit of the force measuring stone tablet. Bang! With a light sound like glass breaking, the crystal column exploded, and countless true essence stone powders fell like stars in the sky. At this moment, the audience was dumbfounded. Break the crystal pillar. This crystal pillar can measure 12,000 jin of force, but it was broken? Kinzia was also very surprised. It has always been said that Lin Ming was born with supernatural power, but no one knows to what extent the supernatural power is. To break a crystal pillar of 12,000 jin, the force must be at least 13,000 jin. Reaching 13,000 jin with physical strength alone is rare, not to mention in Xian'an country, even in the entire Xian'an continent. Because after a warrior reaches the innate level, the strength basically no longer increases. Even if you take a master of the innate extreme, the strength will not exceed 10,000 jin. TSK. Animals are animals. It's true that you can't look at them with human eyes. I don't know what kind of grass he eats to grow up. Mirengzi is very adaptable. After just praising him, she quickly accepted this fact. No matter what happens to Lin Ming, she will not be too surprised. If one day, Lin Ming no longer does something that goes against common sense, Mirengzi will be surprised instead. However, at this time, Beijing Guan, who was beside Mirengzi, was staring at the black stone tablet in the center of the field in a daze. In fact, the strength of 12,000 to 13,000 kilograms does not represent how strong the combat power is. It only shows that Lin Ming has a special physique, is born with supernatural power, or has eaten some natural treasures that enhance his strength. But Beijing Guan always has a special feeling. Lin Ming must have many unknown cards. His strength is definitely not just that much, but reason tells her that even if Lin Ming can kill a peak master of condensed veins in seconds, it is impossible for him to kill our Angdaher under such circumstances. However, Lin Ming himself is an existence that goes against common sense. Which of his actions can be predicted by common sense? Tuoku looked at the scattered Zenuan stone powder and the cracked black force measuring stone tablet, exhaled lightly, smiled and shook his head. I admit defeat. I'm convinced. Even if I reach the peak of condensation meridian, I can only exert a force of 12,000 jin, which is the limit. I can't break the crystal stone pillar at all. Junior brother Lin's physique leaves me speechless. The height of the force measuring stone tablet is naturally not made casually. 12,000 jin can be said to be the limit of human strength. Lin Ming said. In fact, Senior brother Tuoku does not have to pursue strength blindly. You can consider working hard in other places. After all, strength has a limit. For the warriors of Xianan continent, if they do not know how to open the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of Dao Palace, then there is no future for blindly practicing strength. There is still some use in the body training stage, but after truly entering the acquired stage, the physical strength of less than 10,000 jin is even more insignificant. Tuoku sighed, I know that, but strength is my strength. I'm not good at other aspects. Let's break through the condensation phase first. As for other aspects, let's consider it later. Tuoku is already 21 years old. It is estimated that he will not be able to break through the condensation phase until he is 23 or 24. At this age, he has basically lost the value of cultivation for the big sects. However, if he gives up the sect and joins the army, Tuoku will definitely become a fierce general who kills all around. Imagine him on the battlefield, with a stick. He will pick up the enemy generals and horses. The morale increase brought by that scene is something that a warrior who specializes in true essence can never achieve. Although Tuoku cannot enter the sect, he is destined to be rich and prosperous for life, and it is not a problem to even be one of the top 10 generals. This is also the ultimate in the secular world, and it will become the belief of countless Xianan soldiers. Staying in the secular world is not bad, comfortable and noble, and there are still 100 or 200 years of wealth and prosperity to enjoy, respected by others, and a group of wives and concubines. On the contrary, if you pursue the ultimate in martial arts, then you are destined to have a bumpy road. Explore secret realms, seek opportunities, fight with others, and survive a narrow escape. Boring training requires one to endure loneliness. Although wealth and glory are within reach, enjoying it also corrupts one's fighting spirit. For martial arts masters, it is normal to be in seclusion for 10 to 20 years and not know the taste of meat for 10 years. If one wants to fight against fate and break free from the cycle of life and death, one must endure this pain and loneliness. Especially after Lin Ming met Mu Qianxue, he became more determined to pursue the ultimate in martial arts. Morning fungi do not know the new moon and full moon, and mole crickets do not know the spring and autumn. A person who is in a high position in the secular world, even Kinzaro, the great general of Xianan Kingdom, only has a lifespan of 200 years. For those who stand at the peak of martial arts, he is just a mole cricket, at most the mole cricket king among mole crickets. The southern Xinjiang witch god lived for at least 30,000 years, leaving behind 72 witch god towers, which will last forever in the world. As for the people of Xianan continent, what was it like tens of thousands of years ago? They could only hear some illusory legends, and could not even see the classics. As the saying goes, paper lasts 1,000 years, silk lasts 800 years, silk books decay after 800 years, and paper books can only be stored for 1,000 years. How could there be any classics left from tens of thousands of years ago to now? Even the legends heard were mostly fabricated by later generations. Lin Ming did not want to return to dust after hundreds of years. He wanted to jump out of reincarnation and see what this martial arts was like when it reached its peak. When Lin Ming stepped down, Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin, who had recovered, saw that Lin Ming was already afraid, and the previous resistance had long been put away. Although 13,000 kilograms of physical strength may not necessarily mean a strong strength, the visual impact of smashing the crystal pillar on the force measuring stone tablet with one punch was too strong. Is this still a human? Who has seen a crystal pillar being broken? I have never even heard of it. Seeing Lin Ming coming, the two of them stood up in a hurry and ran away in shame. It was really stressful to be with a non-human. Lin Ming, I'll give you a quarter of an hour to rest and adjust your blood and ki, the referee elder said. Lin Ming shook his head. I didn't consume anything. No need to rest. I can fight now. Let's take a break. The one who said this was Ling Sen, who was wearing a black suit and carrying his signature 1000 Jin heavy sword on his back. I want to have a good fight with you in your best condition, even if I lose. Lin Ming smiled. Okay, to be honest, I have been looking forward to fighting with you for a long time, since the first time I saw you. The first time Lin Ming met Ling Sen was during the entrance examination of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Ling Sen's appearance left a deep impression on Lin Ming. As the eldest brother of the Qianxue mansion of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, his status was unshakable. For Lin Ming at that time, such a person was an unattainable existence, but it was also at that time that Lin Ming made up his mind that one day he would stand on the same stage with Ling Xian and have a serious fight. Chapter 232, Martial Battle. I have been looking forward to this duel for a long time. After you defeated Zhang Kang, I thought I would have to wait for many years. I didn't expect that the duel would come so soon. The first time Ling Xian paid attention to Lin Ming was when he saw the duel between Lin Ming and Zhang Kang. At that time, he and Tuoku arrived at the scene together, which caused quite a stir. Lin Ming had only been in the 7th Profound Martial Palace for a month when he defeated Zhang Kang, a master of the Earth Hall. At that time, Ling Xian had a premonition that he would fight Lin Ming one day. This was already a very high evaluation of Lin Ming, but now it seems that he still underestimated Lin Ming by a long way. For a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming was indeed meditating and regulating his breathing, even though his state was not exhausted at all. His mind was completely relaxed, and he entered an ethereal state, just waiting for this peak duel. The audience present had long been unable to sit still. The long-awaited decisive battle, the peak duel between the two most powerful young talents in Qian'an country. Such a grand event is rare in a lifetime. For a warrior, what could be more exciting than this? Although snowflakes were still floating in the sky, the enthusiasm of the audience seemed to melt the snow. Who will win? Who do you think will win? Who is the number one young warrior in Qian'an country? Almost all the audience were discussing this question, and they expressed their own opinions around this question. Some experts who thought they had good eyes even began to deduce the fight between the two. For a while, before Ling Xian and Lin Ming even fought, many versions of the fight were deduced, and the narration was so intense. If someone who didn't know came, they would think that these warriors who were talking vividly and spitting in the crowd had watched the duel between Lin Ming and Ling Senator. This battle will determine the number one young warrior in Qian'an country, but Ling Xian knows that not only is his chance of winning not high, but even if he wins, he can't become the number one young warrior in Qian'an country. He just turned 21, and Lin Ming is almost 16 years old. The age gap of 5 years is an insurmountable gap. These 5 years are the most critical 5 years for a warrior. After Lin Ming has gone through these 5 years, he will definitely become an acquired master. At that time, he will only break through the condensed vein stage. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Ling Xian was the first to walk into the martial arts arena. He walked steadily and exuded an invisible murderous aura. The snowflakes that fell on him were naturally blown away by the murderous aura, and none of them touched his body. Lin Ming drew out the heavy, mysterious soft silver spear. Both his spear and Ling Xian's sword were human-level middle-grade treasures, and they were very fair in terms of weapons. The two stood 10 feet apart and stared at each other silently. The air around them seemed to be stirred by the two of them, forming several invisible vortices, blowing the snowflakes to fly wantonly. The rules will not be repeated, and the game will begin. After the referee elder announced, the two did not move. Lin Ming held the heavy, mysterious soft silver spear horizontally with his right hand, with the tip of the spear pointing diagonally to the ground, while Ling Xian held the sword with both hands, with the sword tip horizontally blocking his chest. Although they did not move, the momentum of the two continued to accumulate invisibly. Ling Xian's murderous aura was formed by beheading countless Shura ghosts in Shura Wuai, just like a strong wind in winter. If a warrior with weaker strength faced Ling Xian's murderous aura, it would be like an ordinary person standing naked in the ice and snow, and could not use 50% of his strength. Some people with weak minds were even frightened and lost without fighting. However, Lin Ming was just the opposite. His aura was forged by the power of blood and qi. The powerful blood and qi turned and boiled like a rolling flame. Ordinary people didn't feel anything, but if a warrior who practiced yin corpse and exorcism approached, it would feel like approaching a scorching furnace. The ghosts that had been sacrificed not long ago would be scared away. Ling Xian's icy murderous aura and Lin Ming's blood and qi power clashed in the air. One was extremely cold, and the other was scorching. When the two met, ice and fire could not coexist. But in the end, it was Lin Ming's blood power that restrained the coldness. Ling Xian could even clearly hear the kai kai sound of his murderous aura being broken by the blood power. I didn't expect that you could use the blood power to restrain my Shura murderous aura. As fast as a ghost, with strong physical strength, thick and pure true essence, and strong blood power to support it, there is no doubt about his endurance. This Lin Ming is simply omnipotent. Ling Xian's expression became more solemn. He instantly restrained the murderous aura in his body. The materialized murderous aura condensed on the surface of his body. With his 5-foot heavy sword, he was like an insurmountable mountain in the eyes of the people at that moment. Even the two generals who had reached the middle and late stages of the condensed veins in the audience couldn't help but wonder if they could win if they fought against Ling's senator. It was unimaginable that the middle stage of the condensed veins couldn't beat the early stage of the bone forging. Take my sword. As soon as the word sword came out, Ling Xian's whole body of murderous aura gathered in the black heavy sword, and the 5-foot heavy sword made an excited hum. Crack. Space seemed to be torn apart, and a sword with unparalleled sword energy pierced Lin Ming's chest. The hard arena was just swept by the aftermath of the sword energy, and it exploded and broke. Countless pieces of rubble were thrown out by the raging true energy. From a distance, Ling Xian's sword was like a long dragon that kept breaking through the rocks, unstoppable. The dragon is out to sea. Lin Ming shouted loudly, and 5,000 vibrating true energy burst out. In the oncoming fierce true energy wave, the heavy and mysterious soft silver spear was like a white dragon in the waves, piercing out with an unstoppable momentum. Bang! The powerful impact formed a shock wave visible to the naked eye. All the floor tiles on the martial arts field were blown away. The snowflakes within a radius of 100 meters were washed away by the raging true energy. Even the second and third level physical training warriors felt like leaves in a storm in such a true energy wave, and they would be blown away at any time. Fortunately, the big shots in the audience were protected by masters. Once the true essence shield was extended, it blocked the true essence aftermath. Bang, 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 bang. Once Ling Xian attacked, he did not stop. A series of attacks followed one after another. The 5-foot heavy sword opened and closed. Each sword carried a thick true essence, sandwiched with a mighty force, smashing down like a mountain. Lin Ming was not in a hurry. The chaos true essence art was running to the extreme. Every sword was taken by him calmly. He fought and retreated. However, compared with his calm expression, the cracks on the ring behind him were shocking. Almost every time Lin Ming took a step back, the floor tiles he stepped on would explode, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Xian's sword wind would throw the broken tiles away. The entire martial arts arena was already horrible in a few breaths. Too terrible. The true energy released just by fighting has such destructive power. If we fight them head on, how can we resist? Some warriors in the audience of the martial arts competition field who thought they were quite strong were also filled with dejection when they saw this scene. They had worked hard for decades, but they were so much worse than the two young men on the stage. Ling Xian's strength is at least equivalent to that of an average mid-stage condensation vein warrior, and may even be comparable to that of a late-stage condensation vein warrior. After some comparison, the masters present had to make such a conclusion. It is really unbelievable that a warrior who has crossed a realm to compare with a mid-stage condensation vein warrior with the cultivation of the early stage of bone forging can be compared with a mid-stage condensation vein warrior. Beijing Guan listened to the discussions around him and silently looked at the figure of Lin Ming on the stage with a complicated expression. Lin Ming, what is your trump card? Where is the limit of your strength? The fight in the field became more and more intense. The sound of the explosion caused by the collision of the true energy was like rolling spring thunder, and it spread several miles away. However, in such a duel, Lin Ming's face did not turn red, and his heart did not beat. His blood and ki were vigorous, and his breath was long. He inhaled like a snake, and exhaled like a whirl. If he was in a calm state, one breath would be enough to burn a stick of incense. But Ling Xian's endurance was slightly worse. Killing ki. Ling Xian shouted, and the killing field burst out. This was a special field attack he developed using Shura Wuai. When facing Zhao Jifeng, Ling Xian's sword did not touch the opponent at all, and he defeated the opponent with the killing field alone. HUO. In an instant, Lin Ming felt that the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The audience disappeared, the ring disappeared, and he came to a completely unfamiliar world. The background style was grey, the sky was gloomy and lightless, and there were endless rugged rocks. Behind the rocks, there were countless Shura ghosts hidden. Between the huge rocks, there was a bottomless abyss that exuded a chilly aura. Ghosts kept crawling out of the abyss, with ferocious expressions, looking at Lin Ming's empty eyes with trembling greed and desire. The extremely cold feeling, the cold wind seemed to drill into the human soul. Even though Lin Ming's blood and Qi were strong, he felt extremely depressed in such an environment. Shura realm. It turned out to be the attack of Shura Wuai. Wuai can not only be used for cultivation, but some can also be used for attack. It depends on the warrior's comprehension and application, as well as the quality of the Wuai itself. Shura Wuai is the Wuai that combines combat and cultivation. From this point of view alone, it is better than Lin Ming's ethereal Wuai. However, Lin Ming does not only have ethereal Wuai. With a cold snort, Lin Ming's eyes turned into a black vortex, and 2 rotating storms swept in with Lin Ming's eyes as the axis. Woo 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 woo. Countless ghosts let out heart-wrenching roars, but they were unable to resist, being sucked into the vortex and torn into pieces. The grey rocks were also crumbling and cracking, and even cracks appeared in the space. It's just the illusion of the Shura realm formed by the martial spirit. How can it be compared with the hell world in the life and death trial? Lin Ming shouted, and there was a loud bang. The whole world collapsed. Countless pieces of illusions were sucked into the black vortex and disappeared. Lin Ming's reincarnation martial spirit was realized in the reincarnation of hundreds of lives. When it comes to illusion attacks, how can Ling Sen compare? Question mark? He returned to the familiar martial arts field, and Ling Sen groaned, supported the heavy sword with his hand, knelt on one knee, and his face turned pale. The audience was confused. He only felt that Lin Ming's body paused for a moment, and then Ling Sen was hit hard and half knelt on the ground, and during this period, Lin Ming's gun did not touch Ling Sen at all. What's going on? Chapter 233, Xingqian Sword. Qin Ziya saw this scene and his face changed slightly. Ling Sen's killing field was broken by Lin Ming. The flow of time and the illusion was different. Lin Ming's pause just now was probably because he had already had a fierce fight with Ling Sen in the killing field. The result was obvious. Ling Sen lost, and Lin Ming won. How could this happen? Ling Sen's killing field should be created by him relying on Shura Wuai and the murderous aura he had accumulated for many years. Although it is easy to form a demon in the heart when practicing this, it should be very strong in terms of attack power. Ling Sen's Shura Wuai is fierce and violent, and it integrates attack and cultivation. Lin Ming's ethereal Wuai is more inclined to emptiness, spirituality, and tranquility. It is an auxiliary Wuai that tends to cultivate. How come Ling Sen lost in the end? Although Sun Yaodao's cultivation was not high, he had extraordinary knowledge. In a few words, he revealed the characteristics of Ling Sen and Lin Ming's Wuai. Qin Ziya said, I originally thought so. I only thought of the ethereal martial intention as a means of cultivation. If it can also be used to attack, I can only say that Lin Ming's comprehension is too terrifying. How to use the martial intention depends on the warrior's comprehension. That is, comprehension. Maybe it's not an attack, but it can stabilize the soul, so it can break Ling Sen's martial intention illusion. No matter which case, Lin Ming is a genius. The two heads of the 7 profound martial house only thought that Lin Ming had amazing comprehension and understood the use of the ethereal martial intention. They never dreamed that Lin Ming had understood the second martial intention. Otherwise, they would probably be shocked and speechless. Warriors who have understood two kinds of martial intentions only exist in the classics, let alone the Xianan Kingdom. Even if the 7 Profound Valley has 36 countries under its jurisdiction, in the past 1000 years of records, no one has ever heard of anyone with two kinds of martial intentions. Although he broke Ling Sen's killing field with Samsara martial intention, Lin Ming did not feel complacent at all. He could do this only for one reason, that is, his Samsara martial intention was much higher than Ling Sen's Shura martial intention. However, he was far inferior to Ling Sen in terms of development and utilization. Ling Sen had comprehended Shura martial intention to the extreme and tapped all its potential, while he had only comprehended very little Samsara martial intention. Even though he knew that samsara martial intention should be used to train the soul, he did not study it carefully because he did not use much soul power now. In terms of comprehension, I'm not as good as Ling Senator. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. In fact, he forgot that he had obtained too many things that needed to be studied and comprehended in just half a year. Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, Inscription Technique, Strength Training like Silk, Evil God Power, Ethereal Martial Intention, Golden Peng Breaking Void, Samsara Martial Intention. So many things needed to be studied, and he was busy practicing, so he could not take care of both ends. Being able to train the silk-like strength to 5,000 strands, and at the same time, learn the evil god's strength and golden rock breaking the void. Although this was with the help of the memories of those seniors, but being able to do this, Lin Ming's comprehension is also very good. Ling Sen had obtained the Shura martial intent very early, and after years of intensive research, his comprehension of the martial intent was naturally not comparable to Lin Ming. At this time, Ling Sen had stood up, and his complexion had recovered a little. He clenched the heavy sword in his hand, crossed it across his chest, and sighed. Lin Ming, you are the warrior I admire most among the young generation of Xianan country in these years. I have been looking forward to a battle for a long time. The killing field has been broken. In fact, I have already lost most of the battle, but I don't want you to hold back. I want to know how strong you are. Okay. Come on. Lin Ming admired Ling Sen from the bottom of his heart. This is a real warrior who pursues the path of martial arts wholeheartedly. People like Zhang Guanyu and Ao Angda who have practiced martial arts just to consolidate their status, so that they have more capital and more time to enjoy their wealth, beauty, power and wealth. The heavy and soft silver spear was horizontal, and purple thunder jumped out from the silver tip of the spear. The winding thunder, like a long snake, crawled all over the spear. Summoning the power of thunder also means that Lin Ming will no longer hold back and go all out to defeat the opponent, which is a respect for warriors. Ling Sen's eyes narrowed. Is this the power to control thunder? Qin Zhao and Sun Yaodao could no longer sit still. Qin Xingsun, Qin Zhao, Mu Yi, and Beijing Gan all widened their eyes. Thunder warriors? Most warriors have no attributes in their true essence, but a few have 5-element attributes, such as Beijing Gan's water attribute and Zhu Yan's fire attribute. This 5-element attribute true essence has a little more special ability than the attributeless true essence, but there are many restrictions on the choice of exercises, so it is hard to say whether it is good or bad. In addition to the 5-element true essence, there are also 2 natural forces that transcend the 5-element, wind and thunder. These 2 attributes of true essence are very rare and much stronger than the 5-element true essence. Especially the thunder attribute, which combines attack speed into one, is very powerful. Looking through the entire Xianan kingdom, there are not many thunder attribute warriors, and most of them have thunder attributes, but the degree of fit is not good. Even if they practice thunder related exercises, they may not achieve great results. But now, looking at Lin Ming, he can summon lightning at will, and the energy contained is amazing, and he has obviously mastered the practice. What's going on? Did he master a set of lightning skills in half a year? There is no decent lightning skills in the library of Qixanwu Mansion. Where did Lin Ming get his lightning skills? It seems that Lin Ming has another opportunity this time. Qin Zhao said, and she envied Lin Ming in her heart. There are many opportunities in Xianan continent, but opportunities are also accompanied by dangers. No opportunity is picked up for nothing. If you want to get it, you must have enough courage and make 12 efforts. Opportunities are fleeting and will only be left to warriors who are prepared. Sun Yaodao sighed. This little guy is so scary. If he is a genius who only knows how to practice and fight, he may be able to reach the innate level or the ultimate innate level. However, a warrior who can find opportunities in dangerous places where he is 100% dead may reach the Zuundan level or even a higher level. This kind of warrior must not only be a genius in practice and fighting, but also have a strong and calm mind, be decisive in actions, not afraid of danger, and dare to fight. In front of opportunities, any hesitation and timidity will lead to missed opportunities. Ling Sen looked at the dancing electric snake on the tip of Lin Ming's gun, and suddenly laughed. Junior brother Lin, I, Ling Sen, have broadened my horizons today. There are not many opportunities to fight against a warrior who has mastered the thunder system. You broke my killing intent, but I still have martial arts. Ling Sen said, holding the hilt of the 5-foot heavy sword horizontally with both hands. The hilt of the heavy sword was very long, enough for 4 or 5 hands to hold at the same time. Xingqian sword, purple air comes from the east. Boom. Ling Sen crushed the ground with 1 foot and pulled back the 5-foot heavy sword, drawing a perfect arc on the ground from the front of Ling Sen to the side and back of his body. The materialized true energy plowed a deep gully on the ground like a silver shark breaking ice. At this moment, Ling Sen's whole body was filled with murderous aura, and his momentum continued to increase. Its purple air comes from the east. Senior Brother Ling's strongest attack. This is a human level upper grade martial art, and it is the top of the human level upper grade martial arts. I heard that the Xingqian sword has a total of 6 styles, and this purple air comes from the east is the strongest 6th style among them. I didn't expect to have the honor of seeing Senior Brother Ling perform it today. Hearing about the purple air comes from the east, the free warriors in the audience didn't think it was a big deal, but the disciples of the 7 Xuanwu mansion were very excited. In the 7 Xuanwu mansion, those ranked after the 100th stone can only choose human level lower grade martial arts, and those ranked in the top 100 can only choose human level middle grade martial arts. There are very few real human level top grade martial arts. The Xingqian sword that Ling Sen was specially allowed to practice is a top human level top grade martial arts. Most disciples have only heard of it. How can they have the opportunity to see it? Now they have really seen it, and it is the strongest 6th style of the Xingqian sword. How can they not be excited? Facing Ling Sen's desperate counterattack, Lin Ming still put on his eternal iron bridge blocking the river style. The moves are not fancy, but a simple starting style, but he can respond to changes with the same. Lin Ming relies on his powerful and condensed true energy. At this time, the 5-foot heavy sword in Ling Sen's hand has turned pure purple, as if there is a flame burning on the sword. At this moment, Ling Sen's momentum has increased to the peak. Catch the sword. As soon as the word sword came out, Ling Sen took a step forward. The sword tip was like black lightning, carrying a force of 10,000 kilograms. The 20-foot distance was reached in an instant. The true energy fluctuated, the purple flame burned, and Ling Sen's sword fell heavily like a mountain. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and the power of the evil god was activated. The highly compressed true essence and thunder force burst out, and the purple dragon divine thunder made an excited hum. A thick electric snake like a giant python jumped out of the heavy Xuan soft silver spear and directly faced Ling Sen's sword, activating the power of the evil god, and at the same time inducing the thunder force emitted by the thunder spirit. Even the peak of the condensed veins master may not be able to take it. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the purple energy condensed by Ling Sen was hit by the thunder, and it immediately melted like white snow under the sun. What? Ling Sen was shocked. His strongest attack was actually broken just like this? Question mark? In a flash, Ling Sen had no time to hesitate at all. The thick purple electric python broke through the purple energy and drove straight in, directly hitting Ling Sen's body. In an instant, Ling Sen felt numb all over, and his heart seemed to stop beating. At that moment, he even thought he would die. However, this feeling was fleeting. The electric python drilled through his body, whistling into the sky, and in a few breaths it disappeared into the clouds in the sky. At this time, there was still snow in the sky and dark clouds. After the electric python drilled into the clouds, the lightning was faint and the rumbling thunder was endless. It can be said that winter thunder is shaking. There is no snow in summer, and no thunder in winter. Seeing the thunder rolling in the sky, the audience was so shocked that they couldn't speak. How exaggerated is it to use one's own power to attract thunder in the sky and even change the laws of nature? Is this really something a physical warrior can do? Qin Zia looked at the faint lightning in the clouds and exhaled lightly. Changing the laws of nature is far from the truth, but the strength of the lightning that can make thunder exist between the clouds for a long time is amazing. Chapter 234 Triggering the Thunder. Brother Sun, we in the 7th Xuanwu Palace have found a treasure. Lin Ming's lightning compatibility is probably at the 5th or even 6th level. The martial arts aptitude of a warrior has grades, and the compatibility of gold, wood, water, Fire, earth, wind, and thunder also has grades. They correspond 1 to 1. The 6th level is rare in Qian'an country in 1,000 years. Sun Yao Dao nodded. If it is really the 5th or 6th level of compatibility, it is indeed so. But I'm surprised that I didn't see that Lin Ming had the potential to cultivate lightning before. This Lin Ming is becoming more and more difficult to understand. I lost. Ling Sien exhaled lightly. The gap in strength was too big. At that moment just now, if it weren't for Lin Ming's amazing control over lightning, his heart would have stopped beating, and even his body would have turned into charcoal. With his strongest attack, he couldn't even take half of the opponent's move, and lost convincingly. Thank you. Lin Ming put away the heavy Zhu and soft silver spear, and said with a fist. Ling Sien was silent for a while, then asked, is this your strongest attack? Lin Ming paused slightly, activated the power of the evil god, and at the same time, activated the purple dragon divine thunder. This was indeed most of his power. Of course, he also had the thunder fire kill, and the pan long steel needle. These two powers were his ultimate killer moves. He would not use them, unless he was fighting desperately with someone. Nodding, Lin Ming said, forget it. After receiving Lin Ming's uncertain answer, Ling Sien felt that there are always people better than you. He suddenly felt that joining the army after graduation might not be a wise choice. Lin Ming left the 7 profound martial palace this time, and it was obvious that he had found some kind of opportunity, otherwise his strength would not have increased so fast. Although Ling Sien's combat power far exceeded that of warriors of the same level, his qualifications were limited, and it would be difficult for him to impact the innate level in his lifetime. The gap between the innate and acquired strength was too large. Although it was amazing to defeat a weaker warrior in the condensation vein stage with the cultivation of the bone forging stage, there were always a few geniuses in a country who could do it. However, if you look at the 36 countries under the jurisdiction of the 7 Mysterious Valley, you may not be able to find one person who has defeated the innate with the peak of acquired cultivation. After joining the army, Ling Sien will at least become one of the 10 generals, or even a marshal like Kinzaro, but that's all. It is impossible to break through the innate barrier. After this fight with Lin Ming, Ling Sien made up his mind to leave Qian'an country and find his chance. The winners group competition has ended. According to the original rules, the losers group competition will be held. However, Tuoku gave up first. Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They could only give up. Although Ling Sien was completely defeated by Lin Ming, it was just like beating a chicken to deal with them. Why bother to humiliate yourself? In this way, the last 2 people participating in this general martial arts competition were Ling Sien and Lin Ming. The total list is Qin Xingsun, Zhao Yu, Liang Long, Ling Sien, Lin Ming. The news spread like the wind, and Ling Sien and Lin Ming were recognized as the 2 most powerful in the 5-member group. The final battle between Ling Sien and Lin Ming soon spread throughout Qian'an City. All warriors who had seen the match were extremely excited and told everyone about it. Those who had not seen the match often beat their chests and stamped their feet after hearing it. However, many people could only feel regretful. They did not have the qualifications to enter the 7 Zuanwu mansion to watch the match. Otherwise, how could they miss it? The storytellers of Qian'an country also seized on this topic and began to write about it in detail. There were more and more versions at once, but no matter which version, one thing would not be missed, that is, the winter thunder phenomenon caused by Lin Ming. With one's own power, he caused the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth. These were the original words of the storyteller. It sounds like a fairy tale, but the people of Qian'an City saw the winter thunder that day, which made people have to believe it. What is the concept of changing the laws of nature with one's own power? There is no snow in summer, and no thunder in winter. This is common sense. It is said that a romantic lover swore by winter thunder yesterday to prove his true love. The lover said, if it were not for the thunder of winter, this love would not change, and there would be no regrets in this life. The girl was extremely moved. She was about to get married to this romantic but useless lover. However, the lover's oath was only spoken for a quarter of an hour when thunder struck in the sky. The lover was dumbfounded on the spot, and his mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. At this time, there was only one voice in his heart. Your mother. God, you are playing a joke on me. In fact, for ordinary people, they don't understand the level of strength of warriors at all. However, it is too shocking to let thunder strike in winter. Isn't this equivalent to God? In the past, Lin Ming's name was mainly spread among warriors and princes and nobles, but this time, even ordinary people knew that there was a young warrior named Lin Ming in Qianxue country, who was extremely powerful, and could attract thunder. Main peak of Dazhao Mountain, Palace Master Hall, Qin Ziya sat on the main seat, followed by Lin Ming, Ling Xian, Qin Xingxun, Zhao Yu, and Liang Long. In addition, there was an old man in a green shirt. The old man was Sun Yao Dao, the deputy palace master of Qianxue Palace. Qin Ziya's eyes swept over the 5 young men one by one, and finally fell on Lin Ming. Although Qin Ziya had expected Lin Ming to shine in the future, he did not expect him to improve so quickly. It was simply shocking. At this age, with such strength, let alone in Qianxue country, even if he was in a large sect, he would be a leader. Obviously, Lin Ming found a new opportunity during his training. Although it is rare for a warrior to encounter opportunities outside, it is not uncommon. Qin Ziya did not ask any more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, as long as they do not have any other intentions. If he was not too young, Lin Ming would have a chance to win the championship. If he really won the championship, it would be a record of the 7 Mysterious Valley. Before this, as far as Qin Ziya knew, no disciple outside the main sect had ever won the first place in the main sect martial arts competition. However, even now, Lin Ming has a great hope of entering the top 20. It's not that Qin Ziya underestimated Lin Ming, it's just that the geniuses in the main sect are too strong. Most of those geniuses who are qualified to compete for the top spot are already 19 or 20 years old, and their cultivation has reached the peak of the condensation vein stage. In terms of combat power, they can rival the acquired masters. In Qin Ziya's opinion, Lin Ming's strength is still far behind. However, Qin Ziya is not in a hurry. Lin Ming has plenty of time, and there is a great possibility that he will compete for the top spot in the future. With a light cough, Qin Ziya slowly said, I called you here this time to discuss the martial arts competition of the main sect. I think you have guessed that the martial arts competition of the main sect will begin in half a month. All the second level forces under the jurisdiction of the 7 Mysterious Valley can send 5 people to participate. In the Qianxue continent, not only are the sects divided into grades, but also the families and countries are divided into grades. The 7 Mysterious Valley is a 3rd grade sect, and it is the top among the 3rd grade sects. Qianxue Kingdom is a 2nd level force, and the 4 major families of Zhao, Liang, Jiang, and Zhao around Qianxue Kingdom are 1st level forces. In order to facilitate management, Qianxue Valley classified the 1st level forces into 2nd level countries. This is why the descendants of the 4 major families of Zhao, Liang, Jiang, and Zhao came to the Qianxue mansion of Qianxue Kingdom for further study. Qin Ziya continued, you 5 are the disciples sent by the 7 Xuanwu prefectures of my Qianxue Kingdom to participate in the main sect martial arts competition. The main sect martial arts competition is full of masters. You are indeed good in Qianxue Kingdom, but in the main sect, you are very ordinary. Qin Ziya said here, caught a glimpse of the disapproving look in Liang Long's eyes, frowned, and said coldly, Liang Long, are you not convinced? Liang Long was startled, and stood up hurriedly. He wanted to say I dare not, but after thinking about it, Liang Long muttered softly, Palace Master, I think that, although we can't win the championship, we can't be said to be ordinary, right? Qin Ziya said sternly, it's good to be ordinary. Liang Long, what level of talent do you have? 5th grade lower. Liang Long said, this talent is not bad. 5th grade lower grade is amazing in Qianxue country, and it is also outstanding in your Liang family. However, after 600 years of accumulation, Qianxue Valley has been constantly selecting talents through matchmaking, since the 7 founding ancestors. 5th grade talent is nothing. Even menial disciples need 4th grade upper grade talent. Moreover, people who come from the main sect have much better resources than you, and their cultivation speed is naturally faster than you. It is very good that you can catch up with the ordinary level. Sit down. Yes, Lord of the Mansion. Liang Long sat down timidly, feeling a little shocked. Even menial disciples need 4th grade upper grade talent. In other words, if he went to Kixuan Valley, he would only be one level better than the disciples who swept the floor, jumped into the water, and cooked. Lin Ming also sighed in his heart. For warriors to practice, resources are too important. Kung Fu, practice grounds, elixirs, etc. It can be said that the disciples of the big sects are born at the starting line that civilian warriors cannot reach in their lifetime. Even if they spend their days picking up girls like Aangdaha, they can still reach the postnatal realm, while it is even more difficult for civilian warriors to reach the condensed vein stage. For civilian warriors, the 7 major training killing formations of the 7 profound martial palace are very happy if they can use them for 1 more hour. If they can use them at will every month, they are willing to shorten their lifespan for more than 10 years. But what are these things in the 7 profound valley? I'm afraid the core disciples will simply disdain them. Qinzhi continued, this time, the 7 profound valley has 36 countries under its jurisdiction, and 16 second grade martial arts families, totaling 52 forces. Each force has 5 people, so they should have sent 260 people. However, because the countries such as Hualuo and Jingchen are strong, they can have more places, so the total number will be 280. In addition, the 7 major branches under the 7 profound valley will send 240 people to participate, for a total of 520 people. Among these 520 people, I estimate that at least 1 or 200 people have reached the condensation vein stage or above. There are even those in the middle, late, and peak stages of the condensation vein. If you want to stand out from these 520 people, you can think about it yourself, how difficult it is. When Qinzhi said this, Liang Long was dumbfounded. 1 or 200 people have reached the condensation vein stage or above. Are you kidding me? How can we fight? Chapter 235 Earth Level Treasure. Liang Long originally thought that Lin Ming and Ling Xian were already abnormal enough. Even if they couldn't get first place, getting into the top 20 or 30 would be a piece of cake. If he could get into the top 100, it would be glorious. But now it seems that he might be the worst among these hundreds of people. If he gets more than 400 or 500, how embarrassing it would be. How would he explain it when he got home? Liang Long hadn't finished speaking yet, and Qinzhi's words made his heart sink to the bottom. Qinzhi said, the main sect martial arts competition will be held in the Qianxue mountain range, where the 7 mysterious valley is located. Before the martial arts competition begins, there will be a checkpoint to eliminate 60% of the people. Only those who pass this checkpoint will be eligible to enter Qianxue Mountain. 60%? Liang Long opened his mouth wide. Doesn't that mean that I can't even get into the mountain gate in 9 out of 10 cases? Going to the main sect martial arts competition and not even being able to get in the door. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to my grandmother's house? If it spreads to the family, where will I put my face? Isn't this a joke for other people in the same clan? Liang Long has always been the heir of the family. There are so many people in the Liang family who are jealous of this position. If he makes a fool of himself, there will inevitably be rumors. He turned his head and glanced at Zhao Yu, only to see that Zhao Yu also had a bitter smile on his face. He has always been worried about entering the mountain gate. The head of the family always said that there are always people better than you. This time he finally understood that, let alone himself, even Qinxi would be in trouble. Master, what's the matter? Liang Long wanted to ask if he could give up. Since he couldn't even get through the gate, he shouldn't bother to embarrass that person. But when he saw Qinzi's glance at him, Liang Long felt a chill on the back of his head and swallowed. Liang Long changed his words and said, when are we leaving? We'll leave early tomorrow morning. You go back and prepare. We'll set off on the Divine Wind Eagle tomorrow. Any other questions? Lin Ming was silent for a while and said, Master Qin, I have a question. Well, ask. What's the prize? Liang Long and Zhao Yu both shrank their necks when this question was asked. They were still worried about how to enter the mountain gate and how to return to the family without being too embarrassed. Lin Ming asked about the prize right away. This is the difference. Different positions mean different ideas. Qinzhi looked at Lin Ming with appreciation and said, the first place winner will be rewarded with a heaven entering pill. However, this heaven entering pill cannot be redeemed immediately. You have to officially enter the 7 profound valley and reach the peak of the acquired realm before it can be given to you. I don't think I need to elaborate on the value of the heaven entering pill. In addition to the heaven entering pill, there is also a lower grade earth level treasure. You can choose from various types of attack and defense. The 2nd to 5th place will not have the heaven entering pill, but only a lower grade earth level treasure. The 6th to 10th place will be rewarded with the heaven entering pill, which is also a top grade elixir. The 11th to 30th place will be rewarded with upper grade human level treasure and the earth entering pill. Lin Ming became interested when he heard about the earth level treasure. You can choose any treasure? Do you have a gun? Qianxue smiled. You have a good deal on your weapon. The value of a gun is several times that of other treasures of the same level. Don't worry, the 7 profound valley has been established for so many years and has accumulated countless things, so naturally there are guns. Earth level treasure. Lin Ming clenched his fists. Qianxue saw Lin Ming's excitement and couldn't help thinking, this kid, wouldn't he want to be the first? Although Lin Ming is quite powerful, it's still too far for him to be the first. There are so many masters in the middle, late and even peak stages of condensation. How could a warrior at the peak of bone forging take the first place? Qianxue didn't know that, since he met Mu Qianxue. In Lin Ming's eyes, these so-called genius disciples of the 7 profound valley were no longer worth mentioning. Mu Qianxue was in condensation at the age of 15, in the acquired realm at the age of 17, innate at the age of 22, innate extreme at the age of 26, and half-step Zuandan at the age of 27. At the age of 22, when the geniuses of the 7 profound valley were still striving for the acquired realm, Mu Qianxue had already entered the innate realm. This gap is like heaven and earth. If he can't even beat the so-called geniuses of the 7 profound valley, what's the point of pursuing the peak of martial arts? Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the 7 profound valley, the Qianxue mountain, which stretches for thousands of miles, is like a towering dragon running across the center of the Qianxue area. The Jujian peak of Qianxue mountain is 6,000 feet high. The mountain is incredibly steep. There are cliffs thousands of feet high in the east, west, south, and north. From a distance, the entire Jujian peak is like a 6,000 feet sharp sword, piercing the sky. This Jujian peak is the location of the Qianxue Valley Sword sect. It is dominated by the Jujian peak, and there are 12 slightly shorter peaks surrounding the Jujian peak, like the moon surrounded by stars. In the thick clouds, there is a magnificent hall. In front of the hall is a blue stone square with a radius of dozens of feet. In the center of the square, a giant sword as high as 20 feet is inserted here. Although this giant sword is carved, it is made of black iron and weighs hundreds of thousands of pounds. If there is really a giant who can pull out this sword, it can also be used to kill the enemy. Under the giant sword, the leader of the sword sect stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him stood a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and his momentum was outstanding. In the last martial arts competition, you lost to Ming from the Hehuan sect. 3 years later, Ming has reached the peak of condensed veins, and is your biggest rival. The young man was silent for a moment and said, Ming is not my biggest rival. Huh. Then who do you list as your rival? My biggest rival is just myself. The young man's eyes were burning as he spoke. If I can't even defeat the genius of the 3rd grade sect in this martial arts competition, how can I pursue the ultimate swordsmanship? Almost the same words as Lin Ming were said slowly by a young man hundreds of thousands of miles away. Haha, well said. You are worthy of being my son. In this martial arts competition, I have only one expectation for you, to win first place. Yes, father. At the same time, 100 miles away, at the main peak of the Hehuan sect, a young man who looked about 20 years old looked at the sea of clouds below the mountain, with a look of contempt for the world. This young man was Ming, mentioned by the young man from the sword sect. Minga, you are the most outstanding talent in the Hehuan branch sect in the past 100 years. Suran, the first place winner of the last martial arts competition, is over the age limit. I hope you can win the championship this time. Behind Ming, a woman wearing a rosy crown, a woman of extraordinary beauty, said softly, this woman is Ming's mother. Although she is over 50 years old, she looks no different from a girl in her 20s. This first place must be mine. I wish Suran was not over the age limit, so I could fight him and avenge the previous shame. What a pity. The age limit for the disciples of the Seven Profound Valley to participate in the martial arts competition is 20 years old, 2 years younger than the disciples outside the sect. Lin Ming is exactly 20 years old, and this is the last time to participate in the martial arts competition of the main sect. It's good to get first place. As for the decisive battle with Suran, you have to win it back, otherwise it will dampen your fighting spirit. I know, mother. Also, don't take other people lightly. Qin Wuxin of the Qin sect has also reached the peak of the condensed vein stage. Although there are not many people in the Qin sect, they have strange moves and are the most difficult to deal with. There is also Huo Yanluo of the refining sect. The sect master of the refining sect spent a lot of money to get a fire essence and used a special method to inject it into Huo Yanluo's body. This person should not be underestimated. Yes, mother. Although the 7 branch sects of the Qixuan Valley have united together for common interests, they are constantly fighting among themselves for power, treasures, cultivation resources, geniuses, and elixir secrets. Sometimes, the disputes escalate to the point where a fight is almost about to start. The Valley Master of the Qixuan Valley is also powerless to do anything about it. In fact, if the Valley Master did not have a top cultivation base and the support of the Supreme Elder, no one would buy his account. There are huge hidden dangers in the 7 mysterious valleys, but this is something that cannot be solved. It can only be adjusted to a certain extent. For example, the allocation of resources in the valley must have a method that is recognized by all the branches. 200 years ago, the old Valley Master set a triennial martial arts competition for the main sect and allocated resources according to the total scores of the martial arts competition of each sect. In this way, no one can object. Therefore, the 7 branches will spend a lot of effort to cultivate a disciple of the sect master who is specifically used to compete for the first place in the martial arts competition of the main sect. This disciple must first choose the one with the best qualifications among the younger generation, and then all kinds of resources are almost free. The sect master personally guides the cultivation and the core skills can be learned at will. In the past 200 years, the first place in the martial arts competition of the main sect has basically been the disciple of the sect master of each branch. The only exceptions were also won by other disciples of the main sect. As for the fact that the first place was won by a disciple outside the sect, it has never happened before. Not to mention the first place, there will not be any in the top 10. For the disciples in the 7 mysterious valley, those so-called geniuses from the 36 countries and the second grade martial arts families are simply country people, at most slightly better than their chores who sweep the floor. Their opponents were only people from other branches of the 7 Profound Valley. Disciples outside the sect were never considered. From Xianan country to the main sect of the 7 Profound Valley, it was 200,000 miles away, and it would take more than 10 days to fly on a divine wind eagle. Qin Zia led a group of people to the 7 Profound Martial Mansion post station, where a row of divine wind eagles had been lined up, and they were all carefully selected fine breeds, and their flying speed was even faster than that of ordinary divine wind eagles. Let's go. Qin Zia waved his hand, and Lin Ming jumped onto the divine wind eagle. With a crisp eagle cry, the divine wind eagle soared into the sky, raising countless snowflakes, which fell one after another. The cold wind whistled in my ears, and the divine wind eagle took only a few breaths to fly up to 1,000 feet high. Looking down from a bird's eye view, the vast land was covered in silver, and the monotonous white stretched all the way to the end where the sky and the earth intersected. Such a scene made people inexplicably feel a sense of loneliness and heroism. Because the divine wind eagle was moving too fast, the snowflakes blowing in his face were like blades. Lin Ming used his true energy to prop up a shield to block the wind and snow. The speed of the divine wind eagle was getting faster and faster, and the sharp sound of the eagle echoed between heaven and earth. Chapter 236 Qianxue City. The main sect of the 7 Profound Valley is located in the Qianxue Mountains. The Qianxue Mountains do not belong to any country and have a special status among the 7 Profound 36 countries. The main peak of the Qianxue Mountains is 6,000 feet high. Because the mountain contains a large amount of black iron ore, the whole mountain is iron black. There is little vegetation on the mountain, the rocks are rugged, and the cliffs are steep. For some reason, the whole mountain exudes a frightening momentum. Ordinary people will feel extremely depressed when climbing the mountain. Even warriors will try to choose to take a detour when passing by here. At the foot of the Qianxue Mountains, there is a huge city. The city wall alone is 5 feet high and stretches for 100 miles. This city is called Qianxue City. This is where the main sect martial arts competition is held every time. Flying is prohibited within 100 miles of Qianxue City. Lin Ming saw this magnificent city from a distance. A group of people landed on the divine wind eagle and flew towards Qianxue City on foot. There were many warriors traveling with him along the way, coming and going in a hurry. Most of them were at the Yijin stage or above. With a little bit of physical skills, a distance of 100 miles would only take 1 or 2/4 of an hour. Outside the gate of Qianxue City, there was a team of guards guarding here. Seeing the cultivation of these guards, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. They were all warriors at the bone forging stage. The leader, who looked like a captain, had reached the peak of bone forging. Qixin Valley was indeed a large sect. If a warrior at the peak of bone forging went to Xianan country, he could at least get a 1,000-man captain in the army, but if he was placed in Qixin Valley, he could only be a gatekeeper. Many warriors were, just for the name of Qixin Valley and the extremely rich heaven and earth vitality of Qianxue Mountain. They would rather be guards and stay here. This is like some people who would rather stay in the capital and do hard labor than go back to the countryside to marry and have children. As long as they stay in the capital, they have the hope of making a name for themselves, but if they stay in a small country, they will only be a 1,000-man captain for their whole life, and they may not even be able to break through the condensation vein stage. The gate of Qianxue City is very big, but there are too many people entering the city, so it still seems crowded, especially when it happens to be the main sect assessment. Although there will not be many disciples who actually participate in the assessment, there are a lot of people accompanying these core disciples. It takes 10 taels of gold to enter the city. This price makes many civilians and low-level warriors stay away. After paying the gold to enter the city, Lin Ming found that 9 out of 10 residents in Qianxue City are warriors. Even the peddlers and the waiters standing on the street in front of the shops are warriors. Although their cultivation is only the first or second level of physical training, if these people were in Xianan country, they would work as servants and guards in some big families, or as yamen runners and constables in the government office, and they would also have a good income, and their reputation sounds good. Along the way, Lin Ming looked at various shops selling treasures, elixirs, and inscriptions. Any of these shops in Xianan City is as large as a treasure pavilion. The things sold in them are all rare treasures, and ordinary warriors may not be able to afford them, even if they take out all their savings. This made Lin Ming sigh with emotion. Sure enough, different places have different experiences. If he had not reached his current strength, he would never be able to come to Qianxue City in his life, and he would not be able to see such a scene. Zhao Yu and Liang Long also noticed these shops. Many of the things in them made them jealous. Many of them were difficult to buy, or even impossible to buy in Xianan country. Qin Ziya saw what they were thinking. When they arrived at the hotel, Qin Ziya said, "You can move freely now. Return to the hotel before dark and avoid trouble." Okay. Zhao Yu and Liang Long were delighted and left together. There were several shops they wanted to go in before. Lin Ming wanted to go back to the hotel to practice meditation. At this time, Qin Xingxuan suddenly said, "Lin Ming, don't you want to go out for a walk? This is my first time in Qianxue City. I want to look around." Qin Xingxuan's words were already a tactful invitation. Lin Ming would naturally not be rude. He smiled and said, "Okay, how about we go together?" "Okay." Qin Xingxuan smiled and was charming for a while. After the two left, Sun Yaodao sighed, "Young people, that's great. These two little guys are a perfect match. I really hope they can get together." Qin Ziya heard Sun Yaodao sigh and just smiled without saying anything. If the two were content with the status quo, it would be easy for them to get together. If they were determined to pursue the peak of martial arts, they would probably be separated in the future. The two walked casually. Along the way, Qin Xingxuan bought a lot of things, including exquisite accessories, beautiful dresses made of precious fabrics, unique souvenirs and handicrafts, etc. The goods in Qianxue city are all very valuable, and some really need to be paid with Xinyuan stone. For example, the dress Qin Xingxuan bought, because it is waterproof and fireproof with Qiankan silk, it costs 1 pure Xinyuan stone. Only a rich girl like Qin Xingxuan, if it were an ordinary warrior, would not be willing to spend 1,000 taels of gold to buy a piece of clothing with no combat value, which is the price of half a treasure. As they walked, the two saw a restaurant named Nanhuala with a grand decoration. The description of the signature dishes on the plaque of the restaurant attracted Lin Ming's attention. The menu here clearly included the 4th level beast. You know, the 4th level beast is equivalent to the existence of a postnatal master. In Qianan country, it represents the top strength. Even if Lin Ming encounters a 4th level beast, he will most likely run away. The things on the 4th level beast are all treasures, many of which can be used to make pills and medicines, but here, they are actually used to cook in the restaurant. You can imagine how expensive the food here will be. I have been eating dry food and bacon for several days on the road. It's just right to go into this restaurant to take a look, Lin Ming said. He has a special feeling for restaurants. Since he has come to Qianxue city, he must try the best restaurant here. Qin Xingxuan looked at the sign, hesitated for a moment, and said, "This is very expensive." If Lin Ming had heard that Qin Xingxuan was afraid to enter a restaurant before, he would have thought it was a joke, but looking at this restaurant, if the 4th level beasts were used to cook, it would not be surprising to eat 20 or 30 pure true essence stones for a meal. That is 20 or 30,000 taels of gold, the price of a human level middle grade treasure. Even Qin Xingxuan felt distressed. Lin Ming was rich, after robbing Yang Dahua and Zhang Fengxin, so he naturally didn't care. He smiled and said, "I found a small treasure when I was out training, and earned a lot of true essence stones. I'll treat you." But, Qin Xingxuan wanted to say something, but Lin Ming had already taken her hand and entered Nanhua building. They found an elegant corner to sit down. The waiter took out the menu. Qin Xingxuan glanced at it and was secretly shocked. The menu was all priced in true essence stones, and the cheapest dish cost 2 or 3 true essence stones. Can I ascend to immortality after eating the food here? Qin Xingxuan complained in her heart. She only brought 80,000 gold this time. She brought so much money to buy elixirs and treasures. If she spent a quarter of it on a meal, it would be a big deal. What are your special dishes? Lin Ming casually browsed the menu and asked. When eating in a famous restaurant, you naturally have to eat special dishes. The waiter smiled and said, "We have many special dishes, such as dragon bone soup, which is made from the bone marrow of a 4th level fierce beast with the blood of the Qianglong, combined with dozens of precious medicinal materials. It has a mellow taste and smooth soup. After drinking it, it has the effect of consolidating the true essence and strengthening the body. A pot of dragon bone soup is sold for 25 true essence stones." 25 true essence stones? 25,000 gold? Just go and rob it. Qin Xingxuan let out a sigh of relief. Although she felt it was not worth it, she did not show any strange color in front of the waiter. The waiter smiled and said, "The young master and young lady are obviously talented warriors from a big family. Martial artists overdraw their physical strength through daily training. If they don't take supplements, it will be difficult for them to break through to the innate realm in the future." A waiter who has only practiced the 3rd level of physical training mentioned breaking through to the innate realm right away. His vision is quite high. I guess Nanhua Tower has entertained many real innate masters. Let's have a pot of dragon bone soup, a few side dishes, 2 bowls of spiritual rice, and a pot of tea. Even if Lin Ming is rich, such a luxurious banquet is only for occasional consumption. If he eats too much, he can't afford it. The dishes were served soon. The dragon bone soup was pure white in color, and the soup was as thick as milk. Just looking at it made people's appetite increase. When Qin Xingxuan saw the dragon bone soup coming up, he first served a bowl to Lin Ming, and then served himself a bowl. The crystal green jade bowl, filled with milky white thick soup, looked like a work of art. Looking at this small bowl of soup, Qin Xingxuan said self-deprecatingly, "This small bowl is equivalent to 2 or 3 Xinyuan stones, which is enough for my expenses for half a month." I have to taste it carefully to see what the difference is. Qin Zixuan picked up the jade bowl and took a sip. He felt that after the thick soup entered his mouth, it turned into a warm current flowing into his stomach. It seemed that a trace of heaven and earth energy flowed into the body's meridians, slowly nourishing and refining the meridians in his body. Although this heaven and earth energy is very weak, it is extremely pure. Pills have elixir poison. Although taking them into the body can increase cultivation, it will cause the Xenyuan to be impure, and it will take a lot of effort to refine. However, this dragon bone soup, although it contains very little heaven and earth energy, is very gentle. If you drink it for a long time, it will definitely have a miraculous effect of consolidating the Xenyuan and strengthening the meridians, and there are no side effects. Qin Zixuan was a little stunned. Drinking 1 or 2 bowls has no effect. If you drink it every month and every year, what will happen if it accumulates? Tasting the lingu rice again, it also had the same effect. Even the pot of tea contained a strong wood element vitality. After drinking it, it was refreshing and refreshing. The soul power in the spiritual sea seemed to be subtly nourished. How do you feel? Lin Ming put down his chopsticks and asked Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan closed her beautiful eyes slightly, savored it for a while, and sighed. No wonder their rice is more expensive than our treasures. If you eat these things every day, even if you don't practice, you will break through the condensation phase. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Conflict. Lin Ming finished the dragon bone soup, licked his lips, and said, "This is the heritage of the big sects. Ordinary warriors would never even think of eating these things, let alone eating them. This time when I went out for training, I met a senior who ate the Qianxue spiritual fruit every day and drank the morning dew of the clear spring. She was truly untouched by worldly things and untainted by the turbid air of the acquired nature." Qin Zixuan added another bowl of soup for Lin Ming and said, "If you eat these things every day, wouldn't you eat dozens of Xenyuan stones a day?" Lin Ming said, "That's right. Think about how many Xenyuan stones are produced by the Xenyuan stone veins in our Qianxue country every year. 99% of them are transported to the Seven Profound Valley. In addition to us, there are 35 countries. Various resources, including herbs, materials, and precious minerals, are continuously transported here. The direct disciples of the Seven Profound Valley may get thousands of Xenyuan stones in a month. Even if they eat such meals every day, it is nothing to them. Perhaps they eat better than this. The gap is too big." Qin Zixuan sighed. They were already the most superior class in Qianxue country, but when they came here, they had to weigh every meal carefully, fearing that they could not afford it. Thinking about those ordinary warriors in Qianxue country who risked their lives to pick a few low-level herbs, and then thinking about those warriors who were disabled in their 40s or 50s because they could not afford the herbs and left hidden injuries from practicing martial arts, Qin Zixuan suddenly felt a little sad. This is the gap, a gap that has been in the bones of warriors since they were born. How many warriors in Qianxue country have worked hard all their lives to break through the condensation vein stage, but to no avail? But these people from the main sect of the Seven Mysterious Valley can break through the condensation vein stage every day by eating and sleeping. With a little practice, they are at the peak of the acquired stage. If their parents are elders in the valley and are trained with emphasis, and they get a few more heavenly pills, they will be innate masters. Thinking of this, Qin Zixuan looked up and glanced at Lin Ming quietly. She suddenly thought, isn't Lin Ming from an ordinary family? How much has he struggled to get to where he is now, and what kind of opportunity does he have? Thinking of Lin Ming's rare understanding and his ethereal martial spirit, Qin Zixuan felt a little regretful. If Lin Ming could be born in a large sect, he would probably achieve better results than now. What are you thinking about? Lin Ming finished the second bowl of dragon bone soup and found Qin Zixuan looking at him and asked with a smile. Nothing, I just think this world is quite unfair. Ordinary warriors work hard all their lives, but they can't touch the toes of these sect disciples. It's really unfair. It depends on whether you accept it or fight. I heard that Emperor Shaka who integrated 7 kinds of martial spirits and broke through the void with martial arts, was born as a commoner. It is difficult for commoner warriors to stand out, but once they stand out, because of the hardships they have experienced, they may go further than the sect disciples. Lin Ming said this calmly, and Qin Xingxuan suddenly felt that Lin Ming was talking about himself. Qin Xingxuan was silent for a while, then turned to look out the window. Suddenly, a strange thought came to her mind. Can I catch up with him? In half a year, I was overtaken by him. In the future, the gap will only get bigger and bigger. Thinking of this, Qin Xingxuan didn't know what she felt. At this time, several warriors in bright clothes walked into Nanhua Tower together. The leader shouted, "Waiter, bring us a table of good dishes and 2 jars of dragon bone wine." Okay. The waiter knew that a wealthy guest had come. When he saw this, he greeted them with a big smile on his face. The momentum of this group of people ordering dishes was completely unmatched by Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming. Nanhua Tower is one of the top restaurants in Qianxue City, and is also a place frequented by young talents. Lin Ming saw that the treasures placed on the table by several people were all of the upper human grade, and they were obviously from an extraordinary background. Another 3 years. Finally the time has come. I didn't have the chance to participate in the last general sect martial arts competition, but this time I finally got a spot. If I get a good ranking this time, my father won't have anything to say. The young warrior who spoke was at the half step of the condensing vein stage, and he looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. It would not be a problem for him to break through the condensing vein stage in a year or 2. Reaching the condensing vein stage at the age of 18 or 19, this achievement could not be matched by anyone in Xianan country, except Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. And judging from the tone of this person, I'm afraid that not only is his cultivation high, but his combat power is also outstanding among the warriors of the same level. Otherwise he would not have the chance to participate in this general sect assessment. Haha, brother Rao Yang has accumulated a lot of experience. He will at least be in the top 100 in this sect martial arts competition. Don't belittle me. To be in the top 100, you must be at least in the condensation vein stage. I'll try my best. There's still hope for 150. Brother Rao Yang is too modest. Everyone knows that Brother Rao Yang has practiced the Hehuan divine art to the 4th level, while many disciples in the condensation vein stage are still struggling at the 3rd level. In terms of combat effectiveness, Brother Rao Yang is at least equivalent to the middle stage of the condensation vein stage. Compared with those country warriors from the 36 countries, their peak condensation vein warriors are no match for Brother Rao Yang. The young man surnamed Rao Yang drank a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Comparing with the warriors from the 36 countries is an insult to me. They are not as good as the people from the 16 martial arts families. Most of those families have been passed down for thousands of years and have some foundation. They even produced several talents in the last martial arts competition." You mean Zhang Yan's Heo from the Zhang family? He only made it into the top 20. Although he is in the top 20, he is far behind the direct disciples of our 7 Profound Valley, let alone Brother Rao Yang. Even if we go to the 36 countries and the 16 cultivating martial arts families, we can sweep away 99% of their geniuses. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came from the table. Qin Xingxuan's face was extremely ugly. His fingers subconsciously clenched the jade bowl and frowned, saying, "These people are too arrogant. Strength determines status. It is normal for these 7 Profound Valley disciples to look down on the 36 countries and cultivating martial arts families, but they are too disrespectful to talk so loudly. This Nanhua building is not only affordable for the disciples of the 7 Profound Valley." Lin Ming pointed his finger, and Qin Xingxuan looked over and saw the 3 young men and a girl sitting next to him stand up and walk towards the table where the 7 Profound Valley disciples were with gloomy faces. Rao Yang naturally noticed the actions of the 4 people. The 4 people's clothes had a small golden dragon embroidered on their chests, obviously from the same family. Glancing at their cultivation, the young man at the head had just entered the condensed vein stage, and the other 3 were at the bone forging stage. They were called the condensed vein stage, but in fact, they had just opened up their meridians, and their foundation was not yet solid. Seeing the cultivation of these people, Rao Yang smiled. This kind of warrior who had just entered the condensed vein stage did not increase much in strength, but his sense of superiority would immediately rise, and he thought that no warrior at the bone forging stage could match him. Well, I will dampen your spirits and let you know the gap between you and the disciples of the main sect. Thinking of this, Bao Yang smiled even more. You said you want to sweep through my 16 martial arts families? Well, I, Long Yun, will stand here today and you can try to sweep through them. The young man at the condensed vein stage who was at the head said coldly. Judging from his age, he was only about 20 years old, and most likely he was here to participate in this martial arts competition of the main sect. Long Yun, you are a descendant of the Long family of Healing Mountain, right? Humph, do you deserve this surname? Gao Yang played with the wine glass in his hand and did not even intend to stand up. It's not up to you to decide whether you are worthy or not. Hearing the other party insulting her family, the girl behind Long Yun said sternly, and the sword in her hand was already unsheathed. Gao Yang laughed. I didn't know you were still a rose with thorns. I just broke through the 4th level of the Hehuan Divine Art recently, and I'm looking for a few talented and beautiful women to practice with me. Your appearance and cultivation are barely acceptable. Are you interested? When Yang said this, several Kixuan Valley warriors sitting with him laughed, and the girl from the Long family almost bit her teeth. Not only did the other party tease her, but he also insulted her like this. How could she not be angry? I'll kill you. The girl drew her sword to stab, but was stopped by Long Yun. Ninth sister, you are no match for them. Let me do it. Long Yun pulled out a long spear from the Zumi ring and made a strange starting posture. Mr. Rao Yang, let me learn your Hehuan divine art. I want to see what qualifications you have to speak so arrogantly. Seeing Long Yun's weapon, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. He was actually a spear user, which was really rare. As the saying goes, swords are like jade, knives are like tigers, and spears are like dragons. After becoming famous, many warriors will take their own surnames, based on their weapons or skills, and create a martial arts family. For example, the founder of the Kixuan Valley Qin sect took Qin as his surname, and the Long family took Long as their surname, because they used spears. When the guests sitting next to them saw that someone was going to fight, not only did no one panic, but they turned around with interest, drinking wine, eating nuts, and looked like they were watching a good show. Even the waiter in the shop didn't think it was a big deal. He put the towel on his back, put down the drink in his hand and said calmly, "Gentlemen, if you break something, you have to pay for it. Do you think you should pay if you lose, or if you win?" The waiter asked this, and Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really a weird restaurant, but it was normal. The people who came in and out of here were all arrogant warriors, and trouble and fighting were probably common occurrences. Of course I'll pay if I lose. Gao Yang lazily stood up from his seat, with a playful smile on his face. Mr. Long, let me warn you first, the things in Nanhua building are not cheap. It is common to lose 1 or 200 Yuan stones for a fight. Don't be too late to pay after losing. The boss behind Nanhua building is not simple. If you are afraid, it's not too late to kneel down and admit your mistake now. Hearing the number of 1 or 200 Yuan stones, Long Yun's face turned red and white. He had already lost a lot of money by coming to this meal today. If he had to pay 1 or 200 Yuan stones, he really couldn't afford it. But at this time, he had no way to retreat. Do you think you are sure to win? What a joke. Take my shot. Long Yun shouted, took a step forward, and infused the long spear with Yuan. Long Yun and the spear became one, and pierced Yang's chest like a black snake. Chapter 238 The Nature of Youth. HMPH. You overestimate your own abilities. Gao Yang flipped his hand, and a purple-red 3-foot sword appeared in his palm. This was a human-grade top-grade treasure. True essence infused the sword body, and the purple-red longsword turned into a strange bone color. Gao Yang slashed with the sword, and with bursts of ghostly cries, it collided with Long Yun's gun. Bang! The spear and sword intersected, and the true essence rolled back violently, directly overturning 7 or 8 tables. Long Yun was shocked, and felt an extremely cold breath like a poisonous snake drilling into his body. The right hand holding the gun instantly lost consciousness, as if it was not his own. Long Yun retreated several steps. his face pale, but Aang stood still, and even the banquet behind him was not affected at all. Brother. Senior brother. The two men and one woman behind Long Yun hurried over to support Long Yun, but when they touched Long Yun's body, they felt cold and frightened. Lin Ming saw it clearly from the side. Aang used the absolute bone sword. He had experienced this move in the hands of Zhang Guanyu and Aang Dehe. Although Aang's cultivation and the concentration of his true essence were far inferior to Aang Dehe's, his control over the absolute bone sword was much more proficient than Aang Dehe's. Although this Aang has not reached the stage of condensing veins, his realm of the Hehu and divine art is higher than that of Aang Dehe. He can be considered a genius and has the capital to be proud of himself. Aang laughed. Can't you even take a sword? The warriors from the 16 martial arts families are really trash. I say that you 16 families should just discuss with the 36 countries and hold a martial arts conference by yourselves. Don't come to the 7 profound valley to embarrass yourself, lest you can't even enter the mountain gate in the future, which will only add to the jokes. Haha, brother Aang said it well. A bunch of rat shit spoils a pot of soup. The headquarters gave them an age limit of 22, and the entry threshold couldn't be lower. As a result, more than 200 people came, but they were able to pass the entrance test. In the end, only 70 or 80 people entered the mountain gate. After so much effort and running hundreds of thousands of miles, you can't even get through the gate. Is it interesting? Listening to these people's unscrupulous ridicule, Long Yun was furious. He shouted, and his true energy surged. His face turned into a strange purple red. The floor under his feet was crackled, and a large piece was lifted up. Even the wall was faintly shaking. Go to hell. Long Yun's figure blurred, and he rushed to Aang like a ghost, holding a gun with both hands, and smashing it down. After the gun was fired, a dazzling bloodlight burst out from Long Yun's body, like a rising red sun. Obviously, he used his best skills. For the first time, Aang's eyes showed a solemn look. He bit his tongue and spit out a ball of blood, which was sprayed on the sword. The long sword, which was originally shining with cold light, turned into a strange blood red after absorbing the blood. The soulless blood skull. Aang shouted fiercely, and there was only a heart-wrenching roar. The whole restaurant was filled with gloomy winds, and the blood and ki were gone. A red skull rushed out from the sword and shot straight at Long Yun. The skull opened its bloody mouth. Long Yun shouted loudly and stabbed the blood skull with a gun. The true essence burst out, but the blood skull actually opened its mouth and swallowed all of Long Yun's true essence. It swelled up like a balloon and bit Long Yun's shoulder. Ah! Long Yun screamed and felt that the blood and ki in his body seemed to be sucked in by the blood skull. His right arm, which was bitten by the blood skull, began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after the blood skull absorbed the essence and blood, it became even more red and dripping. Brother. Senior brother. The girl with Long Yun almost cried when she saw this scene. It was obvious that she had a deep affection for Long Yun. I'm afraid it's not just a simple senior brother and sister. Aang saw the girl's reaction, and a lewd light flashed in his eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suppressed the restless true energy in his body. He also paid a heavy price for using the absolute soul blood skull. Without a few days of hard work, he would not be able to recover to his peak state. At this time, Long Yun had been completely swallowed by the blood skull. His body was suspended in midair, as if wrapped in a huge red blood bubble. His face was pale, as if he was dead. Although it looked scary, Aang did not kill him. When the Zhangzhang martial arts competition was about to begin, it would have a bad impact if he killed the contestants in public. Even if Aang had a backer in the 7 mysterious valley, he would not dare to do so. The girl wanted to tear Aang into pieces immediately, but she could still barely maintain a trace of rationality. Even Long Yun was not his opponent, so the gap between her and him was even greater. Let my brother go. Aang said to the girl with a lewd smile. You want me to let your brother go? It's not that easy. I used this soul-destroying blood skeleton and consumed a lot of blood. It will take a few days to recover. The martial arts competition in the sect will start in a few days. My loss is not small. The girl was so angry that she was shaking. Her plump chest was heaving violently. She said hatefully, what do you want? Aang glanced greedily at the girl's chest and laughed. It's simple. Accompany me to practice dual cultivation for 3 days so that I can replenish my blood and ki. Don't worry, dual cultivation will also be good for you. You. The girl could hardly believe her ears. The other party was so shameless. Ninth sister, stop talking nonsense with the beast. Let's go together and kill him. The 2 young men behind the girl were furious and drew out the spears in the Sumeru ring. Yes, let's go together. Several people could no longer bear it, and their true energy burst out. Their skills were the same, obviously inherited from the Long family. Gao Yang snorted coldly, you are worthy. Hey, let us play with you. Several disciples in brocade clothes behind Gao Yang stood up with a smile. They were also at the peak of bone forging. They could not beat Long Yun before, but they were more than enough to deal with these 3 people. For a while, the momentum of both sides burst out, and the Long family was obviously weaker. The girl's eyes flashed with hatred, but her pretty face was extremely pale. She knew that she would definitely lose if she fought. At this moment, the 3 of them suddenly heard a hissing sound above their heads. When they looked up, a purple electric snake drilled into the blood skull and swam around. Then there was a bang sound, and the blood skull turned into blood mist and exploded. Long Yun, who was almost unconscious, fell down. Senior brother, big brother. The girl and the 2 young men rushed over to catch Long Yun. Seeing Long Yun's pale face and trembling lips, the girl felt heartbroken. Who? The soulless blood skull was connected to Ao Yang's blood essence, but it was suddenly broken. He felt agitated and almost vomited blood. Ao Yang looked at Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan in shock and anger. Because Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan were in a remote place, he didn't pay much attention to them before. Who are you? Which family are you from? Looking at the clothes of Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan, it was obvious that they were not from the 7 Mysterious Valley sect, so he asked this question. We are not from any family. We are from the Xianan kingdom. Qin Xingxuan looked at Ao Yang with disgust. She hated these disciples of the Hehuan sect who relied on their strength to bully men and women. The 7 Mysterious Valley is both good and evil. The 7 sects in it have different personalities due to the differences in their cultivation methods. As the saying goes, people with different paths cannot work together. The relationship between the 7 elders is really not very good, and the Valley Master of the 7 Mysterious Valley can do nothing about it. In the 7 Mysterious Valleys, the Hehuan sect is notorious and full of evil deeds. This is determined by their cultivation method. If their sect wants to be strong, they must plunder cultivation furnaces everywhere, otherwise it is difficult to improve their skills. In addition, the desires of the Hehuan sect disciples are strong and intense, so they do some things that bully men and women from time to time. For such things, the elders of the Hehuan sect take a tacit attitude, as long as they don't cause a big mess. As for the Valley Master of the 7 Mysterious Valley, he can't control it, even if he wants to. Xianan country? Haha, it's actually from Xianan country. Among the 36 countries, Xianan country is only ranked in the middle. You are not even as good as the 16 martial arts families. Although Ao Yang laughed arrogantly, he was secretly alert in his heart. When did Xianan country produce a genius warrior of the thunder system? Thunder warriors have a restraining effect on ghosts and are the most difficult to deal with. The people behind Ao Yang didn't know that Ao Yang had suffered a loss just now. When they heard that they were from Xianan country, they laughed. Brother Ao Yang, you don't have to do anything, we can do it. To country warriors from Xianan country, who are only at the bone tempering stage, dare to be so arrogant. By the way, that girl is really good looking. Brothers, help you get her away, and help brother Ao Yang practice to the 4th level of Hehuan divine art. Hearing that the other party actually set his sights on him, Qin Xingxuan became furious, gritted his teeth, and pulled out the long sword of the Sumeru ring. At this time, Lin Ming pressed down the hilt of Qin Xingxuan's sword and said, let me do it. The hand holding the sword was pressed down, and Qin Xingxuan bit her lip and said, I can deal with these minions, except for that Ao Yang. I'm not sure, but I can protect myself. After hearing Qin Xingxuan's words, Lin Ming was slightly surprised. That Ao Yang probably had the strength of a mid-stage condensation vein warrior. If Qin Xingxuan could protect herself in his hands, she must have at least reached the peak of the early stage of condensation vein. Her progress was too fast. The 6th grade talent was indeed extraordinary. He still pressed down Qin Xingxuan's sword and smiled. "I'll do this fight." Lin Ming was talking about fighting, not fighting. For him, this was just a fight for a moment of pride, and it was not a fight at all. The playboys of Xianan City, especially those martial arts disciples from big families, often fought in restaurants and romantic places because of a disagreement or for women. This behavior seemed arrogant and brainless, but wasn't it a manifestation of the nature of young people's hot-blooded impulse and obsession with beautiful women? Although Lin Ming did not agree with this approach, he had to admit that he had envied the carefree life of those dandies in the midst of feasting and revelry. However, he had limited strength and no background at that time. He usually practiced hard in the back mountain every day. That kind of life was completely out of touch with him. The nature of the young man had been suppressed for many years. Now, with this opportunity, he really wanted to fight for Qin Xingxuan. Thanks to brother Wu Shang's Hanglin for giving me 60,000 starting coins in one go and becoming a martial arts master. Recently, I have been dealing with some personal problems related to my lifelong affairs, involving many reasons from my parents and the lawsuit on my forehead. I will update 200,000 by the end of this month. I will update more next month when I return home. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 239 Soul Power Genius. Lin Ming stood in front of Qin Xingxuan and slowly put down the bowl of soup in his hand. "Just now I heard you guys say that you want to sweep across the 36 kingdoms. I'm looking forward to it. I will stand here, you come and try to sweep it. Haha, this idiot really thinks he is a big clove of garlic. Brothers, come on, fulfill his wish and sweep this idiot out like sweeping garbage." The one who spoke was a green-clothed warrior. He thought that he might not be able to beat him alone, so if everyone comes together, I don't believe that we can't beat you to death. With a strange cry from the green-clothed warrior, the four people rushed out together. Lin Ming stood in place. Not only did he not dodge, but closed his eyes. The green-clothed warrior didn't know what Lin Ming was doing, but seeing that his sword was about to fall on Lin Ming's face, the green-clothed warrior had a hint of a grim smile on his lips, and he must destroy your appearance today. Seeing that their attacks were about to fall, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes and glanced around. The black vortex quietly bloomed like a black lotus, swallowing up everything around it. The Samsara martial spirit burst out, and countless illusions flooded into the minds of the four warriors. The four of them shook, and the sea of spirituality set off a huge wave, and their independent consciousness was washed away. The attacks in their hands could no longer fall, and their eyes became dull and dull, and their pupils lost their focus. Plop, plop. The four warriors fell to the ground like dead dogs, foaming at the mouth, and their bodies trembled like they had epilepsy. Gao Yang was dumbfounded. He knocked down four people with just one look. How did he do it? Subconsciously holding the hilt of the sword, Bao Yang looked at Lin Ming again with a hint of fear. Those who were watching the excitement in the hall also noticed Lin Ming instantly. Where did this kid come from? Although the strength of the four guys just now was not very good, they were at least warriors at the peak of bone forging. Why did they all lie down inexplicably? Interesting. A young man who had reached the initial stage of the condensed veins was drinking leisurely, looking at Lin Ming with interest. It was incredible that a warrior from the 36 kingdoms could reach such strength. Lin Ming held back on these four warriors. Of course, he couldn't really turn them into idiots, but this was enough for them. Their spiritual seas were damaged, and they wouldn't be able to recover for 10 days or half a month. Seeing that he had hit a wall, Gao Yang's face was very ugly, but there were so many people watching in the Nanhua building, many of whom were disciples from other branches of the Seven Profound Valley. If he became a coward today, these people would definitely go back to the sect and spread the word everywhere. The seven branches were fighting for their own reputation. The Hehuan sect allowed its disciples to act arrogantly, and the sect acquiesced. But if the arrogant disciples were punished, it would be a great shame. He said with a stiff face, "Boy, don't play tricks in front of me. You just used a soul attack, right? If you are proficient in this attack method, you can kill instantly if the difference in strength is not big, but it will be useless if you encounter someone stronger than you, and you will be counterattacked. This does not mean that you are strong." After all, Bao Yang came from a big sect and had seen a lot. In a few words, he accidentally said the right thing about Lin Ming's reincarnation martial intent. However, the effect of reincarnation martial intent is much stronger than Aoyang expected, but Lin Ming has not yet fully developed it. If you can take this move of mine, I will admit defeat with all my heart. As Aoyang said this, strange purple fire ignited all over his body, and the flames burned fiercely. However, what made people feel strange was that this flame was not only not hot, but there was a cold air blowing in his face. The table behind him and the floor under his feet soon formed a layer of purple ice. After a while, the table and chairs wrapped in purple ice turned into ashes incredibly, as if there was fire in the ice. This was a move that Aoyang had mastered only after reaching the 4th level of the Hehuan divine art, the purple flame bone spear. It consumed a lot of essence to perform, and was originally intended to be used in the martial arts competition of the main sect, but now, he had to use it in advance. Lin Ming stood there with his hands behind his back, allowing Aoyang to gather strength, but he had no intention of taking action. The blazing purple flame took 5 or 6 breaths before slowly condensing into a purple bone spear on Aoyang's right hand. Waves of ghostly cries came from the spear. Aoyang's face also turned extremely pale. The Hehuan divine art was full of extremely yin and cold moves. Performing them would consume a lot of the caster's essence and blood, so he had to use yin to replenish yang, using the woman's yin essence to make up for it. Aoyang, who had condensed the purple bone spear, had obviously reached his limit, just like a skinny old man swinging a 20 to 30 kilogram sledgehammer, and he could not control it anymore. Die. Aoyang uttered the word with difficulty. The purple bone spear in his hand was pulling endless purple flames. When he was about to throw it out with difficulty, Lin Ming shook his head and sighed. Are you finally done? I've been waiting for so long that the food has gone cold. Can you use this move to kill the enemy? You should have been killed long ago. You. Aoyang was provoked by Lin Ming's sarcasm and almost couldn't control the bone spear in his hand. His move really couldn't be used in actual combat, because Aoyang had just broken through the 4th level of Hehuan divine art, and couldn't control the purple flame bone spear well at all. A skinny old man would use a sledgehammer to fight against the enemy. It would take a long time to swing it. Not only would he not hit anyone, but he might even twist his waist and smash his feet. The reason why Aoyang used this move to deal with Lin Ming was that he hoped that Lin Ming would be so arrogant that he would take his move. In this way, he would have a chance to trick Lin Ming. You don't dare to take it? Aoyang used the method of provoking. He almost squeezed out these words from his teeth. His face became paler and paler. It was not easy for him to speak now. Lin Ming seemed to have heard a very funny joke and laughed. Why should I answer it? As soon as he finished speaking, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and a black vortex silently enveloped Aoyang and swallowed him up. Boom. Aoyang felt as if his head had exploded in an instant, and countless information illusions poured into his spiritual sea. He was already close to his limit, and had no power to resist. His body shook and he fell head first. The purple flame bone spear in his hand lost the control of Aoyang's soul power, and dissipated in an instant. The bone spear turned into extremely cold purple fire, and flew in all directions. If these cold flames were to be shot out, they would probably destroy the entire restaurant, and even Aoyang, who had lost consciousness, would suffer. At this moment, a man in black rushed out from the 2nd floor. With a wave of his hand, a powerful vortex of air appeared out of thin air, sweeping all the purple flames into his hand, and compressing them into a purple black sphere. Then the man in black casually threw the purple black sphere out like an arrow, breaking through the window, shooting straight into the sky, and finally disappearing from everyone's sight. Lin Ming had already discovered this man in black. He appeared on the 2nd floor when the conflict began, standing by and watching. Lin Ming guessed that he was a master affiliated with Ninhua building. How could such a large restaurant, opened in such a sensitive place, not have a master sitting in charge? The audience around did not expect this result. They were waiting to see how Lin Ming would crack the purple flame bone spear, but they did not expect that he did not follow the style of a master at all, and took action before Aoyang threw the bone spear out. If it were not for the man in black to save the situation, Aoyang would have been burned to death by the purple flame he released. The man in black frowned and looked at Lin Ming. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the acquired realm, not much worse than Kinziya. Boy, you are so cruel. If I hadn't acted in time, you would not have left Nanhua Tower today. Lin Ming smiled apologetically and said, the senior has been ready for action. I don't think he would sit and watch the important disciples of the Hehuan sect die in Nanhua Tower. Otherwise, Nanhua Tower would have no less trouble than me. The man in black froze, but he couldn't think of anything to refute Lin Ming. In the end, he could only snort heavily to express his dissatisfaction. This young man is really a lunatic. Is he sure that he will take action? He doesn't think that Lin Ming can save the situation by himself when the purple flames are overflowing. But this guy was able to find me, which is quite a feat. His soul power is indeed extremely powerful. He must be born with a soul talent of the 5th rank or even the 6th rank. The black-clothed man's cultivation was at the peak of the acquired realm. Although he had not yet reached the realm of returning to nature, he had also seen some ways. Just now, he was hiding his aura and standing on the 2nd floor, but he did not expect to be discovered by Lin Ming. The black-clothed man looked at Lin Ming deeply and turned away. At this time, several of Ao Yang's companions who had been knocked unconscious by Lin Ming had woken up. They saw Ao Yang lying on the ground like a dead dog. Their necks shrank, and they endured the headache. They pulled Ao Yang up and left in disgrace, not daring to even look at Lin Ming. The surrounding warriors looked at Lin Ming with different expressions. It's rare to find a warrior who is proficient in soul power. I didn't expect that the 36 kingdoms also produced a decent genius. The warrior who spoke had reached the condensed veins stage, and he had the capital to be proud. As Ao Yang said, soul attacks can even kill instantly when the strength is similar, but against those who are stronger than oneself, rashly using soul attacks may backfire. Don't underestimate him. He just killed 4 warriors at the peak of bone forging at the same time. The strength of his soul power is amazing. He may have a 6th grade soul talent. I don't think warriors who have just entered the condensed vein stage may be his opponent. Well, but at most he can make it into the top 150. Before the top 150, he is at least in the early stage of the condensed vein stage, and they are all geniuses who far exceed warriors of the same level. The warriors in Nanhua Tower use their true essence to transmit their thoughts. Some people had already secretly memorized Lin Ming's appearance and were ready to report it to their families or sects. At this time, in a private room on the 2nd floor of Nanhua building, a man in green was drinking calmly with a blank expression on his face, as if the fierce battle downstairs just now was not in the same time and space as him. This kid is quite interesting. In front of the green-clothed man, there was a purple-clothed man, who was in the middle stage of condensing veins. He had a 4-foot-long sword on his back. Many swordsmen were willing to carry the sword on their backs, even if they had the Sumeru ring, in order to hone their tacit understanding with the sword. Chapter 240 Jiang Land Sword. This boy is invincible below the condensation vein stage, but he is useless when he meets a true condensation vein stage genius. The green-clothed warrior said indifferently. This man is called Jiang Lanjian, a direct descendant of Jiang Yu, the founder of the Sword Sect, and the second genius of the 7 Profound Valley Sword Sect besides Jiang Boyan, the disciple of the sect master. Jiang Lanjian's cultivation has reached the peak of condensation vein, and this strength is also first class in the 7 Profound Valley. When the sword energy is cultivated to the highest level, it can kill nothingness, including obsession, vitality, inner demons, and of course soul attacks, and even his thunder power. Even if this person has the same cultivation as me, he is no match for me. Soul attack is not the right way after all. It is very effective when you first learn it, and your strength grows rapidly. But when you reach a higher level, it is just useless. Investing too much energy in it will limit your own strength. Jiang Lanjian drank the wine silently, and his comments had a taste of giving instructions. The man in purple laughed. He knew that Jiang Lanjian had a very high vision. There were seldom any mistakes in the moves and techniques he commented on. Even the leader of the sword sect praised his vision. How can the disciples of the 36 nations compare with you? If they can enter the top 100, it is already a great honor. If they are lucky enough to enter the top 50, it will be a great honor. Although soul attack is not the right way, it is better than those inferior moves. Jiang Lanjian stopped talking. For the warriors of the 36 nations, it is indeed much better to have a set of unique moves, even if it is not the right way. Let's go. The Hehuan sect is the most protective of its shortcomings. Yao Yangzian suffered a great loss this time. His brother Rao Yangzifan will help him get revenge. This young man has caused a lot of trouble. When Lin Ming and Ao Yang fought, Long Yun had already eaten the blood essence stone milk to replenish his qi and blood. He woke up and just witnessed the scene of Lin Ming defeating Ao Yangzian. After learning that Lin Ming was born in Qianxue country, Long Yun was filled with emotion. The 16 martial arts families had abundant resources and independent inheritance, and they always thought highly of themselves. Long Yun was also a leader of the Long family, but he did not expect to be completely defeated by a genius from Qianxue country today. What made Long Yun most unacceptable was that the other party's cultivation was lower than his. Thank you, I'm Long Yun, a disciple of the 31st generation of the Long family. Long Yun stepped forward and thanked him with a fist. The ancient martial arts families were used to saying which generation of disciples they were when introducing themselves. This was also a way to show off the family's heritage. In order not to delay their cultivation, many warriors would get married and have children in their 30s or 40s. A family that could pass on the 31st generation of disciples had at least 1,000 years of history. Lin Ming from Qianxue country. Lin Ming politely said his name and sat back in his seat. Qin Xingxue naturally served Lin Ming a bowl of dragon bone soup. To her, Lin Ming's victory just now was simply a matter of course. Not to mention Lin Ming, even Ling Sen would surely beat that Ao Yang. Long Yunshan then noticed Qin Xingxue. Her cultivation level in the middle stage of bone forging was in contrast to her tender and beautiful appearance, which immediately surprised him. The girl in front of him was obviously 15 or 16 years old, but her cultivation level was so high. How high was her talent? If there was no special opportunity, she must have a 6th grade talent. Was she also from Qianxue country? When did Qianxue country produce so many geniuses? The people behind Long Yun also noticed Qin Xingxue. Lin Ming had grown up in the past few months in southern Xinjiang. His face was angular and had a sharp temperament. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was 17 years old, but Qin Xingxue still had some childishness. When they were the same age as Qin Xingxue, they were only in the Yijin period. Especially the girl behind Long Yun, when she saw Qin Xingxue, she felt a sense of inferiority. When the two girls met, they were not only compared in strength and talent, but also in appearance. She was completely defeated in all aspects. She sighed in her heart. If she had known, she should not have come. Long Yun concealed his shock and smiled at Qin Xingxue in a friendly way. I'm afraid that within 5 years, this girl will be famous in the 36 countries. Seeing the other parties smile, Qin Xingxue just nodded politely, with no intention of making close friends. Long Yun could only say goodbye. If Brother Lin goes to Hualuo country, you can go to Long's family for a gathering. My Long family is in Langluo mountain on the border of Hualuo country. Goodbye. See you later. A few hours later. Qixuan Valley Hehuan sect, the mountain where the Hehuan sect is located, is lush with vegetation all year round, with birds singing and flowers blooming. This is the founder of the Hehuan sect, Yao Yangzun, who spent a lot of money to set up a magic circle at the foot of Hehuan Peak to block the invasion of high mountain cold air, making the entire Hehuan Peak green all year round. This magic circle alone consumes more than 10,000 pure true essence stones every year. In a small country, it is enough to bankrupt a large family. Walking into Hehuan Peak, not only can you hear the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, you can often see beautiful female cultivators shuttling among the flowers. The warblers and swallows are so beautiful. The sect with the most female cultivators in Qixuan Valley is not the Qin sect, which is dominated by women, but the Hehuan sect. On average, every male disciple of the Hehuan sect has 3 to 4 female companions to practice with him. Some of these women were forced, but most of them were willing. Although the Hehuan sect's skills are more beneficial to men, if the supplements are properly collected, they will also benefit women in turn. Therefore, some female disciples who only have 4th grade talents and have no chance to enter the Qixuan Valley are willing to enter the Hehuan sect and practice the Hehuan divine art. At least with the help of the sect, they have a great hope of entering the Ningmei stage or even the acquired stage before their faces begin to age. In this way, they can have an extra few decades of youth and remain at the most beautiful time of their lives. This is a fatal temptation for many beautiful women. Many of them even came from big families in the 36 kingdoms, and their status was not necessarily worse than that of Beijingan and Mirangzi in the Xianan kingdom. If Beijingan had not refused to obey, she would have entered here and become one of them. Several female cultivators who had just entered the condensed vein stage were gathering in the mountains to celebrate the decades of youth they had just gained. Most of them were around 25 or 26 years old, which was the most charming time in a woman's life. Because of good maintenance and the nourishment of various elixirs, their skin was as smooth as water, and they looked no different from girls in their 20s. While they were celebrating, they saw several disciples of the Hehuan sect carrying a person hurriedly up the mountain. The person was pale and twitching all over, as if he had epilepsy. The man who was shaking seems to be Gao Hangxian, right? A woman recognized Gao Hangxian at once. As one of the few promising disciples of the Hehuan sect, these female cultivators paid extra attention to him. If they practiced with a genius, they would naturally get more resources. If they served well, they would be rewarded with some elixirs, which would be enough for them to break through the condensation vein stage. For these women, elixir poison was naturally not within their consideration. As long as they broke through the condensation vein stage, no matter how poor their combat power was, it would not be a problem. It's really Gao Hangxian, my god, how could he become like this? Another woman covered her mouth. Recently, something seemed to have happened in the Hehuan sect. A few days ago, the elder's nephew Ao Hangdahua was killed. It was only a few days ago, and Ao Hangxian was beaten like this again. As they were talking, a middle-aged man and a young man flew down from the mountain. They had obviously received the news in advance and came out to greet them. The middle-aged man saw Ao Hangxian's appearance, and with a sweep of his soul power, he immediately knew Ao Hangxian's situation. He was attacked after barely using the purple flame bone spear, and suffered a backlash that turned him into this state. He would not be able to recover for 10 days or half a month. In this way, he could not participate in the martial arts competition of the main sect, which was a big blow to Ao Hangxian. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "What's going on?" This man was Ao Hangxian's father, Ao Hangwenzhang, an innate elder in the sect. 70% of the elders of the Hehuan sect were surnamed Ao Hang. They were all direct descendants of the founder of the sect, Ao Hangzun. First, they had a solid foundation in the sect, and obtained more resources. Second, their inherited talents were mostly better than other disciples, so the probability of breaking through the innate was relatively high. Several low-level disciples of the Hehuan sect were pressed by Ao Hangwenzhang's momentum, and suddenly felt a heavy sense of oppression. They did not dare to report falsely, and tremblingly told the story of what happened. The young man beside the middle-aged man heard what they said, and his eyes flashed. He is proficient in soul attack, and has the ability to control a small amount of thunder. He can kill warriors of the same level in seconds. He is invincible below the condensation vein stage. In order to shirk responsibility, these Hehuan sect disciples made Lin Ming's wise and powerful words, and gave him the title of invincible below the condensation vein stage. In their opinion, Gao Hangxian had few rivals below the condensation vein stage. Lin Ming could defeat Ao Hangxian in seconds, so it was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible at the condensation vein stage. Humph, the world is so big, who dares to claim to be invincible below the condensation vein stage? The young man snorted coldly, not taking it seriously. He was Ao Hangxian's brother Ao Hangzifeng, who was in the late condensation vein stage. A warrior who is proficient in soul attack is not to be feared at all under the absolute gap in strength. I will defeat him in the martial arts competition, and make him pay a heavy price. Well, try to stay within the scope allowed by the rules, and don't cause controversy. Ao Hangwenzhang also wanted Ao Hangzifeng to vent his anger for his younger son, otherwise this anger would weigh on Ao Hangxian's heart and affect his cultivation. Don't worry, father, I understand. On the 5th day after Qinxia and his party arrived in Qianxue City, the general sect martial arts competition officially began. A total of 520 disciples from the 36 countries in the Qixuan area, the 16 martial arts families, and the Qixuan Valley general sect gathered in the Qianxuan mountains, waiting to enter the mountain gate. Among so many young talents, Lin Ming was not very eye-catching. although he also attracted a lot of attention in Nanhua Tower a few days ago. Compared with those geniuses in the middle and late stages of condensation veins, he could only be regarded as a small genius worthy of attention, and did not cause widespread discussion among people. Chapter 241 Borrowing Qianxue. Qianxue mountain stretches for thousands of miles across the hinterland of the Qianxue area. It is said that there was once a purple dragon that was about to turn into a real dragon, but it died here and was buried underground. Over the past 10,000 years, a dragon vein of earth energy has been formed, and the main peak of Qianxue mountain, where the Qianxue Valley is located, is the core of this dragon vein. Because of this, Qianxue mountain is rich in heaven and earth energy, and practicing here will get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, in a canyon in Qianxue mountain, there is also the richest Xinyu stone vein in the entire Qianxue area. It not only produces ordinary Xinyu stones, but also high quality medium grade Xinyu stones, and even top grade Xinyu stones. These high quality Xinyu stones are only for the core disciples and elders in the sect. Ordinary warriors have never heard of them, let alone use them. At this time, the open space in front of the gate of Qianxue mountain was full of heroes from all sides. Because there were too many people, the area assigned to Qinziya and his group was only several feet square. Lin Ming and Ling Sen sat cross-legged on the ground to adjust their breathing, while Zhao Yu and Liang Long were not so calm. They were worried about the mountain gate that would start soon. If they couldn't pass it, they wouldn't even be able to enter the gate, which would be a huge shame. It's hard to exert your full strength if your mind is not calm, Qinziya said slowly on the side, and he was referring to Zhao Yu and Liang Long. Zhao Yu and Liang Long were embarrassed for a while. Of course, they also understood this truth, but it was difficult to calm down without enough strength. Helplessly, they sat cross-legged and adjusted their mentality. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Isn't this the Qin Mansion Master of Xianan country? Nice to meet you. Qinziya looked back and saw a tall and thin middle-aged man in a grey robe walking over with a smile. Qinziya clasped his fists and said indifferently, Palace Master Luo, nice to meet you. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo swept his eyes over Lin Ming and the others one by one. After checking their cultivation one by one, the smile on his face became even stronger. The disciples sent by Xianan country this time did not even have a single one in the condensation vein stage. The only one who could be shown off, Qin Xingsun, was still young and would not achieve any results. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo had already predicted that the Wu Xianan country would be defeated at this general sect meeting. Palace Master Qin, are these 5 the disciples you brought this time? How come there is also a person in the initial stage of bone forging? With such strength, it is difficult for him to pass the mountain gate, right? The middle-aged man surnamed Luo said sarcastically. The person in the initial stage of bone forging was Ling Senator. The other party's words were a bit harsh, but Ling Sen just opened his eyes and glanced at the middle-aged man surnamed Luo, and then continued to meditate and regulate his breath. For a person like Ling Sen who had no human touch, what others thought of him and what they said about him was simply meaningless. Strength is not just about cultivation, Qinziya said indifferently, not bothering to pay attention to the other party. This middle-aged man surnamed Luo is the lord of the 7 Zuanwu mansion of Hualuo country. When Qinziya and the middle-aged man surnamed Luo were disciples of the 7 Zuangu, their relationship was not very harmonious. Later, the two were assigned to serve as lords of the neighboring Hualuo country and Xianan country. It happened that when the general sect martial arts competition was held, the neighboring Hualuo country and Xianan country were destined to be assigned to the same group. Therefore, there has always been fierce competition between these two martial arts mansions that are not far away. Whenever the middle-aged man surnamed Luo gets a chance, he will step on Qinziya. The Lord of Qin is right. Cultivation does not represent strength, but it is the most important part that affects strength. Our Hualuo country and Xianan country are close neighbors. This time, participating in the general sect martial arts competition can be regarded as sharing honor and disgrace. Let's get to know each other, support each other, and strive to get a good result. At least we can't even enter the mountain gate, the middle-aged man surnamed Luo said, calling the 10 young disciples behind him to come forward. Although they are both second level forces, the land area of Hualuo country is several times that of Xianan country, so there are 10 places. These 10 people were all around 20 years old. 3 of them had reached the initial stage of condensation of veins, 1 had reached the middle stage of condensation of veins, and the rest were at the peak of bone forging. As one of the top 36 countries, Hualuo had a slight sense of superiority among its domestic disciples. Moreover, their cultivation was far superior to that of Xianan. 6 were at the peak of bone forging, 3 were at the initial stage of condensation of veins, and 1 was at the middle stage of condensation of veins. In contrast, Xianan had 1 at the initial stage of bone forging, 1 at the middle stage of bone forging, and 3 at the peak of bone forging. The completely disproportionate comparison of cultivation made the middle-aged man surnamed Luo smile even more brilliantly, intending to show off. The geniuses of Hualuo also looked at Lin Ming and the others with a hint of contempt. Zhao Yu and Liang Long frowned, holding back a feeling in their hearts. Geniuses were always arrogant, and the thing they could not tolerate the most was being inferior. At this time, Lin Ming was stroking his chin, thinking about something. Hualuo country. He thought of the Qianxue Lake in Hualuo country. In the Qianxue Mountain in Hualuo country, there is a sacred water, which contains pure heaven and earth energy, which is very beneficial to warriors below the acquired level. At the beginning, the fake Qinzhai used the Qianxue Mountain as bait to trick Lin Ming out of the 7 profound martial palace and fly to the southern border on the divine wind eagle, causing him to almost die. Thinking of this, Lin Ming looked up at the young man in the middle stage of condensation veins. There was obviously a sense of pride on the other party's face. He did have the capital to be proud. A 21-year-old in the middle stage of condensation veins was also very good in the main sect of the 7 profound valley. Hualuo country relies on the Qianxue Lake, plus its large land area and rich resources. The resources enjoyed by its disciples are much more than those of Xianan country. It is not surprising that their cultivation is higher. This young man in the middle stage of condensation veins must have soaked in the Qianxue Lake. Lin Ming guessed in his heart. He did not pay any attention to the faint contempt in the other party's eyes. Instead, he looked up and down, as if looking at a delicious prey. Lin Ming had long seen the conflict between Qinzhai and the middle-aged man surnamed Luo. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo was sweet-mouthed, but had a hidden thorn in his heart, while Qinzhai simply didn't bother to pay attention to him. The two of them probably had a long-standing grudge. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and he transmitted something to Qinzhai's true essence. Qinzhai had already been meditating, and was ready to completely ignore the boasting of the middle-aged man surnamed Luo. When he heard Lin Ming's true essence transmission, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ming with a strange look on his face. This kid is so sinister. In the general martial arts competition, our 36 countries are in a weak position. We should support each other and be united against the outside world. Hualuo and Xianan are brother countries. They will be divided into the same group. When you meet in the martial arts competition, you must show mercy and don't hurt anyone, otherwise it will be difficult to fight in the next game. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo said proudly. What he meant was that the disciples of Hualuo should show mercy and not hurt the disciples of Xianan. At this time, Qinzhai took over and said, well, we should show some mercy. Lin Ming, Ling Sen, don't use too much force. When the time comes, it will be bad if someone gets hurt, understand? Yes, Palace Master, I will stop when the time comes. Lin Ming replied with a smile, while Ling Sen didn't know the situation yet and was stunned for a moment, then nodded woodenly. After Qinzhai said this, the middle-aged man surnamed Luo was depressed. What does it mean? When will it be your turn to show some mercy? The 10 disciples he brought with him were also unhappy. Stop when the time comes. It will be bad if someone gets hurt. Are you qualified to say this? Especially Lin Ming's smile. No matter how you look at it, it looks like he deserves a beating. When the time comes, I will beat you up and see if you can still smile. Laokin, you have great confidence in your disciples. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo said with a fake smile, and his words were full of sarcasm. Not bad. Some of the disciples I brought with me this time are quite strong and can fight against opponents of higher levels. Oh, really? Which one? The middle-aged man surnamed Luo listened to Qinzia's boasting with a smile, thinking, brag all you want, I will expose you in one sentence. Let's see what you can brag about. Well, for example, Lin Ming. Qinzia pointed at Lin Ming and said, don't think that Lin Ming only has the cultivation level of the peak of bone tempering. If he is dealing with a warrior in the middle stage of condensing veins, there is no problem at all. As soon as Qinzia finished speaking, the young man in the middle stage of condensing veins from Huoluo Kingdom snorted coldly, really? Then I would like to ask for your advice. It seemed a bit rude to interrupt when the two palace masters were talking, but the other party pointed out the cultivation level of the middle stage of condensing veins, which was obviously directed at him. What should he tolerate, and what should he not tolerate? Don't worry, Huoluo and Xianan will meet soon. Lin Ming, stop here and don't affect the following games or hurt the harmony, Qinzia said slowly and infuriatingly. The young man in the condensed vein stage was at an age of passion and vigor, and he grew up with the aura of genius. How could he tolerate such insults and provocations? He stepped forward and said coldly, Lin Ming, right? I'm Wang Wu of Huoluo. Now we can compete. Lin Ming just smiled and said nothing. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo waved his hand to stop Wang Wu's impulsiveness. It was impossible to compete in such a crowded square. He chuckled and said, Master Qin and this little brother are very confident. What if you can't win? Qinzia just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Lin Ming said, if you can't win, I will give you a human-grade top-grade treasure. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo sneered and didn't say anything. There is a huge difference between a good human-grade top-grade treasure and a bad human-grade top-grade treasure. He expected that Lin Ming would not bring out any good stuff. If it was a second-rate human-grade top-grade treasure, he would not even look at it. Lin Ming said, what about adding a green spirit pill and a bottle of body cleansing spirit liquid? The green spirit pill and body cleansing spirit liquid were naturally the rewards Qinzia gave him after defeating Ling Sen and Tuoku, and he had never used them. When Lin Ming said this, Wang Wu was moved. The green spirit pill and body cleansing spirit liquid had a great effect on him. He immediately agreed. Okay, keep your word. Of course, I can swear to the heart of martial arts. But, what if I win? Lin Ming changed the subject when he said this. After so much preparation, his foxtail was also exposed. He was already very familiar with tricking others into gambling with him and losing their belongings to him. What do you want? Wang Wu sneered. He never thought he would lose. It's simple. If I win, you can lend me the Qianxue Lake in Huoluo for a few bars. Chapter 242 Mountain Gate Pass. So they are planning to take a fancy to Qianxue in my Huoluo country? The middle-aged man surnamed Luo was not stupid. He had felt that Qinzia's words were not right before. It turned out that he was deliberately provoking him. It seems that they are really confident. Maybe the boy named Lin Ming can really cross the level to deal with the warrior in the middle stage of condensation veins, but Wang Wu is not an ordinary middle stage of condensation veins. His fighting power is comparable to that of a warrior in the late stage of condensation veins. Your wishful thinking is wrong. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Ming. He also thought that the boy in front of him might be able to deal with a warrior in the late stage of condensation veins, but the probability is very small. The gap between condensation veins and bone forging is very large. Generally, it is extraordinary for a genius to cross the level by half a level. It is rare to cross the level by one level even in the main sect of the Seven Mysterious Valley. Since the probability of winning is so much greater than the probability of losing, the middle-aged man surnamed Luo intends to agree to the bet. He said, the Qianxue Lake is an important place in our Huoluo country. The power of true essence contained in it is limited. It can only be used by 3 or 4 people every year. You want to soak in it several times. You have a big appetite. Although it was a bet with a much greater chance of winning than losing, the middle-aged man surnamed Luo was used to leaving himself a way out. Once, then once. How about it? Lin Ming knew that soaking in the Qianxue Lake once would be the best effect. If he soaked in it more than once, it would not be very effective. Wang Wu looked at Lin Ming like a fool. In his opinion, Lin Ming was simply digging his own grave and giving away good things. The former is a top grade elixir that increases cultivation, and the latter is a spiritual liquid that cleanses the tendons and marrow and removes the poison of the elixir. The two are used together for the best effect. If he uses these two medicines, his cultivation will be improved a lot, and he will be one step closer to the late stage of condensed veins. But this guy named Lin Ming, why doesn't he use the billing pill and the Jinti spiritual liquid himself? Instead, he got himself a bargain for nothing. Thinking of the effects of the billing pill and the body cleansing spirit liquid, Wang Wu licked his lips excitedly and looked at the middle-aged man surnamed Luo. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo nodded, which was considered as accepting the bet. Wang Wu hurriedly said, "Okay, if I lose, I will lend you the Qianxue of Hualuo country for once. I also swear by the heart of martial arts." Wang Wu was afraid that Lin Ming would go back on his word, so he also added the oath of the heart of martial arts. Wang Wu and Lin Ming clapped their hands and swore. Everyone was happy. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo looked at Wang Wu's smile, then looked at Lin Ming's smile, and somehow felt something was wrong in his heart. Two people are laughing, so there must be someone who is laughing foolishly. An hour later, the sound of melodious drums and music suddenly came from the Qianxue mountains. Lin Ming looked up and saw a green wooden boat floating over. The wooden boat was more than 10 feet long, with strange runes flashing all over it. A layer of hazy light wrapped the wooden boat like an eggshell. In front of the wooden boat, 3 people stood side by side. 2 of them were middle-aged men in purple clothes, and a beautiful woman in white. Although the distance was far, Lin Ming could clearly feel the faint sense of oppression emanating from these 3 people, which was no less than Mu Qianxue. Innate extreme, Lin Ming deduced the cultivation of these 3 people. They might not be weaker than Mu Qianxue, but Mu Qianxue was only 27 years old, and these 3 people looked quite old. The gap was not a little bit. At this time, Qinziya whispered, "The main sect martial arts competition has the Valley Master in person. These 3 people are the 3 Valley Masters of the 7 Mysterious Valley, 1 main and 2 deputy. Stand still and don't make a sound." Facing the 3 Valley Masters who had accumulated power for a long time, Qinziya also felt some oppression. He unconsciously held his breath and stood with his hands hanging down. The spirit boat stopped right above the mountain gate. The beautiful woman in white standing on the boat took a step forward and formed a seal with her slender fingers. With a rumbling sound, the rocks in front of the crowd split to the sides. A huge white jade staircase hundreds of feet wide rose from the rocks. On the white jade staircase, runes of formations were slowly flowing. The entire staircase stretched for nearly 1,000 feet and led all the way to the distant mountain gate. Many of the young heroes in the square were participating in the Zhangzhang martial arts competition for the first time. Seeing such a huge white jade staircase rising in front of them, they were a little dazed. They never thought that such a large stone staircase was hidden in the rocks. "This is the mountain gate." Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge stone staircase. After obtaining the second soul fragment, he had a deep understanding of the formation. He could see that the white jade staircase was actually an illusion formed by the formation. This was an illusion-killing formation. There are a total of 1,080 white jade steps, and each step is 1 foot high. The beautiful woman standing on the spirit boat said, "Those who pass the jade platform in 1 stick of incense can enter the mountain gate and light incense." After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she waved her sleeves, and a huge incense burner landed on the square in front of the mountain. In the incense burner was a stick of incense 10 feet long and as thick as an arm. The incense was already lit. Although the length of the incense reached 10 feet, it burned quickly. It is estimated that this stick of incense will not burn out much slower than ordinary incense. Some young heroes who participated in the Zhangzhang martial arts competition for the first time could not hold back, and they all started to use their body skills and pounced on the jade steps like locusts. However, those warriors who had participated in the Zhangzhang martial arts competition before were not in a hurry to break through the barriers. They moved towards the jade steps step by step, watching those young people rushing up, with a mischievous smile on their faces, waiting to see them suffer. The stone steps were several hundred feet wide, and 200 or 300 people standing side by side did not seem crowded. After the first disciple stepped onto the jade platform, the runes on the jade platform suddenly glowed brightly and circulated in circles. A huge pressure suddenly appeared on the stone platform. Several disciples who were not well prepared were sucked by this force and fell on the stone platform with a plop and were knocked unconscious. Be careful, there is something strange about these steps. Seeing the disciples who rushed to the front being defeated, someone screamed. In fact, this was obvious. If there was nothing strange about these stone steps, wouldn't everyone be able to rush to the mountain gate within an incense stick of time? In the blink of an eye, dozens of disciples fell down, and those old disciples who had experience in breaking through the barriers lowered their center of gravity and rushed to the stone steps with their bodies bent. Once they were on the stone steps, their speed dropped sharply. At this time, the difference in cultivation was immediately apparent. A girl wearing a white dress and carrying a long zither on her back was hardly affected by the traction on the stone platform. She stepped on the breeze and easily swept towards the mountain gate. The mountain breeze blew, her clothes fluttered, and the girl behaved calmly, as if she was not trying to break through the mountain gate, but strolling in the garden. It's Qin Wuxin, the disciple of the leader of the Qin sect. Someone recognized the identity of the girl in white. All disciples participating in the martial arts competition of the main sect had to participate in the mountain gate, and the genius disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley were no exception. However, for them, this mountain gate was just a formality. The illusion array on the jade steps was completely useless to them. The gap is too big. Some people inevitably had such feelings in their hearts. Originally, they were also outstanding in their respective countries and families, and grew up with the aura of genius, but compared with Qin Wuxin, there was no comparison at all. This inevitably hit them hard, and at this moment, two more figures rushed onto the jade platform. Although they lacked the calmness of the girl in white, they were 3 times faster. Jiang Boyan, let's see who is faster. The young man who spoke was dressed in white and holding a folding fan. He was handsome and graceful. Next to him was a young man of 18 or 19 years old, dressed in green, with a long sword on his back. He had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, a cold and resolute expression, and an outstanding aura. This person was Jiang Boyan, a disciple of the sword sect, and the handsome man holding a folding fan next to him was Lin Ming, a disciple of the joyous sect. The speed of the two was like a ghost. In just a few breaths, they rushed to the middle of the jade steps. They stayed here for a few breaths and continued to rush to the mountain gate. After Jiang Boyan and Lin Ming, some other young and powerful warriors stood out, while those weak warriors could only barely stand and move step by step. At this speed, let alone reaching the mountain gate within an incense stick of time, they might not be able to reach it before sunset. Among Qin Xiao's group, Lin Ming and Ling Xian were the first to rush up the jade steps. When they stepped onto the top of the steps, Lin Ming suddenly felt his body sink, and his speed dropped a lot. The disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley really have some real skills. With such a strong gravity, ordinary warriors in the condensation vein stage would be greatly affected, but those few people can rise straight to the top. Thinking of this, Lin Ming readjusted the flow of his true energy in his body. A gentle breeze lifted his body, and he used the golden peng breaking void body technique. Lin Ming's body became as light as floating catkins, and floated to the top of the mountain easily. His speed was not fast, but he was extremely calm, as if he was stepping on clouds. Although the gravity of the jade steps was terrifying, it was basically useless under the artistic conception of wind and the body technique of golden peng breaking void. Compared to Lin Ming, Ling Xian was not so calm. It was obvious that he was using brute force to resist the gravity of the jade steps, but his speed was not slower than Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming strolling leisurely, Ling Xian was secretly shocked. It was obvious that Lin Ming did not use much strength, but he had already used 70% of his true energy. The more he came into contact with Lin Ming, the more Ling Xian found that Lin Ming was unfathomable. Zhao Yu and Liang Long saw that Ling Xian and Lin Ming were almost invisible. They looked at each other with a bitter look. The ugly daughter-in-law had to meet the parents-in-law, and now they could only bite the bullet. Look at Lin Ming so easily. It shouldn't be that difficult. At least there should be some tricks. Zhao Yu comforted himself and stepped onto the jade steps. As soon as he stepped down, Zhao Yu suddenly felt that his body was as heavy as if it was filled with lead. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared and did not fall to the ground and make a fool of himself in public. Such a strong gravity. Zhao Yu urged all his true energy, but his speed was still as slow as an old cow pulling a broken cart. Liang Long was even worse than Zhao Yu. On the jade steps, he felt as if his legs were stuck in the mud. Every step he took required a lot of effort. Seeing a group of young heroes moving up in front of him, he really wanted to curse. Are these guys still human? Chapter 243, Gathering of Heroes. Lin Ming quickly flew to the middle of the white jade steps. At this time, a sinister voice sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Boy, you have some skills, but I underestimated you. Lin Ming turned his head and saw Wang Wu of Hualuo country following not far behind him. He also looked relaxed, obviously not using his full strength. Both of us, you are not bad, Lin Ming said casually. Hearing Lin Ming's casual tone, Wang Wu snorted coldly. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Near the middle of the white jade steps, the number of warriors increased a lot. Some warriors lingered here and moved slowly. Although Lin Ming discovered this abnormality, he did not slow down and continued to fly towards the mountain gate at a constant speed. Go hard, I'm waiting to see you get humiliated. Wang Wu cursed in his heart. There was a small trap in the middle of the white jade steps. If you are not careful, you will suffer a hidden loss. Although Lin Ming's strength will not fail, it is also good to make him look bad. Seeing Lin Ming rushing to the middle of the stone steps, the warriors around him also felt happy about his misfortune. This kid doesn't even know there's an ambush there. Even if a senior condensation vein stage warrior wants to go there, he has to be fully prepared, otherwise he will be caught off guard. People use their true energy to transmit their opinions, in order to balance their dissatisfaction, after being surpassed by others. Lin Ming stepped over the middle of the white jade stone steps. He had already discovered that something was wrong here. Even when Liang Ming and Jiang Boyan came here, they stayed for a few breaths, and did not rush through in one breath. It turns out that there is an independent illusion killing formation here. Lin Ming felt that the formation symbol on the stone platform suddenly lit up, and a stream of energy flow shot out from the formation and shot straight at him. Lin Ming swept his soul power, and the attack power was roughly equivalent to the full force of the weakest condensation vein stage warrior. Although he would have no problem blocking it, it would certainly be more labor saving to dodge it. Taking the steps of Golden Peng breaking the void, Lin Ming's body was as light as a feather under the blessing of the artistic conception of wind. His body moved in unison, and all the attacks of the vital energy flow missed. Because the speed was too fast, Lin Ming's body left an afterimage, and he moved back and forth in the dense vital energy flow. In a few breaths, he avoided all the attacks of the vital energy flow. He dodged them all? How is it possible to dodge? Even if an experienced warrior in the condensed vein stage comes to this level, he can only rely on his condensed true energy to withstand the attacks. The gravity is too strong, and he can't dodge at all. What a perverted body movement. In terms of body movement alone, he is definitely not weaker than the geniuses of the Seven Profound Valley. I just don't know how strong his combat effectiveness is. Several young heroes discussed it. At this time, a young man in white laughed and said, "You are wrong. He can dodge the attacks of the vital energy flow, not by relying on his body movement, but by his powerful soul power. He uses his soul power to detect the attack trajectory of the vital energy flow in advance and calculate the dodge line in advance. This man is a soul power genius. I have seen him take action in Nanhua Tower. Warriors of the same level as him, even Liang Xian from the Seven Profound Valley, were defeated by him in seconds." What? Defeated Liang Xian in seconds? I see. I heard that Liang Xian from the Hehuan sect was beaten by someone. It turned out to be him. There were many disciples from the Seven Profound Valley present. They already knew that Liang Xian was seriously injured. For the other 6 major branches, they would not miss the opportunity to see the Hehuan sect make a fool of themselves. Therefore, the news that Liang Xian was seriously injured had spread throughout the Seven Profound Valley. After some discussion, some warriors nearby secretly paid attention to Lin Ming. Especially the warriors below the initial stage of condensation veins even began to consider whether to admit defeat in advance if they met Lin Ming. They did not think that their strength was stronger than Liang Xian. After passing the level in the middle of the jade steps, there was no more obstacles. Lin Ming went straight up and soon arrived at the mountain gate. because Lin Ming deliberately concealed his strength and started a little later. When he arrived at the mountain gate, there were already 70 or 80 people standing here. More than 90% were disciples of the Hehuan sect, and people from the 36 countries and cultivation clan only accounted for a small part. Lin Ming knew very well that those who could stand here in advance were not necessarily stronger than those who were still on the jade steps. As long as they passed the mountain gate, they would be fine. There were many people who hid their strength like him. For many unknown warriors, it was not a good thing to attract attention in advance. If they were not careful, they would become the target of public criticism. The incense burned out 3/4 quickly. The illusion-killing array in the middle of the jade steps eliminated a large number of warriors. After many people came here, they were directly hit by the vitality. Fortunately, the attack form of this vitality was special, which could only cause some minor injuries at most, and would not be fatal. Otherwise, a large number of warriors would fall in this level. Zhao Yu and Liang Long climbed all the way here like an old man climbing a mountain. Seeing that warriors who were much faster than them failed here, the two could not help but look at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. They also understood that Qinziya simply pulled them to make up the 5 places and did not expect them to pass the mountain gate. What should we do? Can we pass? Liang Long watched the 2 warriors in front of him being blown away by the flow of vital energy, and he was frightened. The slower the speed, the weaker the strength. At this time, few people could pass the flow of vital energy, and most of them were blown away. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Pass. How can we not pass? We have come this far. Even if we know that we can't pass, we have to pass. If we give up, it will break our martial arts heart. If we don't leave Qianxue country, we don't know how big the gap is. Now think about it. We are really sitting in a well and looking at the sky. The disciples of the 4 major martial arts families around Qianxue country always have a faint sense of superiority. Now Zhao Yu understands that, let alone the disciples of these martial arts families, even if the 4 major families themselves are placed in the entire Qixuan area, they are just 4 small ants. There are countless families with larger and longer histories than their families within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. When he stepped on the middle of the jade steps, the vitality flow immediately enveloped him. Zhao Yu and Liang Long resisted for a few times before being knocked away. Several other warriors flew up with them. Some of them were knocked away once, but they got up again and moved forward again. Some people gave up after being knocked away once, and some even became timid without even trying, because they knew they would definitely not be able to pass. All of this fell into Lin Ming's eyes. Those warriors who tried again and again, and failed again and again made him feel emotional. Once upon a time, he was just like them, trying countless times, and failing countless times for a goal that he could not achieve, even if he worked hard all his life. Just for a slim hope, but betting everything on himself. This is the way of martial arts. In many planes, including the God Realm, there are countless warriors, but only a handful of people stand at the top in the end. To get to this point, you need perseverance, talent, and luck. And opportunities are only for those who are prepared. Otherwise it is useless, even if you get them. The 3 masters of the 7 mysterious valleys still stood high above the spirit boat, ignoring the warriors who were trying to climb below, just like humans ignoring ants. At this time, the incense burned slower and slower. Although only a quarter was left, it was actually 2.5 feet long. Lin Ming estimated that at this speed, it could burn for at least half an hour. It turned out that there was enough time. Lin Ming suddenly realized that the closing of the mountain gate was a test in itself, allowing those young talents who felt good about themselves to understand the gap between them and the real geniuses. If they were hit hard and gave up climbing, they would lose the qualification to pursue the martial arts. This was a great wave of sand washing. Those who stayed would get a spiritual experience, while those who were eliminated might never recover from it. Looking at the geniuses around them who had already climbed the mountain gate, they looked at the warriors struggling below with a little disdain in their eyes. This disdainful look was also a stimulation to the warriors on the jade steps, who were once shrouded in the aura of genius. They have always been used to being high and mighty. When have they ever been despised like this? Noticing the looks of these geniuses, Lin Ming sighed in his heart. These people are only qualified to be called geniuses in the Kixuan area, and are qualified to show such disdainful looks. If they go to higher level areas, they may only be qualified to climb on the jade steps. Take Mu Qianxue for example. She condensed her meridians at the age of 15, acquired the day after birth at the age of 17, and was born at the age of 22. If Mu Qianxue stood here at the age of 20, all the geniuses present, including the 3 masters of the Kixuan Valley, would be eclipsed. While Lin Ming was sighing, Qin Xingxuan, with a flushed face, finally climbed up the mountain gate. Seeing Qin Xingxuan sweating profusely, Lin Ming smiled with relief, greeted her, and handed over a bottle of elixir to restore her true essence. Although she barely passed the test, Qin Xingxuan's age and her cultivation level of only the middle stage of bone forging were enough to shock people. After half an hour, the mountain gate test finally ended. Many warriors fell down on the steps exhausted. No matter how hard they tried, they could not step on the mountain gate. Liang Long and Zhao Yu failed to pass the test after all. In the end, there were only more than 200 warriors left, with an elimination rate of nearly 60%. Among these 200 people, more than 70% were disciples of the 7 mysterious valleys. Only a few dozen people from the 36 countries and 16 martial arts families came. Even many warriors in the early stage of condensation veins were eliminated. They could not pass the level of yuan qi flow. Each of those yuan qi flows was equivalent to the full force attack of the weakest warrior in the condensation vein stage. Dozens of yuan qi flows in succession, and the weak warriors in the early stage of condensation veins could not resist it at all. Ling Sen, Lin Ming, and Qin Xingxuan were the only 3 left in Xianan country, standing out among the 36 countries. It should be noted that nearly half of the countries did not get any results. Only large countries like Hualuo country and Jingchen country, which had 10 places, could have 3 disciples left. Xianan country was originally ranked in the middle among the 36 countries. It was surprising that it could achieve such a result in this martial arts meeting. As for the 16 martial arts families, the situation is slightly better than that of the 36 countries. The ancient families usually have a disciple who is trained as a priority, so basically at least one person will be left, and some larger families will have 2 or 3 people left. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244. The martial competition begins. Entering the gate of Qianxuan Mountain, Lin Ming suddenly felt that the surrounding heaven and earth vitality was 60% to 70% richer. If he practiced here all year round, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Looking back at the gate, he saw a faint flash of talismans on the gate. Obviously, there was also a formation engraved on the gate. So that's it. Qianxuan Mountain was originally built on the core of the Earth Energy Dragon Vein, and there is a formation blockade to gather the heaven and earth vitality here. Not to mention the main peak of Qianxuan Mountain. Even the heaven and earth vitality of Qianxuan City is much stronger than that of Xianan country. Not to mention the other resources of Kixuan Valley. Just such a spiritual place is enough to make many warriors jealous. No wonder some warriors at the peak of bone forging would rather stay in Qianxuan City as a gatekeeper than go to a small country to be an officer. Lin Ming was not the only one who discovered the rich heaven and earth vitality of Qianxuan Mountain. Many young talents who came to Qianxuan Mountain for the first time were also amazed by it. While sighing and discussing, they also began to envy the resources possessed by the sect disciples. On a large rock not far from the main road, several disciples of the 7 mysterious valleys stood here and looked at the crowded crowd not far away. They were already accustomed to the expressions of country folk entering the city on the faces of these small country warriors. Is that the guy? A man in white standing at the front tapped his finger lightly in the crowd and said to a disciple beside him using his true energy to transmit his voice. Yes, that guy. His name is Lin Ming, and he is the one who injured our Angxian. Shenmenguan. How many places does he rank? Although the ranking of Shenmenguan cannot indicate strength, it still has great reference value. 80 or 90, I didn't count carefully. Not a bad ranking. With such a ranking, there is no need to worry that he will not be able to qualify. This is the best. I will make him regret it. The young man in white said this with a smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Ming and the crowd suddenly turned his head and looked at him. The four eyes met. Lin Ming smiled slightly and turned his head away. The man in white was startled. As expected of a soul power genius, his perception is so sharp that it surprises me. He can even notice others observing him. Very good. I'm getting more and more interested. A year ago, Lin Ming never thought that he would spend his 16th birthday in the Seven Profound Valley. At that time, the Seven Profound Valley was like a paradise to him. It was too far away. Not to mention the Seven Profound Valley, even the Seven Profound Martial Palace of Xian'an Kingdom was beyond his reach. On the day of Lin Ming's 16th birthday, the martial arts competition of the main sect officially began. The venue was set up at the main peak of Qianxue Mountain, which is also the location of the Seven Profound Valley main sect. The main peak of Qianxue Mountain is 6,000 feet high. The mountain is huge and rugged. It exudes an invisible pressure. Weaker warriors will feel heavy pressure just by climbing the mountain, and can only exert 50% of their strength. As the sun rises, thousands of people have gathered in the square in front of the main hall of the main peak of Qianxue Mountain. There were disciples of Qianxue Valley, as well as senior figures from large families and affiliated sects of Qianxue Valley. Qianxue Valley invited them to the main hall square to watch the martial arts competition, which was also meant to show its strength. The main hall square, with a radius of 10 miles, was as flat as a whetstone. It was carved out of the mountain by martial arts masters. At this time, the square had been divided into 10 areas, each separated by a formation. These formations covering the entire area could isolate the true essence and avoid danger. A total of 209 young talents who had passed the mountain gate before would be divided into 10 groups, with 20 to 21 people in each group. 10 people would eventually qualify from each group, and a total of 100 people would qualify from the 10 groups. These were the top 100 of the main sect martial arts competition. It was enough to be proud of being in the top 100. The young talents who were eliminated still had a chance to fight for subsequent rankings by breaking through the 10,000 killing formation. In short, as long as they passed the mountain gate, they would get a definite ranking. Lin Ming had already learned about his group, Group 6. This grouping was not drawn by lot, but arranged by Qianxue Valley. Xian'an country and Hualuo country belong to the same competition area. Every time the general sects hold a martial arts competition, they will be divided together. Together with the 3 neighboring countries and martial arts families, there are a total of 5 forces. In this martial arts competition, a total of 9 people from the 5 forces passed the mountain gate, 3 from Xian'an country, 3 from Hualuo country, 3 from the 2 second-grade martial arts families, and the last country got nothing. There are a total of 21 people in the 6 groups. Excluding these 9 people, the remaining 12 people will be filled by the general sect of Qianxue Valley. The general sect will arrange the groups according to the ranking of the mountain gate, and strive to make the strength of the warriors in each group not much different. Lin Ming looked at the competition venue. At this moment, he heard a clear and sharp eagle cry from above his head. Looking up, he saw a huge divine wind eagle spreading its wings and circling over Qianxue Mountain. The divine wind eagle, looking down from a high place, was full of momentum that looked down on the world. This divine wind eagle is 4 or 5 times larger than the average divine wind eagle, and its wings are golden. The golden wings easily remind people of the golden winged roc. It is thought that the big bird on the head also has the bloodline of some sacred beast. It is someone from Peacock Mountain. How arrogant. It did not land, even when it came to our mountain gate, but still circled in the sky. We can't help it. Peacock Mountain has become more and more powerful in the past 100 years. It has steadily suppressed us. It is normal for it to be arrogant. Several disciples of the 7th Profound Valley who were also in the 6th group around Lin Ming were whispering. Peacock Mountain? What is that place? Lin Ming was very unfamiliar with this place name. Kinziya said. Kank Mountain is 800,000 miles away from Qianxue Valley. It is also a 3rd grade sect. Its strength is stronger than Qianxue Valley, especially in the past few hundred years. Conch Mountain has produced several peerless geniuses and has become the top level among the third grade sects. Every time the main sect holds a martial arts competition, people from Conch Mountain will come to observe and understand the strength of the younger generation of Qianxue Valley. Of course, when they hold a martial arts competition in their sect, we will also send people from Qianxue Valley. So that's how it is. How many third grade sects are there in Cheyenne continent? What is the highest grade of the sect? Lin Ming couldn't help but have such questions in his mind. As he came into contact with the outside world more and more frequently, more and more super forces frightened him. Qianxue smiled bitterly and said, I don't know about this either. Most of the sects that have dealings with Qianxue Valley are third grade. We can't contact higher grade sects at all. Qianxue's voice had just fallen, and another clear sound rang out in the sky, which was even louder than the previous eagle cry, and it was simply shocking. Because of this clear cry, the golden-winged divine wind eagle that was originally circling proudly in the air seemed to be frightened. The arrogant momentum that originally looked down on the mountain suddenly disappeared, and the golden-winged divine wind eagle fell down in a panic. Nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes at the foot of the mountain looked up at the sky, and for a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Suzaku. Oh my god, a Suzaku. Am I seeing right? The golden-winged divine wind eagle just now only had the blood of a sacred beast, but the Suzaku was a real sacred beast. In the Cheyenne continent where there is no real phoenix, the Suzaku is the king of all birds. When the golden-winged divine wind eagle encounters the Suzaku, it will inevitably feel fear from the depths of its blood, and can only avoid it in a hurry. How dare it circle in the same sky with the Suzaku? I have never seen a holy beast in my life. Even the elders in the sect don't dare to say that they have seen this thing. It's worthy of being the main sect of Qianxue Valley. If it were in a small place like mine, I would never be able to see such a holy beast in my lifetime. A man from the 16th cultivation family clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. He felt that he had no regrets in his life after seeing the legendary holy beast. He didn't notice that several disciples of the main sect of Qianxue Valley around him were confused after hearing his words. A disciple of Qianxue Valley said to himself, is there a Suzaku in the sect? I have been in Qianxue Valley for 20 years and have never heard of it. The Suzaku flew to the top of the main peak of Qianxue Mountain. Even Qianxue, who was always calm, lost his composure. They seem to be people from Shenhuang Island. This is a 4th grade sect. Sects of different grades have their own circles. 4th grade sects generally do not interact with 3rd grade sects. Qianxue just said that Qianxue Valley could not contact 4th grade sects, but in the blink of an eye, a 4th grade sect really came. After hearing Qianxue's words, Lin Ming swallowed unconsciously, with a strange look on his face. Shenhuang Island? The one who asked the question was Qianxue. Seeing the Suzaku hovering in the sky, Qianxue's eyes showed a bit of longing. It would be great if he had such a Suzaku. Qianxue said, Shenhuang Island is also one of the top 4 grade sects. I didn't expect them to come to see the martial arts competition of the main sect of Qianxue Valley. This is probably the first time in hundreds of years. Before Qianxue finished speaking, the spirit boat of Qianxue Valley flew up and went to greet them. Lin Ming took a look and saw that the people standing in front of the spirit boat were the 3 masters of Qianxue Valley. Such a welcoming standard was definitely top notch. The guest is strong and the host is weak, and the difference is more than 1 level. There is nothing we can do. Qianxue shook his head and said, the difference between the levels of power is huge. For example, Cheyenne Kingdom is a 2nd level power, and Qianxue Valley is a 3rd level power. Qianxue Valley has a person named Daoangdahe who is not even an elder. The emperor and ministers of Cheyenne Kingdom have to show respect for fear of angering her. The difference between the two can be seen. Shi Zongshan, the master of Qianxue Valley, just got the news a few days ago. He learned that Shenhuang Island would send people to observe their general sect martial arts competition today. Shi Zongshan was puzzled and didn't know why a 4th grade sect suddenly came to join in the fun. I'm Shi Zongshan, the master of Qianxue Valley. I respectfully welcome the martial arts practitioners from Shenhuang Island. Shi Zongshan stood at the bow of the spirit boat and clasped his fists from a distance, showing respect but not being overly humble. Master Shi, I have heard a lot about you. The speaker was a masked woman in green clothes, whose cultivation was extremely innate. There were two purple-clothed girls who looked like maids beside her, and their cultivation was at the peak of acquired. Shenhuang Island regards the phoenix as its sacred animal, and the inherited skills are also derived from the phoenix. The overall style is feminine and more suitable for female cultivation, so 90% of the disciples in the sect are female. Lin Ming saw the masked woman at a glance. Although she was masked, Lin Ming could recognize that she was not Mu Qianxue. Chapter 245 King Han Fairy. What am I thinking? How could it be her? Lin Ming shook his head in self-mockery. Mu Qianxue is the saint of the saints of the top 4 grade sect Shenhuang Island. She should inherit the sect leader in the future, which means she is a fairy on earth, admired by countless people. However, he is still an unknown person in the condensation vein stage who has not yet officially broken through. The gap is like heaven and earth. Mu Qianxue probably just pays attention to him in her spare time. How could she come to the Seven Profound Valley in person to watch such a boring duel? In Lin Ming's view, the saint is probably a person like the successor of the sect leader, and her status is of course noble. In fact, he still underestimated it. The saint of Shenhuang Island is rarer than the sect leader of Shenhuang Island. The sect leader of Shenhuang Island changes every 100 years, and then retreats to the position of the supreme elder, while the saint appears about every 500 years. Not every sect leader is a saint. The main branch of Shenhuang Island is the ancient Phoenix family Mu family, and the saint can only come from the Mu family. The Mu family is dominated by yin and yang, and the population is sparse. Although many disciples of Shenhuang Island have the surname Mu, they are actually just given the surname Mu, and are not real descendants of the Mu family. Every few hundred years, the Mu family will produce a woman with phoenix blood in her body, with a 7th grade talent that defies the heavens. This is the saint. Only the saint can summon her own sacred beast. For example, the red bird sitting on the masked woman in green is actually the corpse left behind by the previous saint. The lifespan of the phoenix is much longer than that of humans. Some phoenixes will continue to stay on Shenhuang Island for hundreds to thousands of years after the death of their owners. Over the years, Shenhuang Island has only 3 red birds and 1 blue phoenix. One of the red birds is Mu Qianxue's, and the blue phoenix is Mu Qianxue's twin sister Mu Bingyan's. A saint appears once every 500 years. There is a very small probability that a pair of twin sisters will appear. That is, one is a red bird and the other is a blue phoenix. If this happens, it will be a rare prosperity for Shenhuang Island. If it is handled well, Shenhuang Island can even be upgraded to a 5th grade sect. May I know what the fairy's name is? Shi Zhongshan stood in the spirit boat and led the way. The red bird followed slowly. The masked woman in green clothes said softly, I'm Mu King Han. So it is the fairy King Han, please. As he spoke, the spirit boat had landed. Shi Zhongshan greeted Mu King Han to come to the main hall. As for the people of Peacock Mountain, he was directly left aside. However, there was nothing to say about Peacock Mountain. The gap in strength was a whole level. The leader of their Peacock Mountain went to Shenhuang Island and barely managed to be an elder, and he was an unimportant elder in the outer sect. In the 3rd grade sect, Xianshan is the elder, and Zuandan realm may not be there. If there is, there are only 1 or 2 rare ones. In the top 4th grade sect, only Zuandan realm can be elders. This gap is not a little bit. Mu King Han and Shi Zhongshan sat side by side on the chair of the main hall, looking down at the square below. After roughly scanning the cultivation of the young talents on the square, Mu King Han frowned slightly. Does a 3rd grade sect really have a genius worthy of Qianxue's high evaluation? Mu King Han said to himself. Mu King Han is an orphan. Because of her outstanding talent, she was taken in by Shenhuang Island since she was a child and given the surname Mu. Later, Mu Qianxue was selected as the saint of Shenhuang Island, and Mu King Han was assigned to assist her. Mu King Han is 19 years older than Mu Qianxue. She grew up with Mu Qianxue. The two have always called each other sisters and have a very good relationship. A month ago, Mu Qianxue returned to Shenhuang Island and asked Mu King Han to go to Qixuan Valley to pay attention to a young man named Lin Ming. She said that the other party was a rare genius and would become a Zuandan in the future, and he was not an ordinary Zuandan master. If he is willing to help Shenhuang Island in the future, then Shenhuang Island will have a better chance of impacting the 5th grade sect. This evaluation was ridiculously high. It could be said that Mu Qianxue had already regarded Lin Ming as a genius of the same level as herself. At the age of 15 or 16, his cultivation can break through the condensation phase at any time. His strength exceeds that of warriors of the same level. He has a rare martial spirit and a strange bloodline in his body, which is at least not inferior to the vermilion bad bloodline in Qianxue's body. He has a special body structure, strong blood, and controls the purple dragon god Thunder. Mu Qianxue recalled the information that Mu Qianxue had told her. If the description was correct, such a person would be a top genius in a 4th grade sect. At this time, the group stage had already begun. After watching for a while, Mu Qianxue did not find any warriors who used thunder. She pretended to be casual and said, "Master Shi, which branches or countries do these 10 young heroes on the field come from?" Mu Qianxue knew that Lin Ming was from Xianan country. As long as she determined the competition area where Xianan country was located, she believed that it would be easy to find Lin Ming. After hearing Mu Qianxue's question, Shi Zhongshan felt strange. The other party was too interested in the Qixuan Valley martial arts competition. Was she looking for someone? Shenhuang Island would not come to Qixuan Valley to poach people. Probably not. The most talented disciples, such as Jiang Boyan of the Sword Sect and Qin Wuxin of the Qin Sect, grew up in the branch sect since childhood and have been learning the core skills of the branch sect. If they betrayed their master and joined Shenhuang Island, it would be more troublesome to switch to Shenhuang Island skills. Besides, Shenhuang Island skills are not suitable for men to practice. Although reluctant, Shi Zhongshan still introduced the origins of the warriors in each competition area. The 6th competition area. It doesn't look special. At this time, the 3rd round of the competition had already begun on the 6th group's field. Wang Wu from Hualuo stood on the stage, and his opponent was Zhao Feng from the 2nd grade martial arts family. Zhao Feng's cultivation was at the peak of bone forging. Being able to stand here with the cultivation of the peak of bone forging, Zhao Feng was naturally a genius who could fight across levels. "I'll beat you in 5 moves." Wang Wu drew out his sword, not taking Zhao Feng seriously at all. "You're not afraid of the strong wind blowing your tongue off. Let's see how you beat me." Zhao Feng was also an arrogant person. He was immediately angry when Wang Wu said that. The opponent was only in the middle stage of condensation meridian, but he was so rampant. At the beginning of the game, Zhao Feng used his best trick. He also knew that Wang Wu was not an ordinary person, so he went all out. Wang Wu took over a trick of the Zhao family, and then Wang Wu used 3 swords in a row, forcing Zhao Feng into danger. With the 4th sword, Wang Wu broke Zhao Feng's body protection. With the 5th sword, Wang Wu knocked Zhao Feng's weapon away and kicked him in the chest, kicking him backwards and hitting the protective shield heavily. The 3rd match, Wang Wu wins. The referee announced, while looking at Wang Wu a few more times, thinking to himself that it was really good for someone from the 36 kingdoms to have such strength, and it was certain that he would be in the top 100. As a warrior from the 36 kingdoms, being in the top 100 was enough to be proud of. After defeating Zhao Feng within 5 moves, Wang Wu looked at Lin Ming proudly, with a bit of show off and provocation in his eyes. There are still a dozen matches left, and it's our showdown. Lin Ming just smiled and said nothing. He turned his head and looked at the schedule. It was indeed as Wang Wu said, their gambling fight would start soon. It was said that the heavenly pond of Hualuo Kingdom contained extremely pure heaven and earth energy, and it was a spiritual pond with no side effects at all. He was really looking forward to it. The 4th match, Lin Ming vs. Chen Zhao. This was Lin Ming's first match. His opponent, Chen Zhao, was from the 7 Mysterious Valley Formation sect. He had the initial stage of condensing veins and ranked 150th in the last general sect martial arts competition. The ranking of 150 doesn't sound high, but at that time his cultivation was only at the peak of bone forging. Now, 3 years have passed, and his strength has greatly improved. Half of the disciples ahead of him can no longer participate in the general sect martial arts competition due to age reasons. It can be said that Chen Zhao is sure to enter the top 100 this time. Mu Qianxue watched the game from a distance. So far, Lin Ming is the sixth group of teenagers who fit Mu Qianxue's description. He looks about 16 or 17 years old, and his cultivation is at the peak of bone forging, or the stage of congealing veins. Mu Qianxue is waiting for the opponent to take out a weapon. If it is a gun, then it will not be wrong. Or wait for Lin Ming to use the thunder essence, then it will be almost certain. It just so happens that the strength of Lin Ming's opponent is also acceptable, at least it is in Mu Qianxue's eyes. Just wait and see how Lin Ming will fight against the enemy. On the ring, Chen Zhao held a small battle flag in his hand and looked at Lin Ming with a smile. It's good enough for you to be here at the peak of bone forging. It's a pity that you are so unlucky to meet me in the first match. Chen Zhao didn't regard Lin Ming as an opponent at all. He was a genius who could fight across levels. It was worth his seriousness to meet an opponent in the middle stage of condensing veins. As for those with lower cultivation than him, it would be a matter of one move. Before Chen Zhao finished speaking, he saw that Lin Ming had closed his eyes. What does this guy mean? Is he looking down on me? Chen Zhao frowned. He originally wanted to get rid of Lin Ming with a casual move. Now that he saw that the other party was so arrogant, he wanted to teach Lin Ming a lesson. The game begins. As the referee finished speaking, Chen Zhao waved the formation flag, and a series of formation symbols flowed in his hands, colorful and beautiful. However, as long as Chen Zhao's formation flag moved, these beautiful formation symbols would turn into murderous weapons. Compared with Chen Zhao's series of actions, Lin Ming simply opened his eyes. Boom. Countless illusions flooded into Chen Zhao's mind. Chen Zhao's body shook, his pupils lost focus, and his body fell down limply. Lin Ming turned and walked off the stage. The audience sitting around the ring watching the game were stunned. Huh? What happened? Didn't the warrior named Lin Ming make a move? Or did he make a move too fast, and I didn't see it clearly? He didn't make a move, but he fell down with just a glance. How is it possible? Because it was a group match, and Lin Ming's group 6 did not have any direct disciples from the 7 Mysterious Valley, there were not many spectators around. Most of the spectators were just high ranking and powerful, and their martial arts skills were not very good, so they could not see the mystery of the game at all. It turned out to be a soul attack. Mu Qianxue frowned slightly. Mu Qianxue did not mention Lin Ming's soul attack. He had expected Lin Ming to use a gun or thunder essence, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to lock in the victory with a soul attack. Could it be that Lin Ming's soul attack was more powerful than his gun skills? Or, the opponent just now was not worth his gun at all? Chapter 246, Emerging. So that's how it is. It seems that the soul power genius that was rumored a few days ago is him. In the contestant area, a young man wearing a half-silver mask was drinking tea and said leisurely. Judging from his demeanor, he didn't take the group stage seriously at all. The mask he wore was very strange, covering only the small half of his face on the right side of his nose. From the exposed face, he was a handsome man with a slightly feminine aura. The masked young man did have the capital to be proud. His cultivation reached the late stage of condensation veins. He was a core disciple of the Qianxue Valley Illusion sect, and one of the seeded players in the 6th group. The strength of the core disciples of the Qianxue Valley was very different from that of ordinary disciples. The core disciples themselves were talented, and with sufficient resources, their strength was often several times higher than that of ordinary disciples. Why, big brother, are you interested in this kid? Next to the masked young man, a young man was carrying a teapot and pouring water for the masked young man at any time, looking extremely attentive. He is not worth my interest, but I happen to know soul attack, so I can practice with him. Big brother thinks too highly of him. The soul attack you used on a kid at the peak of bone forging is really an overkill. The young man took the opportunity to flatter him. This young man was just an ordinary disciple of Qianxue Valley. The resources provided by Qianxue Valley to ordinary disciples were simply incomparable to those of core disciples. Therefore, many ordinary disciples clung to the thighs of core disciples, hoping that a little bit of money would slip through their fingers, which would be enough for them to use for a while. It's my turn to play. The masked man heard the referee calling him, stood up from his position, walked onto the ring, and his eyes lit up when he saw his opponent. He was so lucky to meet a beautiful woman in the first game, and she was so young and had such a high level of cultivation. She was really a top-notch person. I'm beating her of Huanzhang. Beautiful woman, do you want to admit defeat yourself? Or do you want me to ask you to admit defeat? Beating her said with a smile. The girl in front of him was only at the middle stage of bone forging, more than one realm lower than him, so there was no way she could be his opponent. Qin Xingxuan gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that she would meet such a strong opponent right at the start. Xingxuan, admit defeat. Lin Ming shouted from the audience. Lin Ming could probably estimate Qin Xingxuan's strength. At most, he could defeat an opponent in the early stage of condensation. He couldn't even defeat a warrior in the middle stage of condensation, not to mention that the opponent's cultivation had reached the late stage of condensation, and it was not an ordinary late stage of condensation. Exhaling lightly, Qin Xingxuan said unwillingly, I admit defeat. Beating her wins. The referee announced. Qin Xingxuan was somewhat frustrated to lose the game without even fighting. Lin Ming gently patted Qin Xingxuan's shoulder and said, there's nothing to be frustrated about. You are only 15 years old. You have plenty of time. In 3 years, it will be your stage. Yeah. Qin Xingxuan nodded and felt better. Beating her was a little regretful at first. She looked at Lin Ming and then at Qin Xingxuan. He suddenly grinned. It seemed that the relationship between these two people was not simple. This was even more interesting. Beating her lover in front of the beautiful girl. What could be more interesting than this? When Beating her stepped down from the stage, his follower came up to him and said with a big smile, congratulations, brother Tinghe, on your victory. She's just a little girl. If she can't even beat me, what's the point of competing with me? But this little girl is really talented. She's also first rate among the core disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley. I'm afraid she will be recruited into the main sect in advance. Beating her was thinking when the referee announced the 6th match, Qian Xiaohu vs. Ling Sen. Qian Xiaohu was the follower who was diligently pouring tea beside Beating her. Although this guy focused on flattering, his own cultivation was not too bad. He had reached the initial stage of condensing meridians. Being able to pass the mountain gate proved that he was still quite capable. Hearing that it was his turn to play, Qian Xiaohu stood up excitedly. Brother, it's my turn. I'll be right back. Beating her didn't think much of Qian Xiaohu at first, but he was stunned when he glanced at the cultivation of Qian Xiaohu's opponent. Initial stage of forging bones? No way. How did he pass the mountain gate? Could he be a warrior who was good at body skills? At the mountain gate, warriors who are specialized in body skills have a great advantage. Some warriors with average strength can also get through with top level body skills. Haha, big brother, I'm so lucky. I met a guy in the early stage of bone forging, and he is from the 36 kingdoms. I guess this guy is only good at body skills. Qian Xiaohu's victory was written on his face before he even went on stage. There was a whole realm difference between them, and the opponent was a warrior from the 36 kingdoms. There was no pressure at all. The game begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Qian Xiaohu grabbed Ling Sen with one claw, wanting to make a quick decision. With the cultivation level of the initial stage of condensing meridians, if he couldn't defeat a warrior from the 36 kingdoms in the early stage of bone forging in seconds, it would be too embarrassing. I also want to prove the value of my existence. No big brother is willing to accept a waste as his younger brother. Facing Qian Xiaohu's claw, Ling Sen walked steadily and didn't even draw the heavy sword on his back. His momentum burst out, and the overwhelming murderous intent spread. The air on the ring suddenly became sticky, as if it were real, and the killing field was opened. Qian Xiaohu felt the surrounding scenery change, as if he had arrived in the blood pool hell, facing countless Shura ghosts, screaming and rushing towards him. A person like Qian Xiaohu who focuses on flattery has a poor martial arts heart. How could he possibly break through Ling Sen's killing field? Qian Xiaohu's mind was in a mess. His steps were flustered, and his swordsmanship was full of flaws. In fact, he couldn't see where Ling Sen was at all, and there were Shura ghosts all around him. Ling Sen casually stepped in front of Qian Xiaohu and punched him. Bang! Qian Xiaohu flew backwards and hit the protective shield heavily, falling to the ground. 6th match, Ling Sen wins. The referee looked at Ling Sen deeply. This Ling Sen surprised him more than Lin Ming. The materialized murderosaur condensed into a field, and he could actually use a murderosaur to this extent, which was unbelievable. At the early stage of bone forging, he easily defeated his opponent at the early stage of vein condensation. Although Qianxue, whose strength was average, he was a disciple of the Seven Mysterious Valley after all, and was much stronger than the ordinary warriors at the early stage of vein condensation from the 36 countries. The audience was a little confused. What happened? Was Qianxue a monkey? How could he watch the opponent punch him and send him flying? Qianxue got up from the ground and ran off the stage with a pale face. Thinking of the chaotic illusion just now, he was scared. He didn't dare to face Ling Sen anymore. It was like fighting with the sure devil. Boss. Qianxue was still in shock. He felt ashamed to lose to a warrior at the early stage of bone forging. But Qianxue ignored Qianxue and just looked at Ling Sen on the stage, touching her chin with one hand. The warriors of the 36 countries are becoming more and more interesting. I underestimated them. The games were played one by one. Each person in a group would face 15 games, and the qualifiers would be determined by the number of wins. Until the 12th game, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. It turns out that Group 6 also has such a master. There was no direct disciple of the Seven Profound Valley in Group 6. Lin Ming thought that Qianxue was the strongest one, but now he saw a real master who had reached the peak of the condensation vein, and his aura was shocking. He stood on the stage like a peerless sword, and his eyes were like sword light, piercing people's hearts. As his opponent, even if you just look at him, you have to withstand tremendous pressure. Jiang Lanjian, please teach me. Jiang Lanjian held the hilt of the sword with both hands and performed the dual ceremony of a warrior. Before that, he had been watching several opponents worthy of his attention in other competition areas. In his opinion, although there were some pretty good masters in Group 6, such as Lin Ming and Qianxue, these two people were not enough to be his opponents, so there was nothing to pay attention to. It was not until his competition that Jiang Lanjian appeared. Please teach me. Jiang Lanjian's unlucky opponent was a warrior from Hualuo country in the early stage of condensation. His face was like an eggplant hit by frost at this time. He had given up in his heart before the battle. The game begins. The referee gave the order, and the disciple of Hualuo country raised his hand hesitantly. I admit defeat. Knowing that you can't win, there is no need to humiliate yourself. If the strength difference is not big, you can still fight and gain some experience. Now the strength gap is like a natural chasm. If you fight, you will be defeated in seconds and you can't learn anything. It's better to save your energy for the next game. Jiang Lanjian wins. The referee was not surprised. Jiang Lanjian turned around and left the court. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Ming, but it was just a glance. He left without pausing. Jiang Lanjian, although not a direct disciple, is not much worse than a direct disciple in terms of strength. In terms of combat effectiveness, the sword sect of Qianxue Valley has always been the strongest among all the sects. I'm looking forward to fighting with Jiang Lanjian. Lin Ming's heart was aroused with fighting spirit. The 21st match, Lin Ming vs. Wan Wu. It was finally the turn of Lin Ming and Wan Wu to fight. With the announcement of the referee, Qianxue and the middle-aged man surnamed Luo in the audience also perked up. The two were originally sitting not far away. After hearing the referee's announcement, they looked at each other and saw a faint smile in each other's eyes. Qianxue took a look and turned his head to pay attention to the competition. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo touched his chin and thought, I admit that I underestimated Lin Ming, but it is not so easy to defeat Wan Wu. Just wait and see. After Lin Ming killed Qianxue, who had a chance to enter the top 100 this time, Wan Wu also put away his contempt. His cultivation was only one level higher than Qianxue. He had to be cautious when facing Lin Ming, otherwise he would capsize in the ditch. Before the game started, Wan Wu condensed his true essence outside his body to form a layer of materialized light film. The skill of true essence transformation was naturally nothing to Wan Wu. Oh. True essence shielding to defend against soul attacks. I didn't expect you to practice this move. Humph, since you dare to accept your bet, of course I know a little about you. I knew that you defeated our Yangxian with soul power in Nanhua building, so how could I not be prepared? Chapter 247. Defeat Wang Wu in seconds. Soul force attacks can have miraculous effects when the opponent is unaware. If the difference between the two is not big, it can kill the opponent instantly. However, if it is specifically targeted at soul attacks and early preparation is made, it will not be so. However, ordinary warriors will not practice this kind of martial arts specifically, because soul force attacks are too rare. Warriors will only start to practice souls after the innate stage. Before the innate stage, they only practice true essence and physical body. Hey, this is interesting. This Wang Wu actually has a martial art specifically targeting soul attacks. Let's see what Lin Ming will do. I guess Lin Ming doesn't have many other attack methods. He is only 16 or 17 years old. Soul force attacks are difficult to learn and master. This one alone is enough for him to learn. How can he have the energy to learn other moves? It is said that Lin Ming can control some thunder, but I don't know how compatible he is with thunder. If it is higher, it will be useful. People were talking about it. Lin Ming and Wang Wu had both made their mark. This battle attracted a lot of spectators, including many warriors from other regions. Now it is almost certain that Lin Ming and Wang Wu will qualify. They may meet in the future. It is necessary to understand the strength of the opponent in advance. On the ring, the match had already begun, but Wang Wu did not make a move. Instead, he strengthened his defensive tortoise shell. Soul attack is ineffective. I wonder how you can fight me. Wang Wu said fiercely. It seems that you are very confident in your last minute's old defense. Lin Ming still did not draw his gun. Since everyone thought he was a genius in soul attack, he went with the flow and had made up his mind to only use the reincarnation martial intent as a means of attack before encountering a master that his soul power could not deal with. This was not only to hide his strength, but also to deepen his understanding of the reincarnation martial intent through continuous use. As Lin Ming was getting closer and closer to the acquired and innate, he would have to cultivate his soul sooner or later. If he comprehended the soul-related reincarnation martial intent at that time, it would be a bit late. He would naturally not miss the opportunity to practice and use the reincarnation martial intent. Wang Wu's face flushed, and he said coldly, even if I don't use soul defense, with my cultivation, I will not be afraid of you. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Wu drew out two swords, one long and one short, from the Zumi ring. He held the long sword in his right hand and the short sword in his left hand. Double sword style. The audience was amazed. They didn't expect Wang Wu to have this trick up his sleeve in the previous battle. Double sword style is more difficult to practice than single sword. Once it is mastered, its power cannot be underestimated. Double sword style. Wang Wu's true energy was rapidly circulating. The two swords, one long and one short, burst out with a deep purple light. The sword light was wanton. Wang Wu took a step forward, stabbed out with a long sword in his right hand, and placed the short sword in his left hand on the blade of the long sword. A sharp breath broke through the air. Seeing Wang Wu's double sword stabbing at him, Lin Ming did not move. A black light flashed in his eyes, and the reincarnation martial spirit was activated. Bang! Wang Wu's body was hit hard. The sword energy he poured into the sword body, because it lost the support of soul power, dissipated. Wang Wu retreated with a pale face, his heart filled with shock and anger. The opponent's soul power was like a cone. Although it was greatly weakened, after passing through his soul power defense, it still caused a huge shock to his spiritual sea. Just then, he saw countless illusions, and almost lost himself in the vortex of illusions. The worst thing was, that once his spiritual sea was hit hard, he could not control his true essence, and all the gorgeous martial arts were useless. I must strengthen my soul power defense, but my true essence is limited. When my soul power defense is strengthened, my attack power will naturally be weaker. If my true essence is insufficient, can I activate that move? I can't care so much now. Wang Wu gritted his teeth and activated his true essence to the extreme. The two swords, one long and one short, spun rapidly in his hands. Double sword vortex. The true essence condensed the airflow and swirled. A black vortex emerged from between the two swords, spinning wantonly and getting bigger and bigger. An evil and cold breath continued to emanate from the vortex. However, when Wang Wu wanted to swing the double sword vortex, he was completely stunned. All the spectators around him disappeared. He stood alone in an endless empty space. In the sky, there were two huge black vortices. Through the vortex, he seemed to see the deep void in the endless universe. Compared with these two vortices, his double sword vortex was simply not worth mentioning. At that moment, Wang Wu's mind showed a trace of fear and trance. The soul power duel was fatal in an instant. Once the mind had a flaw, it would be defeated instantly. Bang! The soul power defense membrane on Wang Wu's body was shattered, and countless chaotic illusions poured into Wang Wu's brain, filling his spiritual sea. His connection with the outside world had been completely cut off. Bang! Bang! With two crisp sounds of metal hitting rock, Wang Wu's two-handed sword fell to the ground. His eyes were dull, his face was pale, and he foamed at the mouth. After a moment, he fell down softly. In this battle, he was completely defeated. As Wang Wu was defeated, the face of the middle-aged man surnamed Luo instantly became extremely ugly. Qin Zhi bowed from a distance, smiled and said with his true essence, "Thank you, Lord Luo, for your generous gift of the Qianxue. I accept it." The polite words were full of irony at this moment, and they were extremely harsh in the ears of the middle-aged man surnamed Luo. Wang Wu was defeated after only 1.5 moves. But Lin Ming did not move at all, just looked at Wang Wu twice. How is it possible? The peak of bone forging defeated the middle stage of condensed veins, and it was not an ordinary middle stage of condensed veins. Few people in the 7 Profound Valley can do it. What grade of soul talent does this guy named Lin Ming have? 6th grade middle? Or is it only in the classics? 6th grade soul talent is more rare than 6th grade martial arts talent. It is unimaginable to reach the 6th grade. Lin Ming wins. The referee announced in time. After defeating Wang Wu, Lin Ming has stood out in the 6th group, second only to Jiang Lanjian and Betinghua, and it is a foregone conclusion that he will qualify. This Lin Ming is too scary. Even a vein condensation stage mid-stage warrior was defeated by his soul power. What about a vein condensation stage late-stage warrior? Vein condensation stage late-stage warrior, that's impossible. If he goes one level higher, all the geniuses of the 7 Profound Valley will be defeated. Even those direct disciples at the peak of bone forging would not dare to say that they can defeat a vein condensation stage late-stage warrior. That's different. He attacks with soul power. He takes a tricky path, not the right one. Although it has miraculous effects now, he will encounter a big bottleneck in the future, especially after reaching the innate stage. Everyone starts to cultivate their souls, and everyone's soul strength is not weak. At that time, his soul attack will be useless. You have to reach the innate stage first. How many of the more than 200 geniuses present can reach the innate stage? 1/20th? 1/30th? Anyway, I'm not going to fight this pervert. If I meet him, I'll give up. I'm only in the innate stage mid-stage warrior, and I'll probably be killed instantly. I'd better save my strength to deal with others. The thoughts of the 7 Profound Valley disciple who spoke represented the thoughts of many warriors. Anyway, there were 10 qualifying places in the group stage. Many warriors who were not sure of defeating Lin Ming were ready to give up if they met Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue, who was far away in the main hall of Qianxue Mountain, naturally followed the whole battle. She was now basically certain that the boy who was proficient in soul attack was Lin Ming mentioned by Qianxue, unless Lin Ming did not come to participate in the Qianxue Valley's main sect martial arts competition. This Lin Ming has not yet produced his weapons, nor has he produced his thunder essence. It seems that he is preparing to challenge the first place. After observing all this time, Mu Qianxue thought that there were several disciples in the Qianxue Valley who were still very good. It would not be easy for Lin Ming to defeat them at the age of 16. At such a young age, he gives people a feeling of being unfathomable. Even I, who have heard Qianxue's description, don't know how many cards he has. At this time, the Qianxue mansion of Qianxu country, the semi-annual martial arts assessment had just ended, and a group of lucky people entered the Qianxu mansion. They were all favored by heaven, and they could be said to be in high spirits. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would have a good place to go after graduation. Those who were willing to join the army would at least be a 1,000-man captain in the future. Those who were unwilling to join the army could also become a guest official if they stayed in a large family. No matter which one, it is a good thing to bring honor to the family, and the income is ridiculously high. Ordinary people can only earn a few taels of gold after working hard for a year, but they can easily earn 100 taels of gold a year. Thinking of the happy life in the future, these young disciples who grew up with the aura of genius can't help but be full of confidence. According to convention, the newly enrolled Wufu disciples need to visit the 10,000 killings array in the ranking stone under the guidance of the instructor. This is also to let them see the top-ranked geniuses and motivate these disciples to practice well. Before they walked to the ranking stone, they saw many people gathered in a building similar to a temple and busy. Next to this building, there was a young man in luxurious clothes sitting aside, waiting for something. What is that? A 16-year-old girl pointed to a strange altar in the center of the temple. Around the altar, there was a circle of crystal gems. What beautiful crystal! The little girl's eyes lit up. What crystal? That is the true yuan stone, a pure true yuan stone worth 1,000 taels of gold. Many Wufu disciples come from big families, so they are naturally knowledgeable. 1,000 taels of gold for each, so many. Wouldn't that be tens of thousands of taels of gold? The little girl covered her mouth. When the average annual income of the people was only 10 taels of gold, tens of thousands of taels of gold was really an astronomical figure that could not be understood. Well, I don't know what kind of array it is. It uses so many true yuan stones. It's too extravagant. The young man who spoke pursed his lips. Although he came from a big family, he felt distressed when he saw a array using so many true yuan stones. It's a sound transmission array. At this time, the middle-aged instructor who led the way spoke. The sound transmission array from the main sect of the Seven Mysterious Valley to ours transmits messages over a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. It consumes 36 true yuan stones for one transmission. What? It takes so many true yuan stones to transmit a message? Even those disciples from big families were stunned. It costs tens of thousands of taels of gold to transmit a message. Are you kidding? What kind of news is this? Can you become an emperor after hearing this? Chapter 248 Expectations. Instructor, what kind of news is worth using 36 true essence stones to deliver? Is it the battle report from the front line? The young man who spoke came from a military family. In his opinion, only the battle report from Qianxue country was worth spending tens of thousands of taels of gold to deliver. After all, the victory or defeat of a war might be related to the fate of the country and the dynasty. The middle-aged instructor shook his head and said, even if it is a battle report from the front line, the sound transmission array will not be used. We, the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, have no obligation to be a messenger for Qianxue country. The sound transmission array with a communication distance of hundreds of thousands of miles is not something that can be made simply. The palace of Qianxue country cannot make it at all. Then what news is being delivered? The eyes of these young boys and girls were full of curiosity. They were at the age when curiosity was extremely strong. It is the victory report of the general sect martial arts competition, which will be delivered tonight. The middle-aged instructor replied. Well, the general sect martial arts competition? Most of the disciples were blank on their faces. Ordinary people rarely come into contact with such a high level. In fact, even the 7 Zuan Valley behind the 7 Zuanwu Mansion is a vague concept to them. They don't know how strong the 7 Zuan Valley is. The Kixuan Valley has set up a martial arts competition to gather geniuses from all over the world to compete with each other. Although the middle-aged instructor knew that it was meaningless to explain to these disciples, he still patiently explained. Oh, geniuses from all over the world gathered? A young man's eyes lit up when he heard this. He won the first place in this assessment. He was the freshman champion, named Huayu. Huayu himself was from a big family. He was only 15 years old and had the cultivation level of the internal organs training period. His strength was quite good. The gimmick of the middle-aged instructors talk about the gathering of geniuses from all over the world made Huayu extremely excited, and his fighting spirit burned. Instructor, when can I also participate? How many places can I get? The middle-aged instructor heard it and said with a smile, you can't go. Why? Huayu felt hit. The freshman champion of the Qianxue mansion can be regarded as the most talented young warrior in Qianxue country in half a year. Such a proud title, but he can't go. The middle-aged instructor sighed in his heart. This boy only had a 4th grade upper class talent. Unless he was as amazing as Lin Ming and Lin Ming, it would be impossible for him to get in touch with the level of the main sect. He didn't want to hit the boy's self-confidence, so he changed his words. Did you see the man in gorgeous clothes waiting next to the teleportation array? Huh. I saw him. Who are you? Turned his head and saw a man in gorgeous clothes. He had been sitting on a mahogany chair next to the altar, with a look of anxiety between his eyebrows. He is the current crown prince. The news of the main sect's martial arts competition will not be delivered until the evening, but it's only noon and he's waiting here. Do you know what this means? What? The crown prince? The crown prince? He is the current crown prince? The boys and girls opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of disbelief. For ordinary people, the crown prince is a legendary figure. The news will not be delivered until the evening, and the crown prince is waiting here now, and it is at the cost of 36 pure true essence stones. All this reminds everyone how important this news is. That means that this unknown martial arts competition of the main sect has extraordinary significance. The middle-aged warrior sighed. He envied those talented people who could face countless geniuses of the same level on such a grand stage. That was the truly vast stage. Those geniuses, any one of them, were all piled up with true essence stones. You understand, this martial arts competition of the main sect is much grander than you think. Geniuses from many countries, many families, including the main sect of the 7 Mysterious Valley, gathered together. It is impossible for you to stand on that stage now. Not to mention you, even the core disciples of the martial arts house, many geniuses with lower 5th grade talents, or even 5th grade medium talents, may not have a chance. 5th grade medium talents don't have a chance. Who are you? Was stunned. Nothing he said was as direct as this sentence. He only had a 4th grade upper grade talent. The entire Qianxue kingdom had one 5th grade talent every 10 years. In his eyes, they were all gods. But, since this competition has such a great influence, why haven't we heard of it? Who are you's question was also the question of the freshmen present. How come no one paid attention to such a grand competition before? The middle-aged instructor said, that's because for so many years, this competition has nothing to do with our Qianxue country. Every 3 years, the 7 Xuanwu mansions will send 5 people to participate in the competition, but at least 4 of these 5 people are from the 4 major martial arts families around Qianxue country. In many cases, all 5 people are from the 4 major martial arts families, and we have no chance. I just said that even a 5th grade medium talent may not be able to participate in this competition. That's in other countries and other families. In our Qianxue country, a 5th grade genius only appears once every 10 years, so there is still a great chance to participate. But, the middle-aged instructor paused and shook his head. It's this only spot, but he can't even get into the mountain gate, and was eliminated in the preliminaries. A few years ago, the 4 major martial arts families also had a non-family disciple, Mu Qianxue, who made it into the top 100. That was the most prominent time for our 7 Xuanwu mansion, but it was only the Wu mansion that was prominent, and the 4 major families were prominent, which has nothing to do with our Qianxue country. A family will not have only one surname. The child's surname follows the father's. If the daughter marries someone else, the child will take the surname of the other person. Mu Qianxue can have such talent because of his father's talent. In fact, his father is a wandering warrior and not a Qianxue countryman. After all, disciples from other families are not as good as the relatives of the family. Even Mu Qianxue cannot be considered a member of the 4 major families. Getting into the top 100 is considered showing off. There are so many geniuses in our Qianxue country, and they can't even get into the top 100? How many countries are participating in the general sect martial arts competition? It's not a question of how many countries there are, but that our Qianxue country is far behind those families and sects with a long history. Take the 7 Mysterious Valley General Sect for example. When their disciples were your age, their cultivation reached the peak of Yijin, which was only considered ordinary. Who widened his eyes. He was less than 16 years old, and his cultivation reached the middle stage of Lianzang. which was already very good. The clan leader also praised him, but the peak of Yijin at the age of 15. What is that? This is only considered ordinary. Is it true? The middle-aged instructor sighed. It's embarrassing to say it. The last time a native Cheyenne countryman made it into the top 100 was 50 or 60 years ago. Even entering the mountain gate was 15 years ago. This is not only a shame for Cheyenne country, but also a shame for our 7 Zuanwu mansions. As a martial arts instructor born and raised in Cheyenne country, I feel ashamed and don't want to mention the general martial arts competition. As they spoke, they had already walked to the ranking stone. Looking up, the tall ranking stone was engraved with dense names. These were all geniuses from the 7 Zuanwu mansions of Cheyenne country. The higher the ranking, the larger the font size. There was only one name in the first row, Lin Ming. Following Lin Ming, Ling Sen and Tuoku. In half a month, these 3 names would be removed from here. Ling Sen and Tuoku would face graduation, while Lin Ming would be selected as a core disciple. Thinking of this, the middle-aged instructor felt a little melancholy. Lin Ming was once his student and the most outstanding student he had ever taught in his life, although he only taught him for a few days. Lin Ming, it's Lin Ming. So excited to see my idol's name ranked first. By the way, Instructor Hong, didn't Master Lin Ming participate in this Zhang Washu contest? The name Lin Ming is well known in the circle of young martial artists, and these boys and girls can't help but ask this question. Participate? Of course. Hongzi took a deep breath, and his eyes, which had been a little dim, suddenly sparkled. Can Lin Ming make it into the top 100? A girl asked in a low voice. Yes, he will definitely make it. Not only will he make it into the top 100, he will also make it into the top 50 and top 30. Hongzi subconsciously clenched his fists. His heart was beating fast, as if it was not Lin Ming who participated in the Zhang Washu contest, but himself. Looking in the direction of the 7 Profound Valley, hundreds of thousands of miles away, separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, at this time, Lin Ming and the other 2 have been entrusted with heavy expectations. Not only the expectations of the instructors of the 7 Profound Martial Palace, but also the expectations of several generations of warriors in the Cheyenne Kingdom. When the 3rd round of the competition began, Lin Ming encountered 3 consecutive withdrawals. Not only him, but also Jiang Lanjian and Batinghua. The opponents kept withdrawing. The top 10 in the group stage can qualify, so there is no need to fight every battle. Just like that, it was lunchtime. Lin Ming won 5 games in 5. Ling Sen won 5 games in 5. Qin Xingxuan's luck was not very good. He had lost 3 games, and the chance of qualifying became increasingly slim. Although she had expected this result long ago, and understood that she did not lose because of talent, but because of age, Qin Xingxuan was still a little disappointed. This time, she would most likely stop in the group stage, and her stage would only be 3 years later. After 5 games, Lin Ming had become a little famous, while Ling Sen was much less famous than Lin Ming, because the opponents he met were relatively weak. Some people who like to do things have already started to estimate the rankings, and even set up gambling games. The 7 Profound Valley will not interfere with this. In fact, the people who set up gambling games are often the children of elders, and they have a good background. Gambling is just a fun thing for them. The strength of the contestants cannot be seen in the group stage, and their gambling games may not make money. Lin Ming, you have been selected as one of the seeded players in the gambling game, and the odds are not bad. Qin Xingxuan said during lunch. Oh, what are the odds of me winning the championship? Lin Ming asked casually. If it is considerable, he can consider buying some for himself. There is no odds of you winning the championship. Qin Xingxuan did not expect Lin Ming to ask about the odds of winning the championship as soon as he opened his mouth. Even she was not optimistic about Lin Ming winning the championship. Chapter 249, Qualifying from the group and entering the top 100. It is true that Lin Ming is strong, but the disciples of the 7 Profound Valley are too strong. The peak of condensed veins cultivation is a whole realm higher than Lin Ming, and each of them is a genius who can fight across levels, stronger than the average postnatal midterm masters. No matter how powerful Lin Ming is, it is impossible for him to cross nearly 2 realms. to compete with the postnatal midterm masters that would really alarm the entire 7 Profound Valley. Qin Xingxuan said, there are only 20 candidates for the championship, all of whom are core disciples of the 7 Profound Valley. Among them, the seeded players of 10 groups are the most popular. Jiang Lanjian of our group is also in it, and the odds are 1 to 20. By the way, there is also Zhang Yan's Heo from the 16 cultivators family who was selected, and his odds are 1 to 35. Zhang Yan's Heo? Lin Ming felt that this name was familiar. After careful recollection, he remembered that, when he was in Nanhua building, Gao Yangxian's younger brother had mentioned this name. Zhang Yan's Heo of the Zhang family was in the top 20 in the last general sect martial arts competition. Of course, although he was in the top 20, he was still far behind the top 10 disciples of Qianxue Valley. He had practiced for another 3 years this time, so he must have made great achievements. Since the Qianxue Valley General Sect Martial Arts competition was held, the first place has always been held by the core disciples of Qianxue Valley, and has never fallen into the hands of outsiders. It is quite difficult for Zhang Yan's Heo to be selected as one of the 20, and get a 135 odds. By the way, didn't you say, just now that I was also selected as a seeded player? Lin Ming asked. You have only been selected as the seed player among the 36 countries. There are a total of 7 people selected. Your odds are 6 to 1. 6 to 1. It seems that my odds are not very good. The ranking is not high, right? Well, the top ranked are a brother and sister from Jingchen country. Both of them are at the peak of the middle stage of condensation vein and are about to enter the late stage of condensation vein. Their odds are 2 to 1. Jingchen country. Because of the long distance, Lin Ming was very unfamiliar with this country. He had only heard some rumors. Jingchen country was an extremely mysterious country. Its land area was slightly smaller than that of Xianan country, but its strength was stronger than that of Hualuo country. Lin Ming recalled for a moment, and said with a smile, Xingxuan, if you want to win some money to eat at Nanhua Lao, you can buy some for me. Actually, I have already bought 20 Xinyuan stones. Qin Xingxuan stuck out her tongue, and said a little embarrassedly. She felt that this was suspected of speculation. Although she didn't believe that Lin Ming could win the championship, she believed that Lin Ming would have no problem defeating the brother and sister of Jingchen country. Until now, Lin Ming has not yet taken action. After lunch, the afternoon competition began. The schedule was all arranged by humans, without any draw. The basic principle is that the seeded players will not meet in the group stage, and warriors from the same place should try to avoid each other. 21 people, playing 15 games. Basically the seeded players who have the hope of impacting the top 30 can stagger with each other. Lin Ming staggered with Betinghua, Jiang Lanjian, Lingsun and Qin Xingxuan. In the afternoon competition, more people gave up, and fewer people took part. Until the 7th round, Lin Ming met an opponent in the middle stage of condensation veins, Sun Dong from the Qianxue Valley Refining Weapon Sect. Sun Dong's cultivation reached the middle stage of condensed veins, which was quite good in the group stage. It should not be a big problem for him to qualify. Moreover, as a disciple of the weapon refining sect, he just happened to be able to restrain warriors with soul attacks. Sun Dong stood on the ring with great confidence. 3 feet above his head, there was a small tripod furnace with 3 legs and 2 ears spinning. You are very strong, but it is not so easy to beat me. Although I'm a disciple of the weapon refining sect of the 7 Mysterious Valley, I'm not good at martial arts, but the strength of my soul power is far superior to that of warriors of the same level. Your soul attack is ineffective against me. Like the inscription master, the weapon refiner needs precise soul control. Sun Dong has a 5th grade medium soul talent. He has been practicing soul techniques and refining soul power since he was a child. The strength of his soul power can be imagined. Haha, now it's interesting. Although Sun Dong's strength is not too strong, he can restrain Lin Ming. If the soul attack is ineffective, I wonder what other means Lin Ming has. This time Lin Ming may have to taste the taste of failure. I'm waiting to see his winning streak end. Lin Ming swept all the way and killed many masters of the 7 Mysterious Valley. Many viewers, as disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley, naturally hope that Lin Ming would lose a game. People who have maintained an undefeated record are always envied. What's more, the opponent is from the 36 kingdoms. This is like a poor man climbing over the head of a noble one day, which naturally makes people unhappy. Let me show you my unique skills of the refining sect, the ding ding. Sundong shouted, and the rotating black tripod on his head flew into the sky, growing in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it has grown to 3 feet in size. After being infused with true energy, a tripod smashed down with a force of no less than 10,000 kilograms. Even a small mountain would be smashed off half of the mountain top. Lin Ming didn't care what Sundong was doing. A black light flashed in his eyes, and his Samsara martial spirit burst out. Bang! Sundong's face turned pale, as if he had been hit hard. The 3-foot tripod suspended in the air fell heavily to the ground, because it lost the support of its true essence and soul power, smashing the floor tiles into pieces. Damn it. How could this happen? Why can he still hurt me when my soul power is so strong? Sundong gasped for breath, supporting his body with one hand on the ground. The tripod breaks the void. A light flashed in Sundong's eyes, and the black tripod spun around. It was about to fly up again, but just after it flew a few feet high, it fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Ming's eyes flashed black again, and Sundong's body shook. His eyes lost their spirit and he fell to the ground. Lin Ming wins. As the referee announced, the audience was stunned. Sundong from the refining sect was defeated. And he was defeated so easily. How could it be possible? Wan Wu was defeated. Although people were surprised, they could still accept it. They just thought that Lin Ming's soul power was too abnormal, and even a warrior in the middle stage of condensation veins could not resist it. But Sundong was a soul power refiner. How could he have the same fate as Wan Wu? Who was this guy called Lin Ming? Many disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley who were watching the battle felt a chill in their backs. He defeated his opponents with soul power one after another. Regardless of the opponent's cultivation level or the strength of the opponent's soul power, all the battles were resolved within a few breaths. Lin Ming's soul power attack gave people a feeling of being unfathomable. In fact, Lin Ming's reincarnation martial arts is similar to soul attack, but it is not just a soul attack. The reincarnation martial arts, which is derived from the heart of martial arts, is also an attack on the heart of martial arts. Those who are not firm in the heart of martial arts can easily lose themselves in the reincarnation of 100 lives. A warrior with strong soul power may not necessarily have a firm heart. Therefore, it does not mean that you can ignore the attack of reincarnation martial arts just because you have strong soul power. Only the person who was cast the spell could feel the Samsara martial spirit. It was so mysterious that it was hard for others to see the mystery. As for the person who was cast the spell, they only felt countless chaotic illusions coming and then lost consciousness. They could not tell what the attack was. However, Mu Qianxue in the hall at this time faintly sensed the difference between Lin Ming's soul attack. As for what the mystery was, she could only judge it after experiencing it herself. This young man is getting more and more interesting. Maybe Qianxue didn't exaggerate. Mu Qianxue's mouth curled up slightly. She knew that her trip was not in vain. The group stage was played tepidly. There were no heavyweight duels. Half of them were duels with a huge difference in strength. It was not until the battle between Ling Xian and Betrayal that it finally attracted the attention of many people. Ling Xian was 21 years old and his cultivation was in the early stage of bone forging. Betrayal was 19 years old and his cultivation was in the late stage of vein condensation. At the beginning of the game, Ling Xian opened the killing field. He also knew that Betrayal was definitely the strongest opponent he had faced since the start of the game. Betrayal felt the surrounding scenery spinning around, and the next moment she was in the blood pool hell, seeing endless grey rocks and those evil spirits crawling out of the 9 nether abyss. Betrayal smiled. Illusion? I'm the ancestor of illusion. With an arc on the corner of her mouth, Betrayal made a hand gesture, and boundless flames came from the sky. With the sound of the flames burning, those evil spirits were directly burned into nothingness. The flames became more and more intense, burning the rocks and burning the sky red. This was the flame formed by illusion. In the world of illusion, Betrayal was a god. Bang! The killing field collapsed, and Ling Xian's face turned pale. Betrayal looked at Ling Xian with a smile on his face. You are not my opponent. Thousand-handed Buddha. With a palm strike, Betinghua's hand turned into countless phantoms, and his palm became larger and larger, in Ling Xian's field of vision, almost covering the entire blue sky. Ling Xian shouted, drew out his heavy sword, and pushed all his true energy to the extreme, and slashed back with one sword. Bang! The sword energy was broken, and the floor tiles and Ling Xian's feet shattered into powder. He groaned and knelt on the ground. All the true energy gathered in his body was dispersed, and he was seriously injured. Betinghua wins. The referee announced at the right time. There was no suspense in this battle. The difference in cultivation was more than one realm. If Ling Xian could win, it would probably cause a shock to the entire Qixuan Valley. Ling Xian lost completely, and he didn't even have the qualifications to force Betinghua to take it seriously. After Ling Xian's battle with Betinghua, there were few games worth paying attention to in the group stage. Lin Ming's opponents gave up one after another. In this way, he qualified with a perfect record. Betinghua and Jiang Lanjian also qualified with perfect records. Qin Xingxuan was eliminated in the group stage by 2 games. Ling Xian won 12 games, and lost 3 games, and qualified with the 6th place in the group. Although this result is average, it is quite impressive compared to Ling Xian's cultivation. The only pity is that Ling Xian is already 21 years old, and his cultivation speed has always been his weakness, limiting his entry into the ranks of first-class geniuses. Sunset is approaching, and news of the battle should be coming soon. In the 7 Zuanwu mansion of Xianan country, the sound transmission array has been activated, and the 36 true essence stones on the array disk are shining. At this time, around the sound transmission array, several elders of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, Tuoku and other important disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, and several princes and nobles of Xianan country gathered. Today is the day when the group stage ends, and they are all waiting for the battle situation to come. Chapter 252nd round begins. Snow was falling in the night sky, and the cold wind froze his bones. Crown Prince Yanglin was wearing a thick purple gold cape, with one hand resting on the backrest of the chair, waiting patiently. In fact, even if Yanglin did not stay here, he could get the news in the first time. As long as the battle report of the Zhangzhang martial arts competition was transmitted, it would be immediately transmitted to important figures from all parties using thousands of sound transmission notes. The next day, it would be copied in the Beijing Palace Gazette and announced to the entire Xianan city. But Yanglin still insisted on waiting here in person. Except for Qin Ziya, no one cared more about Lin Ming's results than him. Lin Ming was already tied to his fate. Gao Yangdehua was dead. As long as Lin Ming's influence went further, he would almost win. Outside the temple, there were also some disciples of the 7 Zuanwu mansion waiting. Many of them were freshmen who had just passed the assessment and entered the 7 Zuanwu mansion today. Everything that Hangzi said during the day gave them a great shock. They braved the severe cold and stayed here just to witness this moment that might be historic. The results of the Zhangzhang Wuhu are not only the glory of the martial arts community for Xianan country, but also have extremely important political significance. The strength of the warriors represents the national strength, and the outstanding results of young warriors are also the embodiment of national strength. If the results meet the standards of Qixuan Valley, then the resources allocated by Qixuan Valley to Xianan country will also increase a lot. Although Qixuan Valley is a complete vampire, it will not kill the chicken to get the eggs. If a country can prove its value, Qixuan Valley is willing to cultivate it, such as Hualuo country, Jingchen country, and Zhang family among the 16 cultivating martial arts families. In short, Qixuan Valley wants to maximize the utilization of resources, and it will not waste a bit of resources on waste. The sun sets early in winter, and there are some thick clouds in the sky. At 1 o'clock, it was already dark. A maid lit a candle next to the altar and covered it with a lampshade. In such a cold wind, the maids who don't know martial arts can't get warm, even if they wear more clothes. Even with the lampshade, the light was still erratic. Scattered snowflakes fell into it, turning into small water droplets and wetting the lamp paper. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, the sound transmission array suddenly started to rotate, and the 36 true essence stones lit up one by one. Yanglin immediately stood up, staring at the sound transmission array without blinking, and listened attentively. Unlike the sound transmission notes, the sound transmission array can directly emit sounds, and everyone can hear it. When the array light reached its brightest, Qinzia's voice came from inside. Qin Xingshan was eliminated from the group stage by 2 games. Ling Sen won 12 games, and lost 3 games, and qualified as the 6th in the group, and entered the top 100. Lin Ming won all the games, qualified as the 1st in the group, and entered the top 100. Even Qinzia, who was always calm, had a slight tremor in her voice when she talked about Lin Ming's results. Victory in all the games. This kind of honor has never happened since the establishment of the 7 mysterious valors of Xianan country. As a country ranked in the middle among the 36 countries, it is a blessing to have one person enter the mountain gate every 2 or 3 sessions of the general martial arts competition. As for the disciples, born and raised in Xianan country, it has not been for 15 years. This time, Lin Ming, Ling Sen, and Qin Xingshan entered the mountain gate, and Lin Ming and Ling Sen qualified as a group. What's more exciting is that Lin Ming qualified with all his victories. What an honor this is. Even Hualua country has never achieved such a result. All victories? It's really all victories. Lin Ming has created a record for Xianan country. Xian's He-Mansion elder Sun Sifan laughed. He is probably the elder with the best personal relationship with Lin Ming among the 7 Zuanwu mansions. At the beginning, he strongly supported Lin Ming to be the 1st in the freshman assessment. Now thinking about it, Sun Sifan feels that this is the wisest decision he has made in his life. Compared with Sun Sifan, who laughed, Yang Lin had already sat back in his chair, but at this time, his hands on the back of the chair were still shaking slightly, which showed his inner excitement. Yang Lin was definitely the most excited among all the people present. A person like Lin Ming, who had a strong heart for martial arts, would not break his promise. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would help Yang Lin to inherit the throne smoothly. Yang Lin had been waiting for this day for too long. Everyone saw that he was a glamorous prince, but not many people could understand the pain and fear in Yang Lin's heart. Once the battle for the throne began, he could not retreat, otherwise he would be doomed. Even the fate of his mother and sister was tied to him. He was walking on a tightrope every day, living in fear. Now, he finally saw the light. How could he not be excited? The 7 Zuanwu Palace disciples who received the news were already cheering. Those who would stand here in the cold wind and wait were all young warriors who idolized Lin Ming. Naturally, they would not be jealous of Lin Ming's honor, but would only respect him. Who? Dozens of sound transmission notes were lit at the same time, quickly transmitting the message. Some of them used chain sound transmission notes, because of the long distance. The general sound transmission talisman can only transmit less than 100 miles, while the high-level sound transmission talisman used by the big sects can transmit thousands or tens of thousands of miles. Naturally, Xianan country does not have such sound transmission talismans. After one batch of sound transmission talismans is burned, the second batch is coming. In the dark night, the flames of the sound transmission talismans are more and more gorgeous. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Looking at these burning flames, suddenly felt that they were so beautiful. The next day, Qianxue Mountain, a new day, a new arena. Compared with yesterday, today's competition is much less, but also much more intense. There is still no draw. All the competitions are arranged by the referee. According to the performance of each player, the group is regrouped. Those who have already competed will not compete again, and the strong seeded players will not meet in advance. Lin Ming was divided into the 7th group, which has only 10 people. Among the 10 people, there is Fang Qi, the disciple of the Zen sect. In addition, there is also Beating Her of the Huan sect. In a group of 10 people, each disciple has to play 8 games, and can only miss one person. This time, the battle between Lin Ming and Beating Her is difficult to avoid. The encounter between 2 strong players like Lin Ming and Beating Her also took place in many competition areas. Each group decided the first echelon of 3 people, the second echelon of 3 people, and the third echelon of 4 people through the final results. There are 10 groups, and the first echelon has a total of 30 people. Although these 30 people are not the top 30, the error is not too big. At that time, a round robin competition will be held, and the results will be determined by points. The first in the first echelon will be the first in this Zhang martial arts competition. The second echelon will also have a round robin competition. The top 10 will be eligible to compete with the disciples with lower rankings in the first echelon. If they win, they may enter the top 30, but there is basically no hope of entering the top 20. The third echelon is similar to the second echelon. It can be said that this group match is very critical and will directly determine the performance of the participating disciples. Whether the carp can leap over the dragon gate is here. If you want to compete for the top 20, at least enter the first echelon. At this time, unless you are a genius at the level of a direct disciple, you can't hide your strength at all. There are only 3 people in the first echelon. Excluding a seeded contestant who will definitely occupy the first place, there are actually only 2 places to compete for. 9 people compete for 2 places, and these 9 people are all geniuses who have been screened through layers of screening. The competition is fierce. First match, Jing Qianxue vs. Xiling. As the referee announced, a woman in fluttering clothes unfolded her body skills and landed on the ring like a fairy floating on the water. The woman's face was covered with a veil, but her appearance could still be vaguely seen. Although she was not stunning, she had a mysterious temperament that was fascinating. Qin Xingxuan was slightly startled and whispered to Lin Ming that Jing Qianxue is the younger sister of the pair of siblings in Jingchen Kingdom. The 2 siblings are called the Jingchen twins, and their reputation is even greater than yours. Jingchen Kingdom is extremely mysterious. It is not an exaggeration to say that its strength is the best among the 36 countries. The people of Jingchen Kingdom all believe in a goddess named Qianxue. In Jingchen Kingdom, divine power is above imperial power. When the emperor ascends the throne, he needs the crowning of the Pope of Jingchen Church. Lin Ming guessed that this god called Qianxue was most likely a powerful person who appeared in ancient times, just like the witch god in southern Xinjiang. After she ascended to the divine realm, she left some inheritance to bless her descendants, so there was such a powerful Jingchen country. The odds of Jingchen twins winning the first place in the 36 countries were 1 to 2, and Lin Ming was 1 to 6 at that time. Later, Lin Ming defeated Sun Dong of the refining sect, and the odds dropped to 1 to 3, but he still couldn't surpass Jingchen twins. This made Lin Ming curious about this pair of siblings. What was so extraordinary about them? Seeing Jing Qianxue on the stage, many people in the field became agitated, especially some male disciples. It was obvious that their interest in Jing Qianxue exceeded the normal limit. Just looking at their shining eyes, you can feel it. I heard that she is only 18 years old, and she can participate in the martial arts competition of the main sect again. I don't know what rank she will get by then. Maybe she will be the next Zhang Yan's Heyo. Up to now, no opponent has been able to break her composure, so her veil has not been removed. It's really speechless. Why does such a beautiful girl wear a veil? People talked about it, and all their eyes were on Jing Qianxue. They waited for a long time until the referee announced the game begins. They were suddenly stunned. How come there seems to be another opponent who hasn't come on the stage yet? Where is Xiling? Why is there only Jing Qianxue? Qin Xingxuan was also puzzled, looking blankly at the center of the field. Lin Ming said, Xiling has been on the stage for a long time, earlier than Jing Qianxue, but she hid in the distorted light and couldn't be seen. What? This works? Qin Xingxuan was stunned. Isn't this an invisibility technique? There are so many martial arts, and there are all kinds of wonders. At this time, a cold voice said, Xiling is a genius disciple of the illusion sect. She can manipulate light to deceive the opponent's eyes. In the last general sect martial arts competition, Xiling ranked 56th. Now, after 3 years, she has a good chance of breaking into the top 30. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.